Face to face, no warning, no build-up, just a massive goblin warrior materializing around that corner like it owns the place. The sheer size of it alone should have been enough of a sign to turn around and sprint. Stepping out from the shadows with zero hesitation, the thing doesn't give him a single second to breathe. And in that instant, Kang-hyun already knows this isn't a fight. It's an execution. Built like something that bench presses boulders for fun, this goblin isn't wasting any time sizing him up. The attack comes instantly, no wind-up, no warning, just pure overwhelming force. Every hit connects, not one swing misses. He's getting torn apart without a shred of mercy, and there's nothing he can do about it. Seconds, that's all it takes. Kang-hyun has left a bloody, broken mess on the dungeon floor. The goblin doesn't even blink, just grabs what's left of him and drags him back to its lair like he's a piece of luggage. Then he wakes up in his own home, in his own bed. Not a scratch, not a bruise, nothing. Most people be screaming into a pillow right now, not him. Kang-hyun gets up and immediately starts training. Body conditioning, movement drills, whatever he can squeeze out of himself. And for the sword skills, he pulls up tutorial videos. YouTube. He's learning dungeon combat from YouTube. Respect the grind, honestly. Then, without a second thought, he's heading back in. Straight back into that dungeon, like the last visit wasn't a near dismemberment. This time, 2 goblins. He actually drops one of them, which is progress. But the weapon gets lodged, and now he's standing there completely defenseless. The second goblin clocks the opening immediately and doesn't hesitate. He dies. Again. And again, home, bed, 0 injuries. So let's address the obvious. What on earth is happening to this guy? Kang-hyun carries an ability unlike anything anyone else has, completely unique to him. Every death inside a dungeon, it doesn't stick. He resurrects. Back in his bed. Every single time. For everyone else, dying in a dungeon is permanent, no second chances, no do-overs. Game over. Full stop. But for Kang-hyun, death is just the reset button, another run, another attempt. And this whole situation, it only kicked off a few days ago. Before any of this, he was just an unemployed guy crashing at his little sister's place. No job, no plan, no direction. His sister doesn't hold back. She tears into him for being completely useless around the house. Meanwhile, Kang-hyun is drunk enough that a sailor would raise an eyebrow. His defense? He can't go back to his parents at his age, that would be embarrassing. That argument backfires spectacularly because his sister immediately points out that leeching off her instead is somehow supposed to be better. New Year's Day is tomorrow, and she gives him one direct order: find part-time work, which he nervously agrees to, mostly just to escape the conversation. All he wants is to disappear into his room, and agreeing feels like the fastest exit. She doesn't need to say another word after that. Because deep down, Kang-hyun already knows how bad it looks. A soul move that peaked at a short-lived internship, and now scraping for whatever job will get his sister off his back long enough to start making real money. Back in his dark room, the glow of his computer screen cuts through the shadows he'd left his game running before heading out. Looking at that screen, a thought creeps in. What if reality actually worked like a game? Things might not feel so bleak. Sleep pulls him under fast, and his last conscious thought is of some other version of his life, one where the game mechanics were real and everything wasn't such a mess. At that same moment, somewhere beyond human awareness, Earth detects a connection forming with the Hawken dimension, and its automatic defense systems kick in without hesitation. Kang-hyun sleeps through all of it. The defense system pushes back against the Hawken connection, and that rejection is exactly what triggers the start of a tutorial event on Earth. He jolts awake sitting upright before he even knows he's conscious. Something yanked him out of sleep, and his body reacted before his brain did. Words hang directly in front of his eyes, a countdown timer, floating there like it belongs. It's ticking down toward the moment the Hawken dimension connection finalizes. He doesn't even get a chance to process what that means, because the timer shifts, replaced by a welcome message pulling him into a tutorial. 8 levels. That's what the tutorial consists of. Deaths inside those levels carry no real-world consequences, but there's a catch. Abandoning a level midway isn't allowed, and failing means no retry. Clear all 8, and he walks away with a reward plus his abilities awakened in reality. Kang-hyun stares at everything floating in front of him and lands on the only explanation that makes sense to him right now. This is a dream. Specifically, the kind of dream only a deeply addicted gamer could cook up, and honestly, this might be the universe telling him to go outside once in a while. The system doesn't wait for him to finish processing the scene shifts, and he's pulled into the first level. A brief message wishes him the courage to save the Earth. Then the briefing appears, laying out exactly what he needs to do. The objective: reach the end of a bridge. The failure condition: death. Simple enough on paper, except there's no bridge anywhere around him, which is a strange detail to leave out of the briefing. And then, faster than he can appreciate the weirdness of that, the best dream of his life becomes something else entirely. He's standing on a stone bridge, and directly below him is a sea of lava. Around him, other people are scattered across the same bridge, every single one of them wearing the same expression. Completely lost and visibly terrified. Kang-hyun's brain doubles down. Definitely a strange dream. Definitely not real. Then someone calls his name from right beside him. He turns and there's his little sister Ayeon, pressed against the wall, eyes locked on him in pure shock. She looks as confused as he feels. His first response? To ask why she's showing up in his dream on New Year's Day of all days. Her response? The exact same question back at him. But she goes further. She's not sure this is a dream at all. She went through the same thing, empty space, floating messages, told to save the Earth. It's too detailed. Too consistent to just be something her sleeping brain invented. Kang Yoon cuts through her spiral and tells her not to claim this is happening inside her dream. She snaps back because right now, that's not the point. If this were a dream, she argues, their back and forth wouldn't feel this sharp and real. He's still not buying it. His reasoning, you can't feel pain in dreams, so if this is real, pain should be possible. That's the test. But rather than testing that theory, he just announces he's moving, takes that first step forward. The system said reach the end of the bridge, so standing there debating the nature of reality isn't going to help either of them. She doesn't remember the system briefing, and in his head that just confirms she's an NPC background detail in his dream world. Yeon asks what his plan is if he falls. He brushes it off. He'll just wake up, he says. That's what he believes at least. Then someone falls directly between them. Straight down, no catching, no grabbing, just gone, into the lava below. They watch the body make contact with the surface. It doesn't survive the landing, not even close. The screaming that follows makes every remaining shred of this is a dream logic very difficult to hold on to. After witnessing that, something shifts in Kang Hyun and he starts actually thinking instead of dismissing. He's terrified genuinely, but he's still working overtime to convince himself that none of it will hurt him personally. Since her brother clearly isn't a reliable safety plan, Yeon makes her own call. She drops to her hands and knees and starts crawling. Lower center of gravity, less risk. Smart. Kang Hyun watches his little sister inch forward ahead of him, still refusing out loud to admit he's scared, though his face isn't doing him any favors, regardless of how either of them is feeling about it. They both push forward, crawling inch by inch over that scorching magma pool. Hours pass. The bridge doesn't get shorter. Yeon breaks the silence, asking her brother if he has any real theory about what's actually going on. The only answer Kang Hyun can land on, an incredibly detailed, unusually vivid nightmare. But even he's struggling to sell that explanation to himself anymore because nothing about this feels like something his brain just invented. Yeon isn't convinced by his denial either. She raises something worse. What if the system lied about deaths not counting? What if dying here means dying for real? That breaks him. He'd been holding it together through sheer willful ignorance, but that thought cuts right through it. Kang Hyun starts crying, frozen on the bridge, unable to move forward. He drops flat onto the bridge floor and tells her he just needs a minute. Just let him rest. His hands are shaking. His feet won't cooperate. The lava crackles below them, and right now, getting up feels like the hardest thing in the world. Even with every piece of evidence screaming otherwise, some part of him is still clinging desperately to the idea that none of this is real. That denial doesn't get a chance to breathe. The system window snaps open in front of both of them. Too much time has passed since the tutorial began, and the challenge just got harder because of it. Translation, Khan was completely wrong, and sitting still wasn't a neutral choice. It was actively making everything worse. The ground beneath them starts to tremble. Then the platforms behind them give way, crumbling apart like they were never meant to hold weight in the first place. The bridge sections collapse in sequence, one after another. Everyone who was cautiously crawling moments ago, now they're sprinting, pure survival instinct, overriding everything else. Yeon launches into a full sprint without hesitation. And somehow, Kang Hyun pulls himself together just fast enough to follow. They run the collapsing bridge, eating up the distance behind them at a terrifying pace. Stay upright, don't trip, and they make it. Simple. Terrifying. Simple. Then he glances toward his sister and spots it. The bridge section directly above her is already fracturing. There's no time for her to react. No window to dodge. Massive chunks of stone are already mid-fall, aimed right at her. Kang Hyun doesn't think. He leaps off his section and lands on hers, closing the gap in one desperate push to drag her out of the path of those falling rocks. They hit the other side. Safe. A system notification fires immediately. Level 1 cleared. Both of them leveled up. And because they completed the trial, a temporary awakening has been activated, which means official awakening waits for them at the tutorial's end. The adrenaline drains out of Kang Hyun all at once, and his legs give. He drops to the ground. Yeon, on the other hand, is already reading through every detail of the system message, like she's got a deadline. Then a status window materializes in front of her level. Strength, agility. All of it laid out in clean, uncomfortable detail. The mention of actual game stats snaps Kang Hyun out of his exhausted haze. He forces himself upright, straining to pull up his own status window. He catches one thing before anything else: his unique ability, Resurrection. But before he can read the rest of the window, he's awake, sitting upright in bed, breathing hard, heart racing, back in the real world. And the real world, it turns out, has completely lost its mind overnight. Online forums are flooded, people comparing notes, sharing experiences, confirming that yes, somehow, the entire population had the same dream. Lucid dreaming boards blow up. Families post about how every single member went through it. Crypto scammers are already setting up shop. The news spreads globally within hours. Some people are sharing their tutorial experiences for clout. Others are using those same experiences to run financial schemes. Humanity, everyone, full-scale, worldwide panic sets in, and through all of it, the countdown to the Hawken Dimension connection keeps ticking, quiet, steady, indifferent. Both siblings burst out of their rooms at the same time. They find each other immediately, both needing to talk about the vivid near-death experience they somehow shared. Over breakfast, the debrief begins. Aeon scrolls through her feed while she eats, and it's wall-to-wall apocalypse content, tutorial discussions, and end-of-world theories. The data is consistent across the globe. Everyone had the same dream, same night, and every person who died inside it woke up completely fine, exactly like the status window had promised. Aeon sits with that for a moment, wondering out loud if it's even appropriate for them to just be calmly eating breakfast right now. But realistically, there's nothing actionable they can do about any of it. So eating first and thinking hard things through later is actually the most reasonable plan available. Outside though, the streets have already turned into something else entirely. People shoving each other, raiding shelves, stockpiling supplies like the end is arriving by Tuesday. Theft, fights, full-on scrambles over basic goods. Meanwhile, the more religiously inclined portion of the population is out in full force, interpreting the event as divine judgment and urging everyone to repent while there's still time. Aeon makes the sensible call, skipping work today. Better to stay inside, stay informed, and actually talk through what they know. Since the bridge chaos cut him off before he could read his full status window, Kang-hyun asks her what hers said. She pulls it up herself using the check time command. The window materializes in front of her on command. 4 years, 354 days, and 17 hours. That's how long they have before the Hawken dimension connection finalizes. Despite everything, Kang-hyun figures the hysteria outside will burn itself out quickly. For now, staying home and watching from a safe distance is the right move. And honestly, that's exactly what happens. The rest of the day passes without anything else worth noting. By evening, South Korea had largely settled back into its routines. One day of chaos, then quiet again like a storm that passed before anyone was sure it had arrived. Night came, and people slept. The moment Kang-hyun drifts off, he's pulled straight into a new space, and the tutorial status window is already in his face before he can process where he is. It offers a walkthrough on how to use the basic interface. He skips it entirely and goes straight for the status window. His stats load in and they are exactly as underwhelming as expected. Level 1. 1 innate ability. Everything else sitting squarely in the perfectly average range. Nothing that jumps out as dangerous or impressive. One stat does catch his eye though, magic power. A stat like that means magic use is somewhere on the horizon, whether that's exciting or terrifying. He genuinely isn't sure yet. But what really holds his attention is the innate ability he already caught a glimpse of before waking up: resurrection. Here's what it actually does. Death triggers a 24-hour revival cycle, and as long as the world is in its current crisis state, he can use it indefinitely. He respawns at a pre-chosen location or defaults to wherever he last slept if he never set one. The costs are real though. Every death drops him 1 level and shaves 50% off his ability stats for a full day afterward. None of those penalties apply during the tutorial, however, which makes this skill almost absurdly overpowered for a beginner. Kang-hyun takes a moment to appreciate just how lucky he got an ability like that. Practically guarantees he won't become irrelevant when things get serious out in the real world. Stats reviewed, ability confirmed. It's time to move into stage 2. High stats are low, leveling fixes everything eventually. And as the guy who literally cannot be permanently killed right now, the real question isn't whether he can handle what comes next. It's what exactly what comes next looks like. A castle. Eerie, oppressive atmosphere, the kind of place that makes the air feel heavier just by existing. A blood-soaked goblin fills the space with a war cry, club raised and already stained from something that didn't survive the last encounter. The one standing across from it is Kang-hyun, and he swings first, putting real force behind it. The goblin goes flying backward, clearly not expecting that kind of impact from the opening hit. He doesn't let up following the initial strike immediately with a heavy overhead swing. The fight drags on, exhausting, grinding, nothing clean about it. Eventually, Kang-hyun wins. Barely. The goblin's down, taken out with his mace after he caught it off guard with an ambush, but his hands feel wrong, numb in a way that hitting something alive does to a person the first time. And that win only counted because it was a goblin, ambushed. Without that setup, the outcome could have easily been reversed. Then something worse steps in a goblin soldier, and it is not the same category of threat as what he just put down. It rounds the corner and stops. Its dead comrade is right there on the floor. The rage that fills it is immediate and total, eyes locked on Kang-hyun with a kind of focused anger that makes your stomach drop. He miscalculated. There were 2 from the start, he only planned for 1, and this one isn't just angry, it's built differently. Goblins are supposed to be beginner-tier enemies, but this soldier is significantly larger than the one he just killed. The sword it's carrying stretches over a meter long. One clean hit from that, and small injury isn't even in the conversation. It growls. Then it swings, aiming to end this immediately. Kang-hyun gets his mace up just in time to block. The force of the collision doesn't care about the block, it sends him skidding straight into the ground. He doesn't even notice when the tears start. The goblin just keeps coming. Relentless with that long blade, and Kang-hyun never trained for anything. He stayed home. He sat at a desk, and the mace he picked up in the tutorial? Short, blunt, outmatched against a sword that long by every possible measure. By the time it's over, Kang-hyun is barely alive, but the goblin isn't done making a point. It drags him through the castle grounds, his body leaving a trail of blood across the stone floor as they go. All he can do is beg out loud to anyone, anything for someone to pull him out of this. Hours. That's how long it lasted. The goblin used him as a prop, dragging him around while 3 more of them joined in. The cold grip of dying arrived slowly, deliberately, and he felt every second of it closing in before it finally ended. Morning. Ayan is yanked awake by screaming coming from her brother's room. She storms in, irritated and ready to give him a piece of her mind for the noise. The words die in her throat, because what she finds isn't someone messing around. It's her older brother, shaking, completely hollowed out, mid-breakdown on his bed. She gets him to the kitchen, gets some food in front of him, and that's where it all comes out. The goblin soldier, the ambush that didn't go as planned, the hours of torture, the blood loss that finally finished him. He's traumatized, clearly, but the fact that he can still manage dark humor while explaining it tells her they won't need an emergency psychiatric visit today. Not everyone is in the same position, though. Internet reports from the past 2 days show a significant spike in psychiatrist appointments. A lot of people went through something in that tutorial and didn't come out of it as intact. Kang Hyun thinks it over quietly for a moment, then decides the situation, as bad as it was, doesn't quite hit the threshold for professional intervention. He'll manage. There's actually a small piece of good news buried in all of this. According to the data people are sharing online, dying in a tutorial level ends your run for that stage. Everyone who died in stage 1 never got pulled into stage 2, which means the torture he endured won't be waiting for him on loop. That's genuinely relieving to hear. Tonight should be fine, peaceful even. A normal night's sleep. That's the plan. Then the purple status screen flares to life in his face, and stage 2 loads around him before he can even register falling asleep. Being the main character, it turns out, comes with 0 off days. All he did was take a nap. Now he's been stuck here for hours, frozen at the entrance. Too scared to push forward, and the worst part is that dying doesn't even get him out of it. Stage 2 will just reset and pull him back in again. So with no exit and no real alternative, he walks to the door that leads into stage 2. 2 weapons are laid out waiting for him. Last time he grabbed, the mace seemed powerful, seemed manageable. This time he wants distance between himself and whatever is on the other side of that door. He picks up the crossbow, then adds the spear, longer reach than a sword. Better odds if something closes the gap anyway. Weapons in hand, crossbow, spear, he heads back in for another shot at stage 2. No reckless charge this time. Kang Hyun goes quiet, drops low, tucks himself into the shadows, and lines up a sniper shot before a single goblin knows he's there. He takes aim. Steadies, fires. The arrow lands clean dead center in the goblin's head. The goblin turns around. Not dead, just annoyed. Bloodlust in its eyes, element of surprise completely gone that could have gone better. He shifts tactics immediately, drops low, spear angled toward the ground. He slides under the larger goblin's guard and drives the spear straight into the smaller one, finished in a single hit. Then, the spear gets lodged inside the body and won't budge. He's standing there weaponless, and the second goblin uses that exact moment to launch its full weight at him. It's over fast. He screams himself awake. Again. Night 3. Round 3 of stage 2. The welcome message gets a much colder reception this time. New weapon selection, sword and shield. He's done improvising with unfamiliar tools. He spent the entire day watching sword technique videos, and he intends to use every second of that research, full of that fresh YouTube confidence. Kang Hyun charges into stage 2 for the 3rd time. No ambush, no setup, just pure momentum. The goblins humble him immediately. They gang up, coordinate, and put him down without breaking a sweat. Keyboard warrior energy has a very short shelf life in a real dungeon. What's different this time is how he wakes up, not screaming, not crying, just laughing. That quiet, slightly unhinged kind of laugh that only comes from dying too many times. He promises, through that creepy smile, that every single one of them is getting what's coming. Round 4. The status window offers its usual blessing of courage. Kang Han tells it to be quiet. Before entering, he starts swinging his sword, not to warm up to grind. Hard physical labor, repetitive motion, deliberate strain. He's going to force his own stats upward, and it actually works. 1 point of vitality gained after 8 straight hours of non-stop training. 1 point. 8 hours. The grind is real. He pulls up his status window afterward and spots something he completely missed before. A skill point, sitting there unused since stage 1. He was so wrecked after that first trial that it didn't even register at the time. The point goes into strength, and he storms back into stage 2 with 2 extra ability points and a grudge. Today is supposed to be the day. Except 8 hours of sword training absolutely destroyed him physically. He runs into the first goblin, barely lifts his weapon, and dies almost immediately. The revenge tour is postponed. Round 5. This time, he doesn't even try to clear it. He treats the stage like a gym. The goblins are almost irrelevant. He swings, trains, grinds, and walks away with another vitality point. Round 6. 10 hours of work this time. Strength goes up by 1, and now he's strong enough he actually takes out the 2 front goblins. Progress. Real, measurable progress. But the goblins deeper in are a different story, and his body still isn't built for that fight. Round 7. Sword swings. Hours of repetition. Same process, same dedication. His limits crack again. Vitality climbs by 1 more point. He collapses when it happens, completely gassed, face on the ground. Then the system chimes in with something new. His swordsmanship just hit rank F, the lowest possible tier, but a real, recognized skill. It automatically corrects his posture mid-swing and starts distributing his strength more efficiently across each strike. Small on paper, but the kind of thing that changes everything in a real fight. After all those rounds of dying, training, dying again, and training harder, it's finally adding up to something. Now it's time to think strategically. He knows this stage. He's died in it enough times to map it out completely. 5 goblins total in stage 2. 2 guarding the castle entrance at the front. 3 more waiting deep in the forest at the back. The front 2 are manageable crossbow shot to ambush the first, sword to finish the second. Clean and efficient, the way he's been doing it. The forestry are the actual problem. 2 of them can be handled with the same approach. The 5th goblin, though that one is the wall. When he finally reaches that last fight, it's sword versus battle axe, and it's genuinely fierce, but something is different this time. He can feel it. His body is reacting before his brain sends the signal, reading the attack's path, adjusting, moving, not because he thought about it, but because muscle memory and sword mastery are doing the work. That rank F skill is actually pulling its weight. The problem, 4 consecutive fights have chewed through his vitality, and the gap between them is still significant. The advantage is real, just not large enough to close the fight cleanly yet. A few more exchanges, and the goblin knocks his sword clean out of his grip. The axe rises for the final swing, aimed straight at his head. Kang Yun smirks. He sidesteps it cleanly because the goblin, instead of going for the instant kill, chose to knock him down first and conserve energy for the finishing blow. That decision made its attack pattern completely readable. Predictable. Exploitable. Kang Hyun pivots, kicks a cloud of dirt and dust directly into the goblin's face. It reels, screaming, clawing at its eyes. He's already moving faster than the goblin can track. A loose rock off the ground, driven hard into the goblin's shins. It's yelling now, staggering, completely destabilized. The axe swings wildly, blindly hoping to connect with something. Kang Hyun circles behind it without a sound. The goblin barely gets one eye cracked open, and the rock is already coming down into its face. The impact drives it backward. Momentum gone, balance lost. It hits the ground. It doesn't get back up. Kang Hyun stands over it victorious, breathing hard, holding a rock. Stage 2 cleared. The system rewards him with 5 additional stat points, a weapon of his choice to keep, and 2 new skills, rank F shield mastery and rank F crossbow mastery. Not bad for a guy who learned swordsmanship from the internet. Every death, every reset, every grinding hour of training, it all led here. He finally got what he came for. For the first time since this whole thing started, he wakes up without a single scream. He walks straight to the kitchen and starts cooking breakfast for himself and his sister. He cleared stage 2 and he's going to eat well to mark the occasion. He's mid-taste test when a sound rips through the entire world simultaneously. His sister comes sprinting out of her room as he nearly chokes, coughing hard enough to shake the table. A system notification appears. The world tutorial is officially over. The system is now accessible outside of tutorial mode, and dungeons, real physical dungeons, have just activated globally. Monsters aren't just a dream problem anymore. Then, right outside their window, a massive door materializes. Alien geometry, impossible architecture, just sitting there on the street. Both siblings move to the window. Down below, people are already gathering, staring at it like it might disappear if they blink. Another message: only awakened talents may enter dungeons. And it isn't just their neighborhood, not just their city. Every country in the world has one. And the final part of the message makes the stakes very clear. Dungeons left uncleared will have their gates broken open from the inside. Whatever is in there walks out into the world. The countdown to the Hawken dimension keeps ticking without comment. The day the dungeon doors appeared, the world entered a level of chaos that made day 1 look peaceful. The siblings stayed inside and off the streets instead, using the time to dig through everything available online about how dungeons actually work. From what they can piece together, the tutorial isn't fully wrapped up globally. People who recently had birthdays are still cycling in from the beginning, and the minimum age to enter is 16. The system is still running for a portion of the population. Online, those who completed the tutorial are being officially labeled as talents, and the pressure to clear dungeons before the gates collapse is already building fast. Kang Yun, feeling the moment, goes to pull up his own status window. Nothing appears. A notification explains why his tutorial is still running, which means full system access is locked until he finishes. The rest of the world moved on. He's still inside it. 8 total stages. He repeated stage 2 7 times. While everyone else was finishing, he was grinding respawns. Efficient? No. Character building? Absolutely. He asks Ayan if she's found anything on stage 3. She has one piece of information. The theme appears to be patience. That's it. Barely anyone made it past stage 2, so there's almost no data to work from. He's on his own. Still, everything he built in stage 2 means he won't go in weak. He's not the same person who got dragged across a castle floor anymore. Speaking of which, cut to him right now, trying very hard to stay perfectly still. A monster is urinating directly on top of him. It has no idea he's hidden in the bushes below it, crouched in full concealment gear while it relieves itself without a care in the world. The only thing running through Kang Hyun's mind right now is how deeply, Personally, he intends to make this creature regret that decision. Let's rewind to how he got here. Stage 3's clear condition: eliminate the Gorka chief. To assist, the system handed him a ghillie suit. Stealth mission: infiltration and targeted assassination, not a brawl, a hunt. Before moving in, he pulls up his status window and sees something genuinely satisfying. Level 4. All that stage 2 grinding paid off. His full stat sheet has grown considerably. 2 new skills have been added: Rank F Shield Mastery, which improves how effectively he uses a shield in combat, and Rank F Crossbow Mastery, which sharpens both his handling and his accuracy at range. He distributes his additional skill points Strength, Vitality, and 2 points into Agility. Faster movement, better survivability, both relevant for what's ahead. Status reviewed, skills confirmed. Next step, check the inventory. 1 item. The worn longsword he carried out of stage 2, nothing else. He's going into an assassination mission against a Gorka chief with a shabby sword and a ghillie suit. Let's see how this goes. Inventory sorted, ghillie suit on it. Time to finish this. Before pushing forward, one name crosses his mind. Carlos Hathcock, legendary Marine sniper, Vietnam War, crawled over 1.5 kilometers through enemy territory to assassinate a general without making a single sound. That man is Kang Yoon's personal hero right now, and after everything this mission has put him through, that respect has only deepened. 10 hours of crawling since this stage began, and he's finally reached what should be the Gorka village. 2 guards stationed out front, eyes scanning the perimeter. There's no clean path around them he's going to have to push through. His pants are soaked through with his own urine. Every inch of his skin is being eaten alive by grass and insects, and bugs have found their way into places bugs should never be. And somehow, that's still not the worst thing happening to him right now. He looks up, and a monster is staring directly down at the patch of grass he's hiding in. His heart stops. This is it discovered. Mission over. Round 2 incoming. But no heavy hand reaches down to drag him out. Instead, a warm, absolutely putrid liquid comes raining down on his head as he presses his face into the dirt in complete and utter defeat. Something in Kang Hyun just breaks. He reaches into his inventory and draws his sword. One thrust straight into the monster's midsection. It drops instantly. The commotion ripples through the village immediately. Every nearby monster turns and moves toward the disturbance. Within seconds, he's completely surrounded. And here's the thing: he's not scared. Not even a little. He's already compromised, already covered in something unspeakable, already done playing it subtle. If he's going down loud. He screams at the top of his lungs, arms spread wide, daring every single one of them to come at him with everything they have. What follows is absolute carnage, blood flying. Kang Hyun laughing like a man who has simply stopped caring about consequences. Round 2 of stage 3 begins without hesitation. That unhinged breakdown wasn't for nothing. It unlocked something. Raging Lion's Roar. A new ability that tanks the morale and stats of nearby enemies while simultaneously clearing any debuff, ranked D or below, from himself. Losing your mind, it turns out, has mechanical benefits. This time, the ghillie suit gets tossed aside the second he enters, sword already drawn. 0 interest in stealth. But those 10 grueling hours of crawling from round 1 taught him something critical. The Gorka warriors leave camp during the day to hunt. They don't return until sundown. The village runs on a skeleton crew. While they're gone, a handful of guards holding down an otherwise empty base. With that knowledge, he tears through every guard stationed around the perimeter. Then he drives straight toward the central hut where the Gorka chief is waiting. He slides through the entrance, and the chief is already there. Seated on his throne, completely unbothered, 2 mages flanking him on either side. Not a word from the chief, just a single pointed finger, and the mages receive their order. The spell hits instantly. Kang Hyun's body locks up, rooted to the spot, completely immobilized. Things look finished, then he remembers the new skill. The one he unlocked by losing his mind in round 1. He pulls in the deepest breath he can manage, and then he roars. The debuff shatters and the sound hits the room like a physical force, sending the chief and both mages stumbling backward, completely off balance. He doesn't give them a single second to recover. He's already closing the distance. Sword aimed directly at the chief. 1 swing. Stage 3 cleared. The reward lands immediately. Intermediate rank. Body regeneration. A serious upgrade. On top of that, he set the fastest clear time on record for Stage 3, which earns him the temporary title, Impatient Eye, officially awarded to whoever tears through a patience and tenacity stage without actually demonstrating either. His record gets updated as better times come in, but for now, the title sticks. Every stat also receives a +1 boost across the board. Stage 2 took him a full week of repeated deaths and grinding. Stage 3 fell in a single day. That gap is not small. Sitting with that fact for a moment, Kang Hyun arrives at a very natural conclusion. He might actually be genuinely gifted at this. At this rate, Stage 4 could be done in minutes. Easy. A full month passes. South Korea. Morning light over Ao Yeon's apartment, and that particular prediction aged very poorly. She's at the stove making breakfast, news playing quietly in the background. 25 days since the government's specially formed Awakener squad was deployed to start clearing dungeons, and the coverage continues. Then, right on schedule, a scream tears through the apartment. She barely flinches anymore. She sets down her spatula and heads toward her brother's room, already mentally drafting the apology note to the neighbors. Because if this keeps up, someone is filing a complaint. Before she gets there, he steps out on his own, grinning. Announcing that he cleared it went in, wrecked everyone in his path, done. She starts to respond, and then actually looks at him. The words evaporate. Because her brother, the same guy who is crawling around a dungeon getting urinated on, now looks like he was carved from something intimidating. She asks very carefully if something happened to him during this last run. Because his face has taken on a quality she can only describe as unsettling, she asks what Stage 4 was actually about. Short version, a group project designed to test leadership. Find a way to destroy the dungeon core, and a portal out opens automatically. His party members were system-generated NPCs built to simulate real group dynamics. The mission itself was straightforward, not enough rations to brute force it, so smart routing was required. Predictably, half of them dug their heels in against every decision, turning a manageable objective into a committee debate. He took the lead, carried the team, and the mission should have gone smoothly from there. Yun still can't work out how that translates to an entire month of setbacks. The answer, that same night, after a successful day of clearing, he assigned a group to night watch duty. They ignored him completely. When he caught them attempting to desert, they turned on him, ambushed him, and killed him mid-confrontation. Every reset after that produced the same type of party members, which produced the same type of betrayal. Locked in a loop, he sat with that problem across multiple runs until he reached what he considered the only logical solution. Establish dominance immediately before anyone gets comfortable enough to cause problems. Final run of Stage 4. His party members are already mid-argument about pressing forward versus retreating before he's even fully oriented. He cuts through the noise with one sharp command: silence. The room goes quiet instantly. One party member opens his mouth to challenge it, and finds a sword at his throat before the second word leaves his lips. Kang Yun addresses the group once. Follow his lead. No negotiating. No pushback. Anyone who tests that gets a direct demonstration of why that's a bad idea. The same member decides to test it anyway. Kang Hyun feeds him a clean, closed-fist response to the face, then several more in rapid succession. By the time it's done, that party member's face has been restructured in a way that no longer resembles its original configuration. Message received universally by everyone in the room. He looks at the rest of the group and asks, very calmly, if anyone else has thoughts on the leadership arrangement. Nobody does. Good. Now follow him. He already knows the route. As they move out, he checks his status window and the growth is genuinely staggering. Level 14. Most stats have doubled since Stage 3. New skills added, existing abilities ranked up. That month of repeated clears wasn't wasted time. It was a month of pure stat farming. Every monster they encounter on the way through the dungeon runs directly into Kang Hyun and doesn't come out the other side. They push through the entire dungeon without losing momentum, and he keeps every single promise. All monsters cleared, every teammate guided to safety. Then the core. One clean hit breaks the support. Stage 4 falls. Rewards, E-rank cleave skill, and a B-rank ring of strength and mind. Not a bad haul for a stage that took a month to figure out, and the stat gains don't even need commentary. The numbers speak clearly enough on their own. Monster item drops added up too, across all those repeated runs. The mana stones keep coming in from every kill, and he still doesn't fully understand what they're for, but they're clearly not random drops, so he holds on to every single one. The new skills and equipment are genuinely strong, but the most real gain is what happened to his physical body outside the tutorial. His warm-up routine now opens with 301 armed push-ups. That's not a flex, that's just where his baseline landed. Standard bodyweight training isn't going to keep pace with where he's headed. He needs a gym. That's tomorrow's problem. Today has its own. His phone buzzes. He picks it up and reads an emergency alert from the Ministry of Public Safety and Security. A dungeon breach in the immediate area. All citizens advised to stay indoors. He moves to the balcony. Below, goblins are in the streets moving freely, attacking anyone they come across, tearing through anything in their path. Then one thought cuts through everything else. Yan left for work this morning. He's out the door before he finishes the thought. Already moving, already scanning for anything that could serve as a weapon. The apartment offers exactly one option, a dirty kitchen knife sitting in the sink. It'll have to do. He hits the street and immediately starts yelling, drawing attention, pulling eyes toward him. Lion's War won't activate outside the tutorial environment, so this is purely physical, his body against whatever comes at him. Fortunately, the yell was loud enough to redirect most of the goblins toward him specifically. They charge. He taunts them mid-charge, calls them Stage 2 small fry, the same type he's already cleared dozens of times. Confident? Yes. Technically accurate? Also yes. Something new kicks in as they close the distance. He can read their movement just by watching how they carry their bodies. Threat assessment without thinking about it. The first goblin reaches him, knife goes straight through its skull. He pulls the blade clean as it drops and shifts his weight to face everything still coming toward him. Somewhere across the city, a group of office workers have done everything they can. Furniture stacked against every door, windows blocked, bodies pressed to the walls, waiting for whatever is outside to either leave or break through. The sounds coming from beyond that barricade aren't encouraging. Banging, crashing, monsters shrieking, and every sound is getting closer. Yon is in that room. She stares at her phone, the last exchange with her brother sitting on screen. He was frantically asking if she was still at the office. She fired back a string of questions asking if he was actually planning to come for her, and then nothing. No response. Then the pounding reaches their floor directly, and the screaming outside the door hits a new pitch. The barricade holds for about as long as barricades do against something significantly stronger than furniture. It gives way, and a single muscular foot steps through the wreckage into the office. It's Kang Hyun. The door destruction was not intentional. It's just very difficult to calibrate strength you didn't have 3 months ago. The office workers exchange glances and whispers, mostly variations of, "Is that really her brother?" Ayeon stares at the ceiling in profound embarrassment. One of the older colleagues steps forward, visibly furious, pointing out that destroying the barricade just invited everything outside straight in. Kang Hyun tells him not to worry about it. There's nothing left outside to come in. He already handled the whole building on his way up. Later, after confirming the structure is clear floor by floor, he's back in Ayeon's office, sitting still long enough for her to patch up his wounds. And apparently, now that he's built like a different person, he's also developed a habit of just letting hits land without bothering to avoid them. In the tutorial, that approach made total sense. His resurrection and regeneration skills meant absorbing damage was a valid strategy. Outside the tutorial, those skills don't transfer. His body takes every hit at full value. Which also means resurrection doesn't work out here. No respawn, no reset if he dies in the real world, that's it. The comfort net is completely gone. Ayeon knows all of that, and she still can't fully deny that watching him charge through a monster-infested building with nothing but a kitchen knife carries a certain energy. Apparently the rest of the office agrees, because one of her senior colleagues is already angling for an introduction. They spend the night in the office building, nowhere safer to go. Sleep comes, and Kang Hyun gets pulled straight into the tutorial as expected. Stage 5. The objective: demonstrate wisdom in the face of difficulty. The stage loads, and instead of a chaotic group of arguing warriors, he's surrounded by a circle of women in quiet conversation, none of them visibly threatening. Clear condition: identify and defeat the succubus, a nightmare demon that takes human form to drain its targets from the inside out. He knows what a succubus is: dream predator, feeds on men, always appears as a beautiful woman. In theory, that should make the identification straightforward. The problem is that every single woman in this stage looks like she was designed by someone with a very specific agenda. He's scanning the group, trying to find any tell that separates the demon from the NPCs, when one of them walks over and asks him directly who he thinks it is. She's talking at a perfectly normal volume, but he cannot make eye contact. He looks away, scratches the back of his head, working very hard to seem casual. Then a notification window fires off in front of his face, interrupting the awkward moment entirely. His ring of strength and mind just blocked a seduction attempt. The woman standing directly in front of him is the succubus. Round 1. First conversation. The B-Ranks ring identified her before she even got warmed up. Sometimes the loot does the heavy lifting. Night falls. The group sets up camp around a fire, and Kang Hyun sits at the edge of it, quiet for once, just thinking. Stage 1 was a lava bridge with his terrified sister and a collapsing floor. Stage 2 was a week of dying to goblins in increasingly humiliating ways. Stage 3 gave him a golden shower after 10 hours of crawling through dirt and insects. Stage 4 was a month-long leadership nightmare that ended with him restructuring a party member's face. Every single stage had him eating dirt in some new and creative way, and now a campfire, a group of beautiful women, and a demon he already identified in the first 5 minutes. This might actually be manageable, except the notification also came with a warning. Identifying her makes him a target. She knows he knows. That changes the dynamics entirely, because a succubus that can pass as human is not a pushover. Transformation level ability alone puts her in a different category. Rushing in solves nothing here. The smarter play is building trust with the other NPCs, the women specifically, since the men are likely already compromised. He decides the best move tonight is rest. Plan tomorrow, execute with information instead of momentum. He drifts off expecting to wake up under an open sky, and instead there's a ceiling above him. An unfamiliar one. He bolts upright with a shout and realizes he's back in Ayeon's office. The other workers are already awake and moving toward him. Good timing, the army has arrived outside, which means they're about to be extracted. Kang Hyun is furious. The succubus figured out she'd been identified and killed him in his sleep before he could execute the plan. Clean move. Honestly frustrating, but clean. Outside, military jeeps are cutting through the city streets in formation. Soldiers engaging every monster they pass with disciplined rapid fire. The office workers crowd the windows. Cheering military firepower against goblins seems like a reasonable matchup on paper. Kang Hyun watches in silence. Something down there is setting off every instinct he's developed across weeks of tutorial combat. He can't identify it yet, but whatever it is, it doesn't belong in the same category as the goblins scattering from gunfire. And that becomes obvious fast because the goblins aren't scattering for long. For every one that goes down, 2 more materialize to fill the gap. The soldiers are burning through ammunition against an endless supply chain. Talents were supposed to be handling exactly this kind of situation. Instead, the military is stuck doing the work with tools that weren't built for it. Then one of the soldiers clocks something moving differently from the rest, a monster walking calmly through the gunfire, not retreating, not reacting, just approaching at its own pace. It reaches the soldier. One swing. The head comes off cleanly while the gun continues firing into empty air. Every remaining soldier redirects fire onto the new target simultaneously, concentrated, heavy, sustained. The rounds connect. The the monster just gets angrier. It charges. The lieutenant doesn't deliberate. He orders the driver to floor it. Too late. The monster launches off the ground and comes down directly onto the convoy. The impact is immediate and total. The lead vehicle buckles under the weight and clips the one beside it, a chain reaction that turns the entire convoy into a pile-up across the street in seconds. From the window above, Kang-hoon watches the goblins start picking through the wreckage for survivors. Behind him, the mood in the office shifts from relief to something considerably worse. Then the goblin stops. It looks up, directly at the building. Directly at the window where Kang-hoon is standing, and their eyes lock. Down on the street, the few soldiers still standing are pulling themselves out of twisted metal while the signals operator tries frantically to reach anyone. The hobgoblin climbs on top of one of the destroyed jeeps and stares down at the survivors like it's deciding the order of operations. One of the soldiers demands to know where the backup is. The operator tells him a civilian talent is inbound. They can't wait. One soldier raises his weapon and takes aim just as the hobgoblin drops into its attack approach, and the gun jams. Of course it does. The hobgoblin comes in for the finish. The soldier doesn't move, there's nowhere to go. Then something slants into the hobgoblin's face from the side. A concrete slab thrown with significant force. It connects hard, and the hobgoblin gets launched back across the street. The soldier stares up at the edge of the jeep, where Kang-hoon has just vaulted over the side to check on the survivors, asking how bad it is, trying to keep the mood from completely collapsing. The soldier's nervous system, still running hot on adrenaline and near-death panic, registers a large, intense-looking figure suddenly appearing in his face, and his brain files it under threat. The weapon comes up on instinct. Kang-hoon puts both hands up immediately, very loudly clarifying that he is, in fact, a human being. The soldier lowers it slowly, then asks if this is the talent reinforcement they were promised. Kang-hoon tells him not to read too much into it, no heroic motive, no assigned mission. He was in the building, the situation escalated, he stepped in. The real reason he moved was that eye contact earlier. The hobgoblin saw him, which meant, after finishing with the soldiers, the building was next. Taking it on out here, without Ayan and a floor full of civilians in the equation, is just the cleaner option. He steps over the truck railing and tells the soldiers clearly, hold their fire once he engages. Friendly fire from people who are scared and trigger-happy is a real concern, and while he's at it, he asks if they're carrying tear gas. They are. He wants it used. The soldier stares at him. If the tear gas deploys between them, Kang-hoon catches it too. He's already moving. He throws the response over his shoulder, just use it, no time for a full briefing. The soldier shakes his head, issues the gas mask order to his platoon, and gives the signal. Kang-hoon is already at a full sprint toward the hobgoblin. And underneath the tactical thinking, there's something more personal fueling this weeks of getting destroyed by goblins in Stage 2, left a very specific kind of debt, and a hobgoblin walking through military gunfire is a premium opportunity to collect on it. The tear gas canister leaves the soldier's hand, lands exactly where Kang-hoon pointed, and detonates in a dense cloud. The hobgoblin's reaction is immediate. It screams, reeling backward, completely unprepared for something that bypasses its skin entirely. Kang-hoon coughs hard as the gas hits him too. Eyes watering, lungs burning, but the hobgoblin is swinging blind now. Axe cutting wide arcs through the smoke, hoping to catch something. He pushes straight through it, tears running freely down his face, closing the distance while the monster is still disoriented. This thing deflects bullets. Pain on this level is genuinely new information for its nervous system. For Kang-hoon, a month of dying in Stage 2, a golden shower in Stage 3, a month of getting betrayed and killed in Stage 4, this registers as a Tuesday. He winds up and swings. The axe gets slapped clean out of the hobgoblin's grip. He follows with a combination hard, deliberate swings landing one after another. The hobgoblin absorbs them and stays standing. He keeps going. The soldiers on the side are watching a human being push back something their entire arsenal couldn't scratch, and they don't quite have words for it yet. Then a voice comes from behind the platoon, someone asking loudly what exactly is going on here. The talent the army dispatched has arrived right on schedule, and nobody told him there was already someone in the middle of it. Inside the smoke cloud, Kang-hoon is slowing down the extended fight, burning through his reserves, and his weapon is starting to show real stress from the abuse. He went into this expecting tough. He came in ready for a hard fight. Several minutes of non-stop punishment, and this monster hasn't so much as bled. RMC knows exactly where this is heading. He runs out of gas before the thing even flinches. Before the hobgoblin shakes off the pressure and reclaims control, he has to find a crack in its armor. Then the blonde newcomer from earlier blows past Hyun in a flash dual blades already swinging before he even fully passes him, targeting the monster with everything he's got. All that speed, all that precision, and the blonde felt nothing give. Not a nick, not a graze. Hitting that thing was like trying to cut through solid stone. He calls over to Hyun and lays it out plainly. No matter how tough this hobgoblin is, it's still just the boss of an F-rank dungeon. Defenses that extreme don't come without a trade-off. There has to be a separate weak point somewhere. Ranked dungeon. That term lands on Hyun like a dropped weight. This newcomer clearly knows something about how this works. No idea who he is, but that detail alone says enough. Hyun takes the words seriously, and together the two of them surge forward to press their assault. From what the newcomers observed so far during the fight, the monster's stamina is nothing special, which means at this point, it has to be running on fumes. Hyun already clocked that, but exhausting the thing means nothing if every hit just bounces off. Tired or not, they still can't land anything that matters. At this rate, his sword's going to give out before the monster does. The blade is practically screaming from how long it's been grinding against that rock-hard skin. A better weapon. That's what this comes down to. His gaze snaps immediately to the axe, the one he knocked clean out of the monster's grip earlier, still lying where it landed. RMC snatches the axe off the ground and charges straight at the monster, committing to a head-on attack without slowing down. Running full speed, his mind works the problem. Eyes are probably the weak point, but the hobgoblin already knows that too, which is why it's been guarding them this whole time, so the eyes are off the table. He thinks about the joints. The skin behind them would be thinner, softer, but something about that option doesn't feel decisive enough. Not for what he needs right now. No time left for debate. He picks a target on instinct and commits before doubt can catch up. For the first time in this entire fight, the monster's skin actually breaks, blood hits the pavement, and something shifts in the air. What got penetrated, though, wasn't just the skin. Both the monster and the blonde, talented freeze mid-motion, each processing exactly what Hyun just did. Even against an enemy, even mid-fight, Hyun has enough decency to apologize. After all, delivering the classic 1,000 years of pain with a rusted battle axe to a hobgoblin does require at least a brief acknowledgement. The pause in the fight didn't last long, but in that moment Hyun felt something deeply wrong travel up the halberd and crawl straight into his hand. As the monster fought to process what had just happened to it, a genuinely profound question surfaced in RMC's mind right then. Is the behind actually a weak point? He didn't have a confident answer, but he was already pretty sure it wasn't going to be a one-hit kill spot. Something had to follow this up. The decision came in under a second. His body was already moving before the thought fully formed, committing to something that was going to be hard to unsee. One sharp motion, and the monster was in the air, hoisted up like he was raising a flag. Then he spun and drove it back first into the ground with everything he had. Before the hobgoblin could even think about getting up, Hyun is already moving, going straight for the mouth, because the inside of that thing absolutely cannot be as reinforced as the rest of it. At this point, the beast is already out. Dignity gone, body broken, completely done before the final strike even lands. It doesn't even lift a limb as the halberd tip comes down to its mouth, ending it right there. From where the blonde talented is standing, watching this whole sequence play out, one thing is obvious: this guy is strong. But the bigger mystery is what kind of person does something like that and where he came from. He's never crossed paths with RMC before, so the only thing that makes sense is that Hyun must be operating as an independent fighter. As the halberd gets pulled free from the fallen monster, something golden drops straight out of its mouth and catches the light. Hyun reaches for it, trying to get a read on what it actually is. The system cuts him off immediately. Information on the item is locked while the tutorial is still running. No details, no context, nothing. Useful? Unknown. But he pockets it anyway and figures he'll sort it out later. From behind him, the blonde talented starts closing the distance. RMC glances back and immediately jumps to the wrong conclusion. This guy wants a cut of the drops. Absolutely not. Before a single question can leave the blonde man's mouth, Hyun throws out the most unconvincing excuse imaginable and takes off, leaving the halberd right where it is. 1 second he's there, and then he's just gone. The blonde man reaches up and pulls off his mask, staring at the empty spot where that strange fighter just was. No idea who that person is, and apparently no way to find out. A few hours later, the city has started settling back into itself. The whole ordeal wrapping up right around sunset. Hyun and his sister made their way through streets that looked like something out of an apocalypse movie set. They didn't make it back until the sky had gone fully dark, and what they came home to was, well, home was being generous at this point. Aeon stares at the wrecked living room and asks her brother, completely dry, whether he remembered to shut the door behind him before he ran off to be a hero. She doesn't actually need him to answer the state of the room, says everything. She sighs, tells him they're cleaning before they eat, and Hyun wisely does not push back on that. Later that evening, after the apartment looks like a place people actually live in again, the two of them finally sit down to eat. Ayan's scrolling through her phone while the food's still warm. Something stops her mid-scroll. She flips the screen around and holds it in front of her brother's face. Someone had filmed the fight both from street level and from an office window above, and it was already circulating. The comments were coming in, and most of them were surprisingly not terrible. And then Hyun made the mistake of letting the attention get to him. The smile that crept onto his face was genuinely unsettling. His sister looks up from her food, takes one look at that expression, and immediately loses her appetite. She starts describing exactly how horrifying his face looks right now. He opens his mouth to defend himself, and can't because the comment section is already saying the exact same thing she is. Night falls, and as his sister heads toward her room, Hyun calls her back with a completely straight face and asks her to turn off the light and shut the door for him. She gives him the look. Eventually she lets it go. He did put in real work today. But she makes it very clear, no screaming tomorrow morning when he wakes up. That's the deal. She wishes him luck, kills the light, and pulls the door shut. Last time it was a pretty succubus who murdered him, and honestly, he's walking into this with a little bit of anticipation, eyes open. No beautiful women. Just a monster, crouched right there, staring at him with obvious curiosity. He doesn't hesitate for even half a second before putting a fist directly into its base. It drops immediately. A notification materializes with a clear condition, and it's completely different from the last run. The tip reads, "Cave goblins have weak eyesight but outstanding hearing, so diverting their attention is the move." The system chose to share this after he already screamed and punched something. Incredible timing, truly. Within seconds, goblins are closing in from every direction, almost certainly drawn in by the noise. Valid time-deaf questions, sure, but the one burning in Hyun's mind is why the tutorial keeps reshuffling the objectives every single time he enters stage 5. Morning hits. Hyun screams himself awake, and his sister screams right back at him from across the apartment, somewhere else entirely a gutted office building, empty and quiet. A man takes a punch to the face and crashes to the floor. Through a jaw that's clearly broken, he manages to ask how any normal person could hit harder than a talented. The question gets no answer. A boot comes down on his head and the room goes quiet. The man standing over him says it plainly, almost bored about it. Waking up with a talent doesn't mean anything if you never learned how to actually use it. Being a little stronger doesn't close the gap between trained and untrained. With that group handled, the man runs his tongue along his teeth, already thinking about something more interesting. There are some genuinely capable talents out there, and that thought puts a gleam in his eye. Back with Yoon, stage 5, third attempt. And of course, the conditions have changed again. This run, find and destroy the F-rank dungeon's Terrence's incubator. Death means failure. The tip warns that the spitting tarmac guarding the incubator sits at level 20, and brute force alone won't cut it. The weak spot has to be found. Structure-wise, this one leans closer to the first run, just swapping the succubus out for a doppelganger at least last time he had something to look for. He pulls in a slow breath, activates Lion's Roar, and the sound tears through the space. Every set of eyes in the crowd swings toward him at once. They start moving in his direction, gathering around to hear whatever he's about to say. Hyun lets the moment breathe, then announces with complete seriousness that anyone who moves from this point forward is the culprit. What he forgot, in that moment of confidence, was one very important detail. In any game of Mafia, the loudest person in the room is always the first to go. He has never actually won a game of Mafia, not once, and honestly, that track record should have told him something. He found that out the hard way when he jolted awake the next morning. Hyun decides not to replay it in his head and focuses on the one thing he can control right now, getting food into his body. Then one day, somewhere between exhaustion and desperation, something shifts. He walks out of his room in a full suit and a pair of glasses that can only be described as aggressively nerdy. His sister comes home from work, steps inside, and the sight nearly stops her heart. Her brother in a suit, wearing those glasses. She just survived a full shift, and now this is what she has to come home to. Hyun, meanwhile, is convinced the key to clearing stage 5 is getting smarter, and apparently he decided that changing how he looks is the starting point. 53 deaths. 53 runs through stage 5. The only real hint the system ever gave him was to use wisdom, but the clear condition resets every single time, and nothing he's tried has stuck. That night, he's back in stage 5. New run, new setup. Because of course it is. The condition this time, fully clear an F-rank dungeon's Terrence's incubator. Death is failure. The tip flags the spitting tarmac guarding the incubator as a level 20 threat. Find its weak point, because going straight at it won't work. He moves through the cave dungeon, following the path deeper in, until the spitting tarmac finally comes into view, exactly where the system said it would be. A dungeon clear, no puzzles, no crowds, no social deduction nonsense. Just him and a monster. He charges at it without hesitation. The tarmac doesn't wait. It opens up and launches a stream of venom straight at him. The venom splashes across his hand and clings to it, already turning the skin a vivid purple, spreading fast toward the rest of his arm. He looks at it for exactly 1 second and chops the hand off. Clean, no hesitation. Even the spider seems thrown off by that. Nobody does that. One hand down, zero hesitation. He's already sprinting at full speed toward the spider, dropping into a slide at the last second to slip right under its next venom shot. A notification window materializes directly in his path, reminding him to locate the weak spot, and he cuts straight through the notification and the monster in the same motion. Dead. Just like that. No weak point research, no clever strategy, just the decision to go in head first, and the monster never got a second chance to do anything about it. Stage 5 cleared. The system finally says those words, right as the severed hand rebuilds itself from nothing. The clear reward drops immediately. Titan Strength. B ranks. Titan Strength works by channeling mana directly into the muscles. The result is a 12-point strength spike that lasts 10 full minutes. The next day, somewhere in a Korean school, a group of students crowd around screens trying to piece together everything that's been circulating about the tutorial and the awakening process. One of them is in noticeably worse shape than the rest today. It's his 18th birthday, which means the tutorial just became his problem too. Everything past stage 5 is basically a dead end for information. The general consensus is that breaking through stage 4 puts you in the top 1% of all talented, but the people who actually did it clearly kept the good details to themselves. Then one student stumbles onto something, an anonymous post that actually seems to have real information. The poster claims to have cleared stage 7 and is gearing up for stage 8. The tips they've laid out for the upcoming stages are detailed enough to be credible and weird enough to make everyone question whether any of it is real. Stage 4's theme is leadership. The advice is to overpower every party member into submission. Stage 5 is wisdom, and the recommendation is to let physical strength be the ultimate expression of wisdom. Stage 6 runs on cold-bloodedness. The play is to cut down everyone, allies included. Stage 7 is dedication. Stay locked in and keep destroying enemies without distraction. Every single tip sounds like something designed to get someone killed, and the students collectively decide it's just someone wasting their time online. The comment section backs them up. The replies are full of people openly mocking the poster for putting out what is clearly, to everyone reading it, a completely useless troll guide. Back home, our Varian MC Hyun is staring at his phone in disbelief. All that solid, legitimate advice. And this is the response he gets. The ingratitude is something else. His sister walks past, takes one look at the situation, and throws in her own jab about the useless advice. RMC just smirks and tells her to hold that thought once he clears Stage 8. He'll be the third tutorial graduate in the entire country. She can say whatever she wants until then. That would put him in the same conversation as Guildmaster Han Se-yeon of Dane Guild and President Choi Dong-woo from the Allegiance of Skill. Same tier, same category. His sister isn't buying any of it. She points out that those two cleared the tutorial in one run, and it took him over 4 months just to reach this point. The comparison is a little painful. He nervously tells her to drop it and fires back that he cleared stages 6 and 7 back-to-back in one go, which she conveniently left out. Either way, the final stage is right in front of him. He closes his eyes, and the system is waiting for him with a congratulations on Stage 7 clearance and a prompt asking whether he's ready to enter Stage 8. Stage 6 paid out Bilgene's longsword Brink, named after a battlefield mercenary who spent 30 years building a reputation sharp enough to outlast him. Stage 7 delivered Ronald's armor, the full gear that knight-errant, Ronald of Aldous Kingdom, wore for his entire life. The standout feature is self-restoration. Damage repairs itself automatically over time. Stacked equipment, stacked abilities. Hyun is finally positioned to push through Stage 8, bring the system and his inventory into real life, and finally figure out what that item from the Hobgoblin actually is. Sleep comes, and Stage 8 opens. The stage notification appears in front of him. It asks him one question: what is his principle? Hyun sits with it for a moment and nothing comes. No clean answer, no ready response. Before he can dig deeper, the world itself starts to come apart around him. Cracks spread through the ground beneath his feet, and then the floor gives way entirely, dropping him into a space where nothing exists. His voice fades with the fall, the screaming trails off until he disappears completely into the void. Then his eyes open and he's standing in what looks, at first glance, like a completely ordinary city. People move through the streets around him like nothing is wrong. Someone walks directly toward him and passes straight through him. He's not there, not really. Formless, invisible. The world can't see him, and he can't touch any of it. It looks like Earth enough to pass at a glance, but one real look around answers that question fast. The people here are not human. Close, but not. They dress like humans. They've built something that resembles human society, but the difference is there, undeniable once you see it. Then one figure catches his attention, standing apart from the crowd, seemingly looking directly at him. Their eyes meet, but Hyun holds that stare a beat longer and realizes the person isn't looking at him at all. They're looking at what's directly behind him. He turns. A portal tears open behind him, and monsters pour out of it in a wave so thick it looks like the world itself is being overwritten. The calm of the streets collapses instantly. People scatter and scream in a language that isn't anything Hyun recognizes. All of them running. All of them calling for help that isn't coming. Nothing he saw during the dungeon break 2 months ago looked anything like this. That was a crisis. What he's watching right now looks like an ending. The system notification surfaces in front of him, the countdown to full-dimensional connection with the Hawken dimension sitting at under 5 years remaining. This is what Earth looks like in 5 years, if nothing changes. Every monster in view is enormous. Nothing around them looks like a threat to any of them. One of them is so massive its shadow swallows the entire city the moment it steps through. Its arms stretch wide enough to reach from one end of the city to the other without effort. The people still running are getting picked off monster by monster, street by street, one by one. Hyun stands completely still, eyes fixed on the enormous hand descending toward the city. He doesn't move, doesn't run. He just watches it come down, and it hits. Direct impact. He doesn't die. Instead, he's pulled out of the scene entirely and deposited into another white room, completely unharmed. Like the whole thing was just a presentation. A voice reaches him calm, unhurried, asking him what he took from what he just witnessed. Below him, something glows with a soft white light, shapeless but radiating something that feels distinctly angelic. Hyun moves toward the figure. He doesn't need to ask. The answer is already forming before he opens his mouth. This is God. The figure corrects him, not God, but a dimensional administrator, the one responsible for keeping balance across every connected dimension. Stage 8 is a direct interview with this administrator who can ask whatever he wants, and the administrator has questions of its own in return. The vision is the first thing out of Hyun's mouth. He asks point blank whether that's Earth's future 5 years from now, when the Hawken dimension finishes connecting, and then he asks the question that follows naturally. Why isn't this being doing something to stop it? The administrator explains the distinction. Clearly, it is an administrator, not a guardian. Its function is balance, not protection. The tutorials and status messages are already the maximum level of intervention it can provide to humanity. Humana goes quiet. There's nothing clean to say to that. The administrator mentions that it's been closely observing humans since the tutorial began, and the fascination is genuine. All intelligent life is interesting, but humans operate in a way that stands apart from everything else it's studied. RMC tells the administrator that it clearly hasn't been watching long enough if it's out here asking people about their life principles. That's not how people work, especially not anyone in UN circles. People aren't born with a guiding principle in their pocket. They're born, and then they push through each day because the alternative is not pushing through. That's the whole thing. The administrator shifts its approach and asks Yoon something simpler. Is there anything he wants to protect? His sister, his parents, that's the whole list. Dying changes your perspective on where you stand in the bigger picture. Yoon figured that out the hard way. Being a hero was never in the cards for him. The administrator doesn't disagree. Heroism tends to run on natural talent, and by everything it's observed, Hyun lands closer to the other end of that spectrum. If the administrator actually enjoyed watching him suffer through all of that, then there is a real sadistic streak somewhere in this being, and the implications for Earth's future are not reassuring. But before Hyun can sit with that thought too long, something else surfaces in his head. He asks about Stage 5, the wisdom theme, and why the clear condition kept reshuffling every single run. The administrator, bold and talkative up to this point, goes completely silent. And then a notification cuts across the moment time's up. Stage 8 cleared. The administrator keeps talking as Hyun barely processes what's happening, warning him that the tutorial was just the beginning, and that what's coming next will be a whole different category of difficult. Meanwhile, everything is clicking into place for Hyun. His gut feeling was right. The administrator was the one pulling the strings on those Stage 5 resets the whole time. He moves toward it, but the teleportation is already underway and there's nothing he can grab onto. And just like that, he's back, the administrator's congratulations trailing behind him as the real world snaps back into focus. Tutorial cleared. 62nd person in the entire world to graduate from the tutorial, and with it comes the formal title, Tutorial Graduate. Hyun doesn't stop yelling at the administrator even as his eyes open back in the real world. Except this time, unlike every other morning, something is blocking his mouth. He spits it out and nearly loses his breakfast when he recognizes it one of his old socks. Yeon had seen this coming. She knew exactly what the morning was going to sound like, so she handled it in advance. She leans in with the obvious guess he failed again, and she asks how much longer the final stage is going to drag on. He starts to smirk and opens his mouth, and pulls up his status window right in front of her face. Done. Finally, he lets out a full laugh and announces it straight. He's a talent now officially. Timing works out perfectly since Hyun can actually go earn real money now. To mark the occasion, Ayun tells him she's making him a proper breakfast, then heads out of the room to get to it. A little later, Hyun is stretched out on the couch, running through his status window while his sister steps out to handle some errands. The Stage 8 title isn't exactly awe-inspiring. A +2 bonus across all stats is fine, but it's not the kind of reward that changes the landscape. Making it worse, only one title can be fully active at a time. Anything outside the active slot runs at half effectiveness. The system is generous right up until it isn't. Tutorial Graduate gets the active slot. Combined with the Impatient 1 title running at 50%, the total lands at a 2.5 boost across every stat. Now the thing he's actually been waiting on this whole time, that item from the Hobgoblin. It's finally time. The window opens. It's a skill book. E-rank. Magic Explosion. A skill that channels and releases magic as a concentrated burst of explosive energy. A skill book. Out of everything that could have dropped, it was a skill book, and Yoon is genuinely thrilled about it. No hesitation, he activates it on the spot. The skill book dissolves in his hands the moment the transfer completes. Rewards checked. Skills claimed. The next order of business is getting registered at the Talented Education School. Across the city, a young woman moves through the streets with an energy that practically bounces off the pavement around her. This is In Mi-young, fresh civil servant, first day, first workplace, heading straight to the Talented Education School with everything to look forward to. The school exists specifically for awakeners who've just wrapped up the tutorial. It's where they come to get officially certified. Korea moved fast. Within 4 months of everything changing, it was already one of the first countries to build out a real management system for its growing talented population. For In Mi-young, just landing a job here feels like an achievement. A prestigious post, working alongside the people who are going to shape what comes next. The future heroes of the world walking through those doors every day. Watching that unfold sounded meaningful. That was the mindset she had this morning anyway. Then she actually came face to face with one of those future heroes, and everything she thought she knew about this job evaporated. Tears are already pushing through her voice, barely holds together, as she tries to get words out to the genuinely terrifying presence standing in front of her, which is, of course, our beloved main character. She manages to squeak out a request for his ID. The photo on that ID and the person standing in front of her do not match, not even close. Hyun tilts his head and asks what exactly the problem is, completely genuine, zero awareness of how he comes across. Every single micro movement he makes reads as a threat. She takes a step back each time he shifts his weight. Hyun watches her completely baffled as she starts fully breaking down and asks him, through tears, why he's doing this to her. He waves his hand trying to signal calm, and somehow that makes it worse. The damage is already done. The people waiting behind him start murmuring. The word intimidating already circulating through the line. Someone has their phone out. Of course they do. Keeps trying to talk her down, but she's already curled into herself and has completely stopped processing whatever he's saying. Then a new voice cuts through the commotion, someone asking what exactly is going on up here. Instructor Kim Lee-hyun. The moment Mi-young spots him, she calls out to him like he's a lifeline. Lee-hyun had come up front because the line had stalled. He just needed to know what was holding things up. He reaches the desk, and the second he and Hyun make eye contact, something passes between them, a flicker of recognition, not quite landing yet for either of them. Lee-hyun reaches for Hyun's documents and starts going through them. First thing he clocks. The face in the ID photo and the face in front of him are two completely different situations. Hyun jumps in immediately. He explains that a skill altered his appearance and offers a fingerprint or DNA test as verification, whatever they need. Lee-hyun barely processes the offer because something else in those documents has already caught his full attention. Hyun's claim of clearing through stage 5. The actual truth is that Hyun is deliberately underselling himself, hiding his real level and accomplishments behind numbers that won't raise too many flags. The plan backfires almost immediately. Level 12 is sitting right there in the documents, and that number doesn't align with someone who only cleared through stage 5. There's really only one explanation: illegal dungeon raids before official registration. Lee-hyun pulls him aside, away from the line in the crowd, to handle this somewhere quieter. He walks through what he knows. Stage 3 rewards a skill. Stage 4 gives an accessory. Stage 5 delivers another skill. He wants Hyun to demonstrate each one, right now, in front of him. Hyun thinks this is a lot of effort for a registration, but he doesn't push back. He just goes along with it. Stage 3 first. Body regeneration. He brews it the most direct way possible, takes a solid bite out of his own arm. The wound closes on its own. Clean and fast demonstration complete. Stage 4, next the mind strengthening ring gets produced. And then comes stage 5. The issue is that he listed Titan's strength under a fake name, Manly Strength, and filed it as his unique ability to hide the resurrection skill. So that one's off the table. He goes with Lion's Roar instead and gives Lee-hyun a quick breakdown, a skill that weaponizes his scream to shake enemies off balance. Lee-hyun tells him to go ahead and use it. Hyun pulls in a long, slow breath and gets ready. Over in the waiting line, a blonde man with piercings stands completely unconcerned with his surroundings, bored, half checked out. Then something shifts. He notices Hyun drawing in that deep breath. Something about the guy looks familiar. It clicks. The Goblin Slayer video. That's the person from the video that was circulating online. And if that recognition is correct, then what's about to come out of this guy's mouth is going to be loud. The blonde man quietly covers his ears before anything happens. The roar drops. Everyone in the room flinches at once. Hands fly up to ears, bodies tense. The whole crowd reacting to something they weren't ready for. Exactly what Hyun described. Every person in the room suddenly feels like something is hunting them, and they can't figure out where the sound is coming from. Even Lee-hyun ends up covering his ears. Hyun himself has to cover his own ears midway through before finally cutting the skill off and coughing himself back down to normal. The instructor just stares. Hyun blinks at him and asks genuinely if that was enough. Lee-hyun confirms that yes, that was more than enough, approves the documents, and directs Hyun toward the building's first floor for the next steps. Back in the line, the blonde man lets a slow smile spread across his face. He's been looking for someone, and it looks like he just found them. Hyun gets moved into a classroom with the rest of the new intake, a group of talented all waiting on their certifications. He sticks out within about 30 seconds. Word has already gone around that he screamed at a woman and made her pass out. Hyun can hear every single whisper, and the awareness settles in. Yeah, he handled that first part badly. In the back row, the blonde man from the line hasn't taken his eyes off him. The instructors walk in, Lee-hyun at the front. The blonde instructor at the front introduces himself as the head of the Xiangnam branch and lays out the structure. 10 days, theory in the mornings, practical sessions in the afternoons. It's only been half a year since everything changed, and the information landscape is still being built in real time. Dungeons, monsters, everything inside them is still being cataloged and understood. Tactical doctrine is still catching up. Bottom line, what they're about to learn isn't gospel. It's the best current thinking, nothing more. With that framing set, the first class begins. The session runs its course without incident. A 10-minute break opens up between periods. 10 days of this. Yoon stares at the wall and starts running the math on how much mentee endurance this is actually going to require. He's barely braced himself for round 2 when someone drops into his space, hand extended. Cheerful introduction already rolling. He gives his name as Gwaksu-il. Hyun eyes the handshake for a second. The guy is built like a wall. This feels like a setup. He takes the hand anyway. The grip closes around his, and Gwaksu-il's expression shifts into something that has nothing polite in it. He starts squeezing. The root of it is the registration commotion. Gwaksu-il has been annoyed since the moment Hyun walked through that door. Consider this a correction. Except Hyun is just standing there, not reacting. Gwaksu-il is pushing maximum effort and getting nothing back. Under his breath, Hyun activates Titan strength. Mana floods into his muscles instantly. Gwaksu-il's expression shifts from smug to confused. He is losing a grip contest, and that should not be possible. Every single stat point he has went into strength. His entire build is strength. And he's being out-squeezed by a guy who has done nothing since arriving except cause scenes. He doubles down every ounce of force he has left going into that arm. It's too much. His arm gives out completely, blood hitting the floor before anyone can process what just happened. Neither of the two men has much of a reaction. The rest of the classroom absolutely does. The one exception is the blonde man in the back. He looks completely satisfied. An ambulance rolls out of the school courtyard later that afternoon. Hyun sits across from Lee Hyun in the instructor's office, walking through exactly what happened with the patience of someone who knows how unconvincing this is going to sound. He lays it out. The guy came over, offered a handshake, and then his arm just swelled and burst. Unprompted, Lee Hyun's face says everything about how much he believes that. But it's also the only version of events Hyun has, so that's the story. Without Titan strength running in the background, that could have easily gone the other way. Hyun makes that clear and tells Lee Hyun to pull the CCTV if the explanation isn't landing. But Lee Hyun's focus has already moved somewhere else, because Hyun just called his ability extreme strength, and the paperwork says manly strength. Hyun catches himself and corrects it fast, manly strength. Right, that's the one. The inconsistencies are stacking up, and they're getting harder to smooth over the more he tries. Lee Hyun fixes him with a long, measured stare. Then he exhales, files the whole thing somewhere he'll deal with later, and tells Hyun to get back to class. Hyun drops into his seat and sighs. First day. One registration meltdown, one exploded arm, one office visit. Still 9 days left. Someone slips into the seat next to him. Calm, easy, no aggression. He introduces himself and asks if the spot's free. It's the blonde man from the line. Tian tells him to do whatever, though the internal note is already there. Why does every unusual person in this building keep gravitating toward him? The blonde introduces himself as a new song and extends a regular handshake. Nothing loaded about it. He asks to call Hyeon brother, mentions he just turned 18, and explains he's here fresh off completing the tutorial. Yu-sung pivots and asks the question he actually came over to ask: how did Hyun do that to the other guy's arm? From where he was sitting, some kind of skill had to be involved. The way his eyes light up talking about a man's arm exploding, combined with the expression currently on his face, makes it pretty clear that something is off with this kid too. RMC tells him plainly he didn't do anything to that guy. The conversation gets shelved as Lee Hyun walks back in, and the second period starts without delay. No time lost, he gets straight into the material. Dungeons, as currently classified, fall into two categories: ordinary and irregular. Ordinary dungeons are the standard. They appear regularly across the world, follow a predictable 4-week timeline before breaking, and are manageable enough to monitor and plan around. A dungeon break, as everyone in this room knows firsthand, is when the monsters inside stop waiting and start coming out. Irregular dungeons are the other problem entirely. Their break timeline doesn't follow the 4-week rule. It could be sooner, it could be later, and there's no reliable way to know in advance. That unpredictability is exactly what makes them dangerous. Two methods exist for stopping a dungeon break before it happens. The first is going straight for the main core, destroying it, clears the dungeon entirely. The second is targeting the normal cores periodically, which doesn't clear anything but keeps the break from happening on schedule, buying more time. What talents need to keep in mind, though, is the sequence in which those cores get hit. That order matters more than most people realize going in. Lee Hyun doesn't get to finish that thought. A loud, theatrical groan rolls in from the back of the class, another oversized student making his displeasure very public, asking whether he really needs to sit through all this just to go out and kill things. Lectures weren't part of his plan when he signed up. He looks back at this guy and feels a familiar irritation rising. Same brand of problem as the arm incident from earlier, just a different face. The irony of RMC, a man who solved stage 5 by charging head first at a spider, sitting in judgment of someone else's muscle-headedness, is something we'll just quietly set aside. One of the other instructors moves to step in and diffuse things. Lee Hyun stops him with a calm hand, already handling it. He looks at the student and tells him to come to the front. The muscle-head laughs. A short instructor playing tough, sure, he'll bite. He walks down to the front with the full energy of someone who thinks this is already over before it starts. Lee Hyun pulls out his phone and opens a timer. The terms are simple. For 60 seconds, the instructor will only dodge and block. If even one attack grazes him even barely, the student passes on the spot and graduates immediately. But if that 60 seconds runs out with nothing landing, the student is expelled. The cockiness of someone that much shorter laying those terms out only cranks the student's fury up further. He locks in and gets ready to launch himself at the blonde instructor. One beat, and he's already across the room in a single jump, closing the distance before most of the class even registers he moved. The sword comes around in a wide, heavy arc. Lee Hyun isn't there anymore. The man spins, already loading up the next attack. The swing connects with nothing, just the space where Lee Hyun was half a second ago. Frustration takes over and he starts throwing attacks without a plan. Just force and speed pointed at wherever the instructor appears to be. None of it lands. Every powerful, fast, aggressive swing passes through empty air. Lee Hyun isn't even breathing hard. He's just not where the attacks are. Every single time. The student goes for broke with a heavy overhead swing. Lee Hyun sidesteps it without urgency. And right before the counter comes, he gives the student the only lesson he's going to get today. A big swing isn't a strong move because the body has to commit to it, and that commitment is exactly what makes it readable and avoidable. Then Lee Yun moves for the first time since the spar started one kick, directly into the flat of the blade, sending the weapon spinning upward and embedding itself in the ceiling above them. The student drops. Lee Hyun holds up the phone. 60 seconds. The timer is done. So is the student. Hyun remembers watching a video once of a professional boxer making a normal person look completely helpless just by slipping punches, pure head movement, no effort. But doing that against someone who was actually awakened? That's not a skill gap. That's a chasm. The agility and reaction time on display were at a level that would give even Hyun, with everything he stacked his stats, into a real problem, which is exactly why he wants to fight this instructor. That gap is the most interesting thing he's seen all week. And judging by the energy in the room, he's not the only one thinking it. That wraps up the morning. The afternoon belongs to practical training, the other half of the daily curriculum. First session, weapon skills. Lee Yon lines up the training weapons and tells the students to come up one by one and take one. The setup is straightforward. They'll train independently first, and then assistants will come around to offer corrections. He notes up front that one-on-one coaching isn't possible right now due to limited staff. Hyun picks up a training blade and his enthusiasm immediately dips. The thing is dull, the drill is solo, and he's already bored before he starts. Yu Sung appears at his shoulder and floats the idea of a quick spar. Lee Hyun answers that before either of them can. Sparring is off the table until day 6. He doesn't even look up. Hyun scans the rest of the students going through their drills. He wasn't expecting much, but the average level in this room is even lower than that low expectation. He doesn't particularly need the practice, but standing still doing nothing is worse. At least swinging a blade counts as moving. He runs through basic sword forms, footwork, transitions. The same fluid motion he drilled into his body through hundreds of tutorial deaths. Lee Hyun's eyes drift over to Hyun mid-movement and stay there for a moment, but he doesn't say anything. An assistant instructor walks over and tells Hyan to stop moving like that. He runs through corrections, sword angle, stance, the whole thing, and wraps up by pointing out that what Hyun is doing might look impressive, but it has no practical value in real combat. Hyun has no idea what this man is actually talking about, but picking a fight with an instructor on day 1 of practice is probably not the move. He lets it go. The side conversation barely finishes before Lee Hyun's voice cuts across the room and pulls everyone's attention toward him. He announces, with the same calm he uses for everything, that Hyun and the assistant instructor who just corrected him are going to put on a quick demonstration for the class. The rules. The assistant fights using the exact technique he just recommended to Hyun, while Hyun keeps fighting the way he naturally does. Both of them are aiming for the other's sword. Hyun walks up to the fighting space and can barely contain it. This is the most alive he's felt all day. Lee Hyun counts them down. The swords meet, and the gap is immediate. Everything Yoon built through the tutorial technique, shaped by death after death, revision after revision, simply rolls over the assistant's approach without resistance. The assistant goes down, his sword landing somewhere behind him with a dull thud. Lee Hyun uses the result to address the class. The weapon skills they're drilling aren't just about form. The real purpose is training the body to react without thinking, so that when a real threat comes, the response is already there. Hyun understood about 0% of that explanation. He's just happy he got to hit someone and apparently got praised for it. Lee Hyun moves to help the assistant instructor back to his feet and offers a genuine apology for putting him in that position without warning. The assistant takes it in stride, no hard feelings. Lee Hyun explains anyway. He needed to confirm something, and that was the fastest way to do it. The next several days settle into a pattern for Hyan. To keep himself from losing his mind, he starts logging everything in a training diary. Day 1, the arm explosion. The introduction to the oddity known as Yu Sung, all documented. Day 2 was a near copy of the first morning tactics, more weapons in the afternoon. Yu Sung was noticeably enthusiastic about the weapons portion, which is information Hyun files under things to note about people to potentially avoid. The days after that blur together. Nothing happens. Hyun is going out of his mind. By day 6, the boredom has reached a critical level, and he actually tells Yu Sung to go stir something up. The blonde teen, of all people, declines. Hyun had spent the earlier days quietly telling the same person to stay out of trouble and graduate quietly. Now here he is, the one asking for chaos. He just needs something, anything, as long as it doesn't directly blow back on him. Yu Sung just smiles and tells him not to worry about being bored much longer, which coming from this particular person is either reassuring or deeply concerning. Day 6 means one thing. Sparring starts in the afternoon. First time all curriculum, the afternoon session arrives and the room shifts. A week of theory and drills is finally giving way to something with actual contact. Students who spent 6 days practicing and sitting through lectures now have to actually use it against each other. When Kang Yoon's name gets called, the outcome surprises no one in the room. He finishes it quickly, comes back to his seat next to Yu Sung and accepts the congratulations with a shrug. His opponent was just weak, that's the whole story, and he genuinely means it. No false modesty, no performance of humility. That's actually how he sees it. Watching these matches is like watching kids figure out what a sword is for the first time. Certified talents might be a different story, but among regular awakened newcomers, the overall level isn't impressive. Not even close. 2 more matches to sit through before this stretches into day 8, 2 more rounds of watching people swing at each other without conviction. The current match drags toward its end, and then something shifts. One fighter starts looking wrong. He panics, loses track of his guard. A direct strike coming at his head, and he's not doing anything about it. The crowd goes tense all at once. The sword is already in motion, aimed directly at his face. He squeezes his eyes shut, opens them. The blade is hovering an inch from his face, completely still. Lee Hyun got there in time, just barely, and without a flinch. He announces the end of the match, names the winner, and returns to his spot like he just adjusted a calendar reminder. Hyun already knew the instructor was on another level. But watching him move like that makes the decision easy. If he gets to choose anyone in this building to actually fight, it's Lee Hyun. The next pairing gets called. Yu Sung rises from his seat. There's that smile. Hyun catches it, and something registers, but he doesn't comment. The premise from earlier that boredom wouldn't last much longer surfaces in the back of his mind right at that moment. He watches the blonde teen walk up and wonders if he's about to see exactly what he asked for, and whether that's actually a good thing now that it's arriving. He told the guy to cause trouble. He also told him not to cause trouble. At this point, those 2 instructions have canceled each other out. On stage, Yu Sung's opponent turns out to be a mage. Lee Hyun explains that she'll be using her personal weapon rather than a training one. The spatial disadvantage of close-range combat means the training equipment wouldn't be fair to her. Yu Sung has no objection, but Lee Hyun's eyes drop to what Yu Sung is actually holding: a mace. Not the sword he's been using every day during training. There's no rule against switching weapons, technically. Still, the swap raises a quiet flag. Both fighters take their positions. Lee Hyun counts it down. The mage doesn't wait for 3 to fully land. Spells are already flying before the countdown is done. Long-range crystal projectiles coming in fast. Yu Sung walks through them. The mace swings through each projectile in sequence, shattering them without him even planting his feet. He's grinning the entire time, not performing calm, actually enjoying it. Yoon, meanwhile, is sitting up straighter than he has all week. This is the first time he's watched someone use real magic outside of the tutorial context, right in front of him. Which means magic isn't exclusive to the tutorial. People can carry it out, depending on how they cleared those stages. He hasn't spotted this mage anywhere in the school over the past several days, which means she was almost certainly being trained in a separate track the whole time. Growing anxiety pushes the woman into committing. She starts charging up something significantly larger than the crystal shots she's been firing, pointed directly at Yu Sung, who has not moved his feet a single time since this fight began. The charged crystal launches across the stage. Yu Sung takes one casual glance over at Lee Hyun, then winds the mace back like he's stepping into a pitch, and swings straight into the crystal. But it doesn't shatter this time. The mace redirects it, changing its trajectory entirely with the precision of someone who planned this exact moment. The blast goes screaming straight toward the instructor, who has to actually move to get out of its path. That split second of Lee Hyun stepping aside is all Yu Sung needs. He's already crossing the stage at full sprint. The mace connects with the girl before she can process that he's already there. Blood hits the floor. The instructors freeze. The students freeze. The entire room holds its breath in collective disbelief. Yu Sung raises his fist like he just finished a championship bout. Hyun sits there staring, and the only coherent thought he can form is that he severely underestimated exactly how unhinged this person is. The shock breaks fast. Instructors move immediately, rushing toward the girl who hasn't moved since the hit landed. One of them is already on the phone calling emergency services, reporting an open head fracture and requesting immediate medical response. Through all of it, Yu Sung stands and watches them work on the girl, wearing a smile that has no business being on a person's face right now. Lee Hyun is in front of him within seconds, sword tip at the student's throat. Voice still controlled but leaving absolutely no room for interpretation, demanding to know what that just was. Yu Sung looks back at him with an expression of complete innocence, like he genuinely doesn't understand the question. Lee Hyun has no choice but to suspend the session entirely. Everyone is dismissed except Yu Sung, who gets a very direct instruction to follow. Hyun watches the 2 of them leave together, and his eyes catch something: the dagger on Lee Hyun's side. He's seen that dagger before. That's the exact same blade the blonde Talon used when they fought side by side to take down the hobgoblin during the dungeon break. Despite everything, the sparring sessions continue through the remaining 2 days without being cancelled. Yu Sung isn't expelled. He shows back up to training like nothing happened, except now multiple instructors position themselves near his matches specifically, watching him with full attention. He still wins, though, mostly through what can charitably be described as deeply unconventional approaches rather than clean technique. A healer gets stationed on standby for the remainder of the sparring period, available immediately if anything goes wrong. Day 8 closes without another incident, though Hyun notices Lee Hyun carrying a weight through that whole day that wasn't there before. That night, Yoon shows up at the instructor's office with a proposal, real swords, actual fight. Lee Hyun, already drowning in paperwork and operating on whatever reserves he has left, tells Hyun without raising his voice that walking into an instructor's office unannounced is already a problem on its own, and that the current stretch of days has been particularly rough. Hyun doesn't buy the exhaustion angle and asks the man straight, isn't he tired of sitting behind a desk doing paperwork when he's clearly someone who lives for actual combat? He can read it plain as text. Lee Hyun is itching for a real fight, and all these forms and reports are not satisfying that. Then Hyun adds the detail that closes it the two of them have already crossed paths before, and he's confident Lee Hyun already knows exactly when that was. That lands. Lee Hyun gets up and follows him to the training floor. The confirmation he needed it really was Hyun during the dungeon break. He'd suspected it for a while, but hearing it directly settles it. Better late than never. He thanks Hyun for stepping in and preventing more people from getting hurt that day. Then he brings up the other thing he's been sitting on. Yoon claimed to have stopped at stage 5, but the sword in his hand is a stage 6 clear reward. That doesn't line up. Hyun tells him he found it on the ground. Lee Hyun says out loud that even by the standard of bad excuses, that one is lazy. He doesn't push it further, though it's obvious RMC isn't going to give a straight answer no matter how many times the question gets asked. He moves on. Lee Hyun pulls his dual daggers from inventory and settles into his stance. This isn't going to be light sparring. He disappears. No wind-up, no signal. Just gone, and then reappearing directly behind Hyun with the strike already committed. Hyun turns and catches it on his sword before it arrives, the block already in place when the dagger gets there. The instructor had him pegged as a pure strength build. That reaction speed wasn't in the profile. What Lee Hyun doesn't know is that Hyun split his stats deliberately, no glaring weakness, nothing to exploit. He tells the instructor to stop holding back since the healing skill has him covered. Lee Hyun takes that at face value and stops holding back. He launches off the ground again. A chain of high-speed consecutive attacks coming from multiple angles, each one landing exactly where a gap should be, and Hyun blocks and parries every single one. Operating near full strength, Lee Hyun is genuinely processing that this student is keeping up. Hyun, on the other hand, is starting to enjoy this a little too much. The healing skill makes him reckless in the best possible way, and the bloodlust is absolutely starting to show. Lee Hyun decides to stop being careful about it. He adjusts his angle and comes in from a direction that removes Hyun's options, the kind of attack that should create a clean opening with no clean answer. Except that's exactly what Hyun was waiting for. He raises his arm and takes the dagger straight into it deliberately. The blade lodges between the bones, pinned in place, going nowhere. With the dagger stuck and Lee Hyun effectively anchored to it, Hyun closes the distance and drives his forehead directly into the instructor's face with everything he has. Lee Hyun goes backward, and the match ends right there. Afterward, ice pack pressed to his face, the adrenaline settling. Lee Hyun and Hyun sit down together over a drink and run through the whole fight. Both of them acknowledge the other's level without any issue. Then Hyun, in a rare moment of honesty, calls it a draw because he used the skill during the spar and skills weren't supposed to be in play. Lee Hyun disagrees and says that counts as a win for him, while Hyun argues back that passive skills aren't really a choice. The debate doesn't resolve cleanly. Lee Hyun eventually stands, thanks Hyun for giving him exactly what he needed to decompress, and says he'll actually be able to sleep tonight. Good timing too. The following day is the practical dungeon raid, and they're both going to want to be sharp for it. Meanwhile, somewhere near the dungeon scheduled for tomorrow's exercise, a cloaked figure moves through the dark toward the entrance. A careful look around, making sure no one is watching. Then an invisibility skill activates, and the figure disappears. The dungeon doors ease open with no one visibly pushing them. Whatever gets set up inside that night, no one on the outside knows a thing about it. Morning comes. The students line up in front of the dungeon that will serve as the training ground for their practical session. The dungeon is Keika's forest F rank and its native monsters. The Keika hit above the average F rank threat level. It was still selected as the training site for two specific reasons. First, it's a field-type dungeon. No traps, no environmental hazards, just open terrain and monsters. Second, Keika don't move in groups, which means they can be drawn out and handled individually, one at a time. The full operational briefing will come once everyone is inside, so the instructors step aside and open the doors. For Hyun, this is new. Every dungeon in the tutorial started with him already inside. Walking through an entrance like this has never happened before. Stepping through the threshold hits different from what he expected, a distinct physical sensation. Like passing through an invisible wall separating two entirely different spaces, and then his eyes adjust. Everything is different. The forest stretches out in every direction, the dungeon completely replacing the world he just stepped out of. The plan is straightforward. The instructors will bait and demonstrate a Keika takedown first, then the class splits into groups of 5 to hunt independently. Lee Hyun signals the other instructors to begin the demonstration hunt, while keeping the students close and walking them through how to track and identify Keika movement patterns. Visually, Keika look like ostriches built for speed on the ground, with beaks that can do serious damage. Their legs generate enough force when stomping to crush metal plate armor without much effort. The lesson continues as the group moves deeper into the forest, Lee Hyun still talking through the finer points of hunting these things effectively, and then every student's system notification fires at once. The message reads, "Main core destroyed. The portal to the outside is open. The dungeon is going to collapse. Everyone needs to exit immediately." Above them, the sky starts fracturing like broken glass visible, spreading cracks moving across the dungeon's ceiling, and it's accelerating. Lee Hyun's voice is measured, no panic, no urgency, bleeding through, telling the students to move toward the portal in an orderly line, one step at a time. They have time, but they need to use it properly. Rushing causes accidents. Moving calmly gets everyone out. They come through the portal and back outside, and the questions start immediately. What happened? How is the dungeon already collapsing? Who was even in there? Lee Hyun does the head count. Everyone made it out. But whoever destroyed that core is a different problem that still needs an answer. The dungeon doesn't wait for that answer. It starts breaking apart right in front of them. And what follows is about to become everyone's immediate concern. Lee Hyun reads the situation in about 2 seconds. Instructors get sent for backup, and the trainees are told to get as far back from the dungeon as possible right now. Then he turns and calls Hyun up to the front line. Here's what the class taught them and what's now happening in real time. Destroy a dungeon's main core without killing the boss first, and the dungeon doesn't close. It breaks, and everything inside pours out through the portal at once. That's a dungeon break, covered on day 1 of theory class. The Keika are already on their way out, and there is no time left to treat this like a drill. Lee Hyun barely has a second to think his plan to rally the students forms and dissolves before it even fully takes shape, because the monsters don't wait. The first of them spills through before anyone's ready. No time for a proper briefing. Lee Hyun makes a split-second call, peeling off toward the students while leaving the Keika problem entirely in Hyun's hands. That massive bird horde? They barrel straight toward Hyun like he doesn't even register as a threat, which, honestly, is their first and last mistake. Then a second presence detonates into the scene from behind someone screaming to get in on the action, practically vibrating with excitement. Yu Sung. Of course it is, and he doesn't even bother saying hello before his mace is already mid-swing, crashing into the exact bird Hyun had already lined up. The bird hits the ground before it knows what happened. That impact triggers something in Yu Sung, a laugh that starts low and builds into something unhinged. Crushing monsters with his mace isn't just satisfying to him. It's the best feeling he's ever experienced in his life. Hyun's face says everything. The cringe radiating off Yu Sung is almost physically painful, and the fact that this guy operates at this level of unhinged is genuinely unsettling to him. But a reliable psycho beats an unreliable sane person any day. Hyun accepts that, grits his teeth, and charges in alongside him. Side by side, the two of them become a wall. Every monster pouring out of that dungeon gets met, matched, and handled. Then Hyun turns to Yu Sung mid-fight and tells him to cover his ears. Lion's Roar activated. The skill punches outward in every direction, dragging down the stats and fighting spirit of every monster caught in its range. Lee Hyun feels the shift from the backline instantly. The monsters move slower, hit softer, like something just got pulled out of them. That's Hyun's area of effect buff doing exactly what it's supposed to, with the front line locked down by those two and the skilled instructors cleaning up behind them. What looked like a disaster is starting to feel surprisingly manageable. The one thing still looming over all of it, the largest monster in this dungeon, hasn't shown itself yet. Back at the front, Yeon rolls out something new. Mana Explosion, used in actual combat for the very first time. One punch, one bird, one clean one shot. The skill works exactly as advertised. His hand, though, completely destroyed. The recoil is brutal. Anyone else using this skill would shatter themselves trying. The only reason Hyun can even pull it off is because of what he is. Nobody else in this field could survive that cost. Yu Sung's eyes light up immediately, demanding to know what that skill was, and Hyun shuts that curiosity down without even flinching, keeping the source of it to himself. Mid-conversation, the dungeon announces its real problem. Something enormous emerges, bigger than anything they've faced so far, radiating a pressure that makes the earlier wave look like a warm-up. The mutant Keika. The boss of this dungeon, and it's here. Lee Hyun's stomach drops. The boss arrived way ahead of schedule, and his backup still hasn't shown up. He's faced boss monsters before, but the sheer size of this one brings a completely different kind of pressure slamming down on him. That same pressure, however, hits the two brothers of chaos very differently. They immediately break into a full argument over who gets the honor of fighting it, completely unbothered by the terror everyone else is feeling. Once the dungeon break is contained, Lee Hyun files his report with his superior. His boss leads into the next day's completion ceremony and pivots straight to the incident. She wants to know what happened during training. Lee Hyun lays it out clearly. Someone infiltrated the practice dungeon and triggered the break on purpose. Based on what they've gathered, this is almost certainly connected to the ongoing dungeon terrorism that's been running for over a month now. She takes it in with a quiet sigh and then shifts her question. Were any students worth noting during the fight? Lee Hyun doesn't hesitate. Two names come up immediately, the two who pulled the most weight when it mattered. Those same two students are the ones who took down the Keika mutant boss. The first one is built like a weapon, physical strength, speed, and reflexes operating at a level that doesn't belong in a student. What puts him in a class of his own is his healing. It removes fear from the equation entirely, letting him fight without holding anything back. Layer on the stamina and a fighting style so unpredictable it becomes dangerous to read, and you have something genuinely difficult to handle. The second student is a completely different kind of threat. Raw combat genius, the kind of talent that shows up once in a long while. His decision-making in the middle of a fight is sharp. His mastery of his own equipment is exceptional. But the excessive violence baked into his personality is the one crack in what would otherwise be a near-flawless profile. His superior catches something in the way Lee Hyun spoke just now. It's not like him to praise people this openly. She asks if he's already sent out recruitment letters. He hasn't recruiting students. Still under active training is illegal, and that line isn't one he'd cross. Rules are rules to Lee Hyun. And apparently that trait runs straight up the chain, because the woman giving the order is Han Seon, Guildmaster of the Daegun Guild. She acknowledges what he's been doing out here, mentoring the next generation, but she wants him back where he belongs. And after what just happened, her instincts are telling her things are about to get a lot worse before they get better. The completion ceremony arrives the next morning. The school principal takes the stage and sends off the newly graduated talent 10 days of training now officially behind them. The ceremony wraps up, and Yoon joins the applause with everyone else, clapping for the man at the podium. After that, he heads out with Yoo-sung. A limousine is sitting there waiting. Of course it is, because apparently beneath all that chaos and mace swinging, Yoo-sung is absolutely loaded. Being the generous rich kid he is, he offers Hyun a ride home. They slide into the car, and just before it pulls away, someone calls Hyun's name from behind, Lee Hyun. He walks over with a specific purpose to inform them that because of their performance during the dungeon break, both of them are getting a formal reward. They were the standouts. That's being recognized officially. Someone will be reaching out soon to deliver it, and with that, Lee Hyun turns to leave. Hyun's patience snaps a little. He calls after him, demanding at least some kind of acknowledgement instead of this constant ice-cold treatment. Lee Hyun pauses, sighs. Find one piece of advice, since it's clearly being demanded. He tells Hyun straight. The strength he has now is only the beginning, and the two of them will almost certainly cross paths again in a dungeon somewhere down the line. What Lee Hyun wants him to carry going forward isn't just power. It's the weight that comes with it. He's a talent now. That means something. The second Hyun gets home, he makes a beeline for Ahyun, practically glowing as he announces everything he's become. The talent thing, the growth, the whole picture, he lays it all out. She barely glances up from her phone and delivers the flattest possible response. Wow. So great. Hyun tells her to enjoy that attitude while it lasts because starting tomorrow, he's heading into dungeons. And dungeons mean income. The immediate problem is that Hyun has zero idea how to actually find dungeons. Hyun, without missing a beat, points him to an app called Radar Dungeon Locations. All the relevant info, it's all there. He stares at her for a second, genuinely wondering how she knows this. She tells him it's on every social media platform. Basic stuff. Underneath that deadpan delivery, though, she's clearly keeping an eye on him. Hyun pulls the app up immediately. Dungeon map, monster data, party recruitment, the works. A nearby Keika forest pops up, tagged as an F-ranked dungeon. He starts wondering whether he can just run that one solo, clear it alone, pocket the money, and have something real to show his parents. That's the plan forming in his head, and that's exactly what the next month looks like. Every dungeon he can find, he runs it solo, consistent, relentless, building himself up as an independent talent one clear at a time. The lowest ranked dungeons pay out around $20,000 per clear. And with mana stones and monster drops adding to the haul, the money starts to stack in ways that aren't easy to ignore. Somewhere in a small apartment in Korea, Hyun's father asks his wife if they've heard anything from Hyun recently last they spoke. He mentioned finishing some kind of program that past month. His wife tells him calmly that Hyun sent $10,000 over recently, and apparently also bought himself a used car on top of that. His father sits with that for a moment and quietly accepts the reality his son is probably out-earning him now. The money doesn't stop Hyun's mother from worrying, though. People get hurt in dungeons. People die in dungeons. And knowing that her son is out there doing this every day sits heavy on her. His father tells her to ease up, let the boy live his life. He reasons it through, at least he's not sitting around doing nothing. Dungeons are cleared in groups, so Hyun isn't out there alone, and the kid they raised was always sharp enough to handle himself. He'll be fine. What they don't know is that Hyun apparently redirected every intelligence point straight into his muscles. Bright is doing a lot of heavy lifting as a description these days. Those muscle investments are pulling serious returns right now as he cars through yet another dungeon like it's a chore on his to-do list. A full monster horde lines up in front of him, and it doesn't matter. Sword Mastery tears through them clean, everything in his path gets dismantled without much resistance. Outside the dungeon gate, his brand new Burnley sits parked and waiting. His phone inside it has been screaming with calls from his mother. His father waves it off. Yoon's probably sleeping, he says, and there's no reason to interrupt the boy when he might be resting. His mother reluctantly lets it go and goes back to washing the dishes. The things she wanted to bring up weren't urgent, or at least that's what she tells herself. The main thing on her mind is the gates that have been appearing around their town. His father shuts it down. What exactly is Hyun supposed to do about gates from wherever he is? The government will handle it, he insists. There's no point in calling their son over every little concern. That confidence is going to age terribly because the gates their parents brushed off are very much not under control as those dungeon doors slowly begin to grind open. Orc warriors, dozens of them flooding out directly into the city streets, and right behind them, something bigger follows. Iron armor. A screech that doesn't just startle, it crawls under the skin of anyone close enough to hear it. The dungeon boss has arrived. Back where Hyun is, the central core of his dungeon finally goes down. The exit portal opens, and he steps through. One day clear and efficient. He starts mentally scanning for what's next. Maybe an E-ranks, though even he admits that going solo on that level might be pushing it. The thought crosses his mind to pump the brakes a little, specifically because he still hasn't actually confirmed whether his resurrection ability functions in real life. That's a question he'd really rather not test the hard way. For now, home, rest, and then beef with his sister tomorrow. That's the plan. He opens the car door, picks up his phone, and stops. 36 missed calls, all from Ihan. He calls her back immediately, asking what's going on, and the voice that picks up isn't the one he expects. It's raspy. Like she's been crying. She pulls herself together just enough to get the words out. They are in serious trouble. Their mom and dad are in danger. Hyun listens, and then the words actually land, and something cold and sharp ignites behind his eyes. Anxiety and anger hit simultaneously as the reality of his parents being in danger locks into place. The news confirms it: a dungeon break in Hangrae County, right where his parents are. The government is on record saying they're working on a resolution as fast as possible. The Ministry of National Defense is coordinating with civilian talent organizations to set up a blockade around the Hangrae area, trying to stop the casualty count from climbing. Reports are coming in about residents trapped inside the cordon zone, and nobody knows their condition. The broadcast plays on in the background as Hyun is already moving, lacing up his shoes, mind locked on one thing. Hyun watches him prepare with visible fear in her face. He's heading somewhere extremely dangerous, and he's heading there by himself. He tells her not to worry about it. He's Kang Hyun tutorial graduate. He'll come back. She just needs to stay and wait for him. She starts to say something and cuts through whatever that was with one final warning: don't get cocky, don't show off. Then he's out the door, moving fast toward the one thing that matters right now. The apartment door closes behind him, and the version of Hyun that left that building isn't the same one who was bragging about dungeon clears 20 minutes ago. By the time he reaches his car, the energy is gone, replaced by something quieter and far more dangerous. A focused, unshakable calm that settles over him as he starts the engine and drives toward his parents. The Hangrae County border comes into view, and 2 soldiers are already stepping into his path before he even comes to a full stop. No entry. Turn around. That's the message. Hyun pulls out his talent ID card and holds it up, betting it'll clear the way. But even with credentials, showing up solo to a dungeon break without a party is exactly the kind of reckless move these guys are trained to stop. Then a voice cuts through from the truck behind them, their superior, overriding the whole conversation in one sentence. Talents get through. No restrictions. Let him in. There's a condition attached, though whatever happens on the other side is entirely on him. They tell him to be careful, and Hyun gives a clean salute back. He understands the risk. He always did. He drives through, and the man who cleared him in wasn't military. Too casual, too composed. Supervisor of some kind, most likely. Doesn't matter what the title is. It worked, and now Hyun is pushing his car through empty streets, cutting toward his parents' place as fast as the road allows. He pulls up what's online, and the situation is worse than expected. 5 confirmed dungeon breaks in the area, and at least some E-rank dungeons have been folded into the chaos. 2 hours. That's how long it takes if the road stays clear. His parents just need to hold on that long. The question is whether they actually will. As if the universe heard that thought and decided to answer it personally, a giant boar explodes out of the tree line. It doesn't slow down. It hits the car full force and sends it rolling. Hyun comes erupting out of the wreckage of what used to be his Burnley, already locked onto the beast. The car's destruction adding a very personal motivation to whatever comes next. That aggressive energy hits a wall almost immediately, because up close, this monster is significantly larger than it looked coming out of the forest. That's not a comfortable realization. Before anything between them can actually begin, a stampede of goblins comes screaming down the road, barreling straight toward both of them. Hyun must have committed some kind of serious crime against goblins in a previous life, because no matter how far he gets from them, they always manage to materialize at the exact worst moment. Taking them down isn't the issue. The issue is that he does not have the time, so he makes the call: skip the fight, let nature handle it. He steps aside and leaves the boar and the goblin horde to sort out their own problems. The boar does not appreciate being abandoned mid-confrontation. It lets that frustration be known loudly. Then a volley of goblin arrows rains down and the boar's opinion on the matter stops being relevant. The chaos between them is all the opening Hyun needs. He's already gone before either side can redirect attention back at him. His Burnley is done. That option is off the table. The rest of this trip is on foot. Nightfall swallows the forest and Hyun is still moving through it, still pushing toward his parents' place. Legs burning, clock ticking. The forest at night with no light and a phone battery he can't afford to drain just to use a flashlight. This is not the situation he planned for. If he'd taken the main road with the streetlights, this entire stretch would have been different. He knows that now. Something accelerates toward him from behind, fast, silent, going straight for the back of his neck. Hyun catches it just in time and drives his sword through. The blade goes clean through whatever was coming at him before it even fully materializes. A wolf phases into visibility with a deep gash across its side, and it came out of nowhere, because apparently it was never visible to begin with. Invisible monsters. That's a new variable that just got added to this already miserable night. Any illusion of a smooth path to town is completely gone now. They come from every direction at once. And in seconds, Hyun is surrounded. It doesn't last long, they picked the wrong target. Every wolf goes down fast and hard. Hyun steadies his breathing, sword still in hand, and opens the invitation for whatever else wants to come at him. The forest floor ends up painted in the aftermath of that answer. He pulls himself up into the tree above the carnage and closes his eyes, and opens them what feels like minutes later but clearly wasn't enough. He spent the night fighting, which means he barely slept. What he got wasn't rest, it was a pause. Doesn't matter. He's moving again. Every minute he stays still is a minute his parents don't have. Back at his parents' apartment, his mother turns to his father, voice tight, asking out loud what she's been holding in. Is it really okay for Hyun to be coming here with everything happening out there? Neither of them has been able to reach him. The calls keep going unanswered. His mother suggests the cell towers might be down in the area, and it's probably true, but it doesn't make the silence feel any less heavy. His father, the same man who said everything would be fine, is starting to crack on that confidence a little. He'd figured the orcs were manageable. The news called it F rank, which should have meant low-level threats that could be contained without too much trouble. The part that's shaking that assumption now is what just happened outside. Something came through and wiped out every monster in front of their building. His father isn't sure if whatever did that is something to be afraid of or grateful for. What they don't realize is that the terrifying thing tearing through orcs on their street is their own son. Hyun's moving through them like it's a warm-up set. 15 orcs at a time barely registers when you've been clearing F-rank dungeons solo for a month straight. He even laughs doing it, but the moment he pauses, more are already closing in from behind, and these aren't the same orc warriors. The kind that usually show up as boss monsters, except there's a whole group of them, and that changes the math completely. This wasn't an F-rank dungeon. It was E-ranks all along, and that single rank difference multiplies everything about this fight. He shouts up toward the building, his parents' building, telling them he's here, telling them to stay quiet and stay down. His mother and father hear the voice from above, and something in them shifts. That voice is familiar, even through the chaos below. But the figure doing the fighting looks nothing like the son they remember. Whatever the last few months did to him, it shows. Hyun tears into the orc warriors. His sword connects with the nearest one as the rest close in simultaneously. Mana explosion fires off one warrior down instantly, and the others freeze for just a second, staring at what's left of their companion. Another one swings in from the side, going for a blind spot. Hyun gets his hand up and takes the hit directly. The fracture is immediate. He doesn't stop. Mana explosion again, the second warrior collapses. Then he grabs the body and drives it straight into the third. The last one standing doesn't get a clean death. Hyun grabs it by the jaw, forces it open, and detonates mana explosion from the inside. Blood hits everything in the vicinity. Hyun drags in a ragged breath that fight cost him, and while he was paying that cost, the circle closed around him. More orcs, more warriors. They aren't charging. They're just stomping in place, holding him locked in the center of their formation. Then the circle parts. Something bigger uses the gap to walk through. An orc, great warrior. Everything Hyun has fought up to this moment. This thing is several ranks above all of it. And somehow, it also manages to be significantly uglier than anything he's encountered in his entire life. His mana was supposed to be saved for regeneration, but there's nothing calculated about this situation anymore. He needs to end it fast. Titan's strength activated. Lion's War follows immediately after, blasting across the entire formation. He locks in, fully committed, ready to close this out. And gets launched. The great warrior hit him like he wasn't even a factor. The surrounding orcs make sure there's no retreat. Every time he gets knocked toward the edge of the circle, they throw him straight back into the center. His mana is gone. Regeneration isn't an option. His body has been running on empty since the forest the night before. At this point, the orcs aren't even fighting him seriously anymore. They're toying with whatever's left standing. Whether his resurrection ability carries over into the real world is a question he's never actually tested. It's starting to look like right now might be the moment that gets answered, because the outcome of this fight is becoming harder to argue with. There's no opening, no angle, No clean way out. But Hyun gets back up anyway because his parents are in that building, and that's the only fact that matters to him right now. Every time the ground meets him, he stands again. No hesitation. No calculation. Just up. Then a sound cuts through the noise, a scream from somewhere above him, coming from one of the buildings. He looks up. His father and mother are visible through their window, desperately fighting back something that's already climbing up toward them. Hyun breaks toward the building the second he sees them, his body moving before his mind even finishes the thought. The orcs don't let him take 3 steps. They swarm in and cut him off completely. He fights through anyway, shoving, swinging, refusing to stop. Then a massive hand enters the equation, calm and unhurried, and lifts him off the ground like he weighs nothing. Like picking up a toy. Then it drives his head straight into the ground with the kind of force that doesn't leave room for argument. The world dims at the edges. His consciousness starts sliding away from him, but his arm is still stretched out reaching, even as everything goes dark. Because the last thing his fading mind holds on to is the hope that they make it through this without getting hurt. The orc great warrior eventually goes down not because of anything Hyun did in those final moments, but because a handful of precise, calculated slashes from a talent who clearly knows exactly what she's doing. Guildmaster Han Sayon of the Donggun Guild has arrived and the fight's already over the second she stepped in. She links up with her team, who have mostly wrapped up the cleanup monsters handled, civilians being moved. Pre-ag and evacuation take priority now. Messy situation, but the mission landed cleanly, effective under the circumstances. One thing does catch her attention though. Whoever gathered all those orcs into one place before her team arrived saved them significant time and effort. She asks about him. The answer comes back flat. He's dead. Han Sayon gives the order handle the body with dignity. He earned that much. Except when her team goes to follow through on that order, there's no body to find. Somewhere far from the city, Hyun snaps awake, breathing hard, completely uninjured. The resurrection ability didn't just work in the tutorial, it works out here too. He takes a second to register where he is, the same tree he climbed to sleep in the night he fought those invisible wolves. Right, no designated respawn point means he defaults back to the last place he slept. The ability did exactly what it said it would. That's not the thing consuming his mind right now though. His parents. The window. The monsters climbing toward them, all of it crashes back in an instant. It's already been 24 hours. Whatever happened after he blacked out has already happened. He grabs his sword, jaw locked tight, and drops from the tree, hitting the ground running. Every second he wastes is a second too many. The resurrection penalty makes itself known immediately. His body feels like it's weighted down with something invisible, slower, heavier, nothing responding the way it should. He sprints anyway. Through the forest, through the resistance in his own limbs, pushing harder than his current body wants to go because slowing down isn't something he's willing to do right now. 5 hours of grinding through that uncooperative body later, Hyun finally reaches his parents' home and it's empty. What greets him instead is wreckage and the leftover chaos of a fight that's already been settled without him. He stands there with his head down, not saying anything. Eventually, he drips no real direction until an army unit spots him wandering through the dark and flags him down. He borrows a phone, gets through to Hyun and listens. His father lost an arm. His mother is in a coma. Hyun's voice barely holds together as she tells him. The phone cracks in his grip. The anger hits before the grief does, and then both arrive at once, and there's nothing clean about either. The event ends there, but nothing about what he's carrying ends with it. Months pass. In Ajin's apartment, the news plays in the background, something about guild leader Han Sayon responding to a new Sea Cranks dungeon, but neither sibling in that room is paying any attention to it. Hyun is already gearing up to leave for another dungeon. Hyun watches him from across the room with that same look she's had for weeks. He's died 3 times this week alone, and he's standing there telling her he's fine. She knows what's actually driving it. He's not chasing strength, he's punishing himself for what happened to their parents. She tries to say that out loud. Tries to tell him it wasn't his fault. He slams the door mid-sentence. His footsteps echo down the stairwell as he heads to the next dungeon without looking back. Hyun leans out the doorway and watches him go, the worry on her face doing nothing to hide how little she believes he's actually fine. Elsewhere, inside a dungeon, a group of talents are pushing through the final stretch, clearing out a monster type called Anteria, working together with decent coordination. One of them lands the kill that pushes him over the threshold. Level up. Target reached. His party immediately piles on the praise. He lets himself enjoy it for a moment, because he's earned it stage 5 of the tutorial, and level 35 within the month, which is the minimum to get a serious look from the Donggon Guild. He knows where he's headed. He doesn't let the ego show on his face though. He turns it around, acknowledges his teammates, tells them they'll catch up soon enough. Mid-celebration, one of the members catches movement, someone coming in fast from deeper in the dungeon. Yun blows past them like they're furniture, completely locked in, moving at a speed that makes it obvious he's operating solo. The realization hits them quickly, this guy is running this dungeon alone. Someone calls after him, but he's either already out of range or simply doesn't register the sound as worth stopping for. Their ace weighs it for a second, letting him go feels wrong, but the core room is genuinely dangerous. They follow him at a careful distance with the understanding that if anything goes sideways, they pull back immediately. By the time they reach the core room and push through the entrance, Hyun is already standing across from what amounts to a small army of Anteria. No hesitation. He activates Wayne's secret technique, a skill that detonates his stats upward by 40% while quietly dismantling his body from the inside as the cost. With that boost surging through him, he launches himself forward, straight up into the ceiling cluster of monsters. One slash. A wide arc that cuts through the majority of them in a single motion. Then man explosion fires off and finishes what the sword started. The watching party can't process what they're seeing fast enough. Bodies are still falling when the next wave gets cleared, and then there's nothing left but Hyun in the core. Wayne's secret technique and his body regeneration skill are a combination that shouldn't work as well as it does. But the self-destruction the technique causes feeds directly into what regeneration is built to fix. That regeneration isn't what it used to be. Either it's sitting at A ranks now. Without that upgrade, this whole approach would have ended him. The party cautiously walks up and asks if he's alright after all of that, and Hyun tells them flatly that he's fine. They stand there in silence for a moment. There's genuinely nothing to say to that. Hyun picks up the core and starts walking toward the exit. One of them calls out before he gets too far, asking about the Manastonis on the monster bodies. Hyun doesn't need them. He tells the party they can take whatever they want. He's already gone. Behind him, the party wastes exactly 0 time scrambling to collect everything they can get their hands on. Walking out alone, Hyun mutters it to himself, Manastones. Money, none of that matters right now. The only currency he cares about is strength, and he's nowhere near done acquiring it. The party reconvenes on their way out, still processing what just happened. Their ace tells everyone not to overthink it thanks to that guy. They just walked away with a serious haul. The world has all kinds of people in it. The smart move is to pocket the windfall and stop asking questions. What that man just gave them in Manastonas alone covers several days of normal pay. One of the quieter members floats the idea that it might be the solo clearer people have been talking about, the one reportedly sweeping through dungeons on his own. Their ace dismisses it. That rumor is about someone clearing F-rank dungeons solo. This is an E-rank dungeon. The gap between those two things is significant. Even someone at the level of Guildmaster Han Seon or Choi Dong wouldn't solo an E-rank. The math doesn't track. Before the debate goes any further, a system notification blinks into all of their views. Central core removed. Exit portal is open. Everyone out. Deeper inside the dungeon, Hyun stands over the dungeon boss's body, staring at the portal in front of him. Another one done. The clear also came with something new. A skill drop from the boss. Antria's Integument. Activates on demand and hardens the skin. Defensive utility with real value. The problem is mana cost. Stacking it on top of everything else he's already running is going to create friction, and he knows it. Having a full inventory of skills doesn't make someone dangerous. Being able to use the right one at the right time does. The Berserker effect from Bilgoin's longsword is the perfect example. Raw strength boost, but it clouds judgment and leaves serious after effects. A skill that takes your brain offline in the middle of a fight is a liability wearing the costume of an asset. His mind drifts back to the orc fight. His parents' building. If he had stayed composed instead of letting the panic take over, the outcome might have been completely different. He knows that. Sitting in regret doesn't change anything though. There's only one direction available to him now, forward. Stronger, whatever it costs. He registers the new skill and files it alongside everything else he's built. One more tool in a growing collection that's starting to look like something genuinely formidable. Outside the dungeon, a reporter is working the crowd that's gathered near the gate, hunting for a specific story. Word's been spreading about someone clearing dungeons completely solo, and reports have placed that person at this very dungeon earlier today. He's hoping someone who just walked out has something to say. The party from inside awkwardly confirms that no, the solo clearer isn't any of them. And yes, he's still inside. Or was, as of a few minutes ago. Right on cue, the dungeon gate opens and someone walks out. Hyun rolls his neck, scratches the back of it, and immediately starts running logistics in his head. Next dungeon, next target. What needs to happen before then? The cameras don't even register at first. Then the lights hit him all at once, blinding, everywhere, unavoidable. Reporters are shouting over each other, trying to get his attention. Guild recruiters are already pushing business cards toward him from every angle. The whole scene outside this dungeon has devolved into complete chaos in approximately 4 seconds. Hyun walks straight through it, not slowing down, telling anyone within earshot directly and without softening it. He doesn't care about the rumors, and he's not interested in any of this. Cutting through the crowd, his shoulder catches a reporter who doesn't move fast enough. The man rounds on him immediately, voice raised, demanding to know who he thinks he is. Hyun stops, turns around slowly. The look on his face isn't anger. It's something quieter and much more uncomfortable to be on the receiving end of. He tells the man plainly that if he has a problem with getting bumped, he's welcome to do something about it. The reporter's voice disappears completely. Whatever he planned to say next evaporates under that stare, replaced by a stumbling half-apology that barely qualifies as words. Hyun doesn't wait for it to finish. He's already walking, already past all of it, already gone. The moment Hyun disappears from view, the whispers ignite. That look on his face, the reporters start building theories on the spot. half of them landing somewhere between gangster and active criminal record. Nobody's entirely wrong about the energy, to be fair. Hyun cuts through the parking lot without slowing down, hits the key fob until something blinks back at him. Burnley number 2. He's already muttering about the reporters as he walks toward it. Every second those cameras were in his face was time he didn't have to waste. His name comes from behind him before he reaches the door. Sharp suit, calm posture, no panic in the voice. The man tells Hyun to ease up. He's not here to cause problems. He's here to help. A car gets extended toward him. Sun Yoon-ho. Talented association. He explains it plainly. The association has had their eye on Yoon for a while. Sun Yoon-ho didn't send a junior to handle this meeting. He came himself, and the offer on the table is full resource backing if Hyun decides to come aboard. No deadline attached to the answer though. Reach out whenever, no pressure. That part is genuine. He dips his head in a respectful bow and walks away, leaving Hyun standing there turning the card over in his hand. The Talented Association isn't a new name to him. First guild ever established specifically to protect talent rights, not built around profit margins like every other organization in this space. Talents come first. Everything else follows. He didn't know they recruited like this, but it's a noticeably different experience from strangers cramming business cards into his chest. And since there's no clock on the decision, he tucks the card away and lets it sit for now. Over a bowl of noodles eaten in actual peace, a little girl passing by tugs her mother's sleeve and asks very sincerely if that man is a monster. Her mother's response is to grab her by the shoulder and keep walking at an accelerated pace. Hyun finishes his meal without incident. Then the real problem gets his attention. Mana. Almost everything he runs, Wang's secret technique, body regeneration straight into those two. And what's left after that isn't much to work with. Now that Antria's integument is in the mix too, his attack skills are going to start competing for a pool that's already stretched thin. He needs a mana solution, and he needs it before that becomes a serious liability. He pulls up the Radar app and starts scrolling through the item listings. The first pass doesn't turn up anything promising. Accessories everywhere, stat boosts of 1 or 2 points packed into overpriced trinkets. None of it solves the actual problem. He needs something with real impact. Then a notification catches his eye. Someone posting intel about a dungeon with a ring drop that increases magic power. Hyun follows the lead. Next day, he's moving on the information. The post points him to an E-ranked dungeon in Hanam called the Goblin Village. Inside, shamans have a reasonable chance of dropping rings that bump magic power by 1 or 2 points. And on rare occasions, a 4-point ring shows up in the loot pool. The boss is a Goblin Great Shaman, and the drop rate on something even better sits higher than the standard enemies. The dungeon used to be a well-kept secret, quiet, reliable, good money for the people who knew about it. Lately, though, some group moved in and claimed it as territory, locking everyone else out. The government hasn't stepped in because there's no dungeon break. No legal emergency means no intervention. Whoever posted it is basically hoping a major guild reads it and handles the situation. That's the current state of things. Hyun arrives at the Goblin Village dungeon entrance, and the place looks completely empty. The post said there'd be people guarding it. There aren't, apparently. Doesn't change anything about the plan. He goes in, solo raid. As usual, the moment he steps through the entrance, 3 people are right there. Guards, just positioned slightly inside rather than out. The one at the front takes one look at Hyun's gear and visibly calculates a profit margin on the spot. The other 2 reach the same conclusion at roughly the same time. Hyun's equipment would make a very satisfying addition to their inventory. One of them steps forward and delivers the official speech. This dungeon belongs to the Bait Guild. Hyun's expression doesn't change. The toll policy gets explained, hand over everything he's carrying, and they'll let him walk away. Simple transaction, really. Hyun's response to the policy is to grab the man and throw him like a javelin. 1 punch on the landing, out immediately. The remaining 2 process what just happened in approximately half a second, and both weapons come out. The second man charges forward with his sword raised, and Hyun doesn't move his feet at all. He just puts his hand out, catches the blade barehanded and snaps it. Then a kick sends the man airborne and backward. Hyun walks toward him at a relaxed pace and mentions, genuinely, that he appreciates people like this. Because no matter how many times he has to hit them, he never feels bad about it. He makes that point while stepping on the man. A burst of magic detonates against his back. The impact actually makes him pause. He turns around slowly, and the look he gives the caster says everything. It's the woman, the last one standing, hands still smoking, body trembling. She used Mana Explosion as a ranged attack, which means Mana Explosion has always been a ranged skill. Hyun has been detonating it directly in his own hand this entire time for absolutely no reason. He thanks her, genuinely, and tells her that in return, he'll share something with her too. Most people would let it go at that point. Hyun is a firm believer in equal treatment regardless of gender. He takes her hand, demonstrates the proper form, his hand glows a cool, pale blue, and then detonates. She hits the ground. These people built their whole operation around preying on whoever walked through that entrance. It wasn't going to end well for them once the wrong person showed up. While he's still wrapping up with those three, a second wave comes crashing out of the tree line, clearly pulled in by the noise, clearly not pleased about what they found. The sight of their people on the ground isn't doing great things for their mood. Their leader reaches into his inventory and draws his weapon. Sword lit up with energy tells Hyun flatly that he's not going home today, and the rest of the group falls into formation behind him. Hyun's mood meanwhile improves considerably, because he was going to need someone to show him through this dungeon anyway, and this group just volunteered by showing up. For one of these bait guild members, the one currently pointing a glowing sword at our MC, the tutorial reshaped everything. Before dungeons, he was just another person grinding through a system that didn't particularly care about him. Then the system changed. Power became the only currency that mattered, and for the first time in his life, he had enough of it to matter. The new world handed him something the old one never would have: a comfortable life. Real influence, a reason to walk into any room without feeling like a nobody. On top of that, an executive title in a guild with real reach. The Bait Guild wasn't small. Inside a dungeon, surrounded by people who answered to him, he had genuinely convinced himself there was nothing left to be afraid of. Then Hyun's fist arrives at his face, and the man who built his entire identity around being untouchable gets a very fast, very painful education on how much he still doesn't know about fear. In the time it took him to finish his declaration that Hyun wouldn't walk out alive, he and every single member of his group are on the ground. No weapons helped. No numbers helped. One unarmed man did this, and none of them can explain it. Hyun surveys the scene, a floor's worth of criminals all handled, then reaches down and pulls the knife they managed to stick into his stomach out of his stomach. He holds it up and gives the group exactly 5 seconds to get in front of him before the next round starts. Time to pick his guide. He looks them over like he's evaluating candidates for a job. Every single one of them is standing in a neat, cooperative cluster before the 5 seconds are up. Hyun pulls one man close, Bait Guild grunt, Kim Sung-woo, and announces to the group that this individual has been selected through fair evaluation to serve as his guide. He instructs everyone present to applaud for him. Nobody moves. Fear apparently outranks social cues. Then Hyun looks at them. One look is all it takes. The applause starts, hands clapping with an enthusiasm that does not match the blood on their faces. One of them, now that the immediate danger of not clapping has passed, cautiously raises the question of what happens to the rest of them. Hyun thinks about it, asks them sincerely if he lets them go right now. Will they stop this? Go straight? Live decent lives? Every hand goes up. Every face performs absolute sincerity. They promise. They swear. Hyun looks at them for a long moment, and then hits all of them anyway. He goes through them methodically because he knows exactly what that performance was, and he refuses to reward it by pretending otherwise. The group somehow ends up in worse condition than after the first round. Then Hyun takes a quietly weeping Sung-woo by the arm and heads into the dungeon. The forest inside is massive, and at a certain point, Hyun starts noticing that the route feels suspiciously circular. He says so. Sung-woo insists, nervously, that he is absolutely not walking them in circles. He's just avoiding the monster clusters to keep the path clean. Which is a very considerate strategy that becomes completely pointless the moment you factor in who he's guiding. Hyun points the blade at him and tells him to stop optimizing for safety and start going straight to the core. If there are monsters in the way, even better, he's bored. Sung-woo immediately pivots to go find the monsters, and then Hyun stops him. Sun's going down. They camp, move in the morning. They settle on a spot, get a fire going. Hyun leans back against a tree, and Sung-woo, with the energy of someone trying very hard to stay useful, starts cooking ramen over the fire. The two of them eat in complete silence, instant ramen and whatever else they have between them, the awkward quiet sitting over the campfire like a third person at the table. Hyun breaks it first. Simple question, how old are you? And what were you doing before all this? Sung-woo answers quietly, 25, and he was in the middle of college when the tutorial hit and the whole world rearranged itself around him. Hyun tells him plainly he should have stayed in school instead of signing up with a guild like the Bait Guild and doing what he did today. Sung-woo pushes back quietly. The student debt wasn't waiting around while he figured life out, and between the part-time jobs stacking up, a scholarship was never actually on the table for him. Then his father's business collapsed on top of all of it. His mother took the hit hard. Everything just kept getting worse from there. Hyun cuts him off mid-story and asks why there's suddenly a whole life confession happening around this campfire. He didn't ask for this much information about someone he just met today. He tells Sung-woo to stop talking, eat the ramen, and get some sleep for tomorrow. Sung-woo, to his credit, manages to keep eating though the tears come anyway. Quietly, over a bowl of instant noodles in the middle of a dungeon, the fire burns down to embers and the two of them settle onto the forest floor for the night. Sung-woo holds absolutely still until the dark is deep enough, then slowly cracks one eye open to check on the shape wrapped up across the campsite. No sound coming from him, no movement. Sung-woo makes the call. Hyun is asleep. This is the window escape or eliminate. Those are the two options in front of him. Then the memory surfaces what happened earlier today. Specifically, the part where Hyun disassembled his entire group without breaking a sweat. Killing this man is not a realistic option. No angle, no scenario, no version of that plan ends anywhere good. That particular door is closed. Running, though running is survivable. Sung Woo starts peeling himself off the ground 1 centimeter at a time, moving like the forest floor might betray him. Hyunwon's voice arrives immediately. Not alarmed, not even fully awake sounding, just there. He asks, very calmly, where exactly Sung Woo thinks he's going. Sung Woo delivers the most universally used excuse in human history: he needs to use the bathroom. Hyun tells him to handle it right there, and adds, without any change in tone, that running means dying. Then silence again. Morning comes. The two of them push through the rest of the forest and eventually break into a clearing, the Goblin Village, main core right at the center of it. Hyun feels the mana concentration before he even sees the full layout. Dense and heavy. Sung Woo's information checks out. Sung Woo asks, genuinely curious despite everything, how someone can physically feel mana that precisely. Hyun's answer is to call him a weakling and move on. Sung Woo forces a stiff laugh at that, while privately reminding himself that he just needs to hold on a little longer. Hyun can't ignore a dead man, because as far as Sung Woo is concerned, that's where this is heading. The Goblin Village runs a scout rotation, small groups fanning out across the surrounding area, with the Bait Guild farming them as they came through. Textbook efficient, except Hyun took a different route in, which means none of those scouts ever got flagged, which means every single goblin in this dungeon is still alive and currently packed around the main core in one enormous cluster. Hyun has managed to accidentally create the worst possible concentration of enemies. The grin that spreads across his face suggests he does not see this as a problem. He breaks into a full charge toward the horde they're already moving to meet him. And right before contact, something connects with the back of his head. He turns around. Sung Woo is mid-sprint in the opposite direction, middle finger raised high, putting every point of speed he has into never seeing Hyun again. Hyun watches him go without flinching. He makes a mental note, finish the dungeon, then find Sung Woo, and make sure whatever comes next is thorough. Sung Woo runs until his lungs give him a serious complaint, then collapses against a tree to catch his breath. Even he has to admit the numbers back there were absurd. No matter what kind of freak Hyun is, that horde would overwhelm anyone. Then the notification hits his screen. Central core destroyed. Exit portal open. Dungeon cleared. Sung Woo stares at it. He stares at both windows for a long moment, completely convinced that his phone is malfunctioning or that he's somehow still asleep. The Goblin Village doesn't split its forces. Every fighter it has sits around that core like a wall. Hyun walked into the middle of all of it alone and walked back out with the core. Sung Woo cannot construct a version of reality where that makes sense. He keeps trying and keeps failing. Raw firepower could theoretically bulldoze through numbers like that, or overwhelming physical endurance could grind it down over time. Both feel like reasonable explanations, except neither of those actually describes how Hyun operates. Something else is happening there. The actual answer is defense, an ability to absorb punishment at a level that simply removes the danger from being outnumbered, paired with the decision-making to cut the most direct line to whoever's in charge, every time without hesitation. Ignore the mass, endure the hits, reach the command to repeat. On paper, it's an exploitable strategy. In practice, it only works if the person executing it can take everything thrown at them without slowing down. Any hesitation in that chain and the whole approach collapses. For most people, it would be reckless to the point of suicidal. For Hyun, it's apparently just Tuesday. Sung Woo thought he was just dealing with someone who hit things very hard. What he actually walked into was something categorically different, and he disrespected it. The fear that settles over him isn't about the strength anymore. It's about realizing there's a mind behind it. Inside the dungeon, Hyun stands over what's left of the Goblin Great Shaman. The drop is clean, the boss magic stone and a D+ rank ring sitting in the loot window. 4 magic power. 10% mana regeneration speed. Exactly what he came for. Goal achieved. Now the only remaining item on today's agenda is finding Sung Woo and delivering the consequences of that middle finger at a very personal level. He walks out through the exit portal and stops. A crowd. Large one. Almost certainly Bait Guild, judging by the energy. Apparently losing to him individually prompted a strategic rethink. Bring everyone, solve the problem collectively. Hyun isn't interested in the crowd though. His eyes cut through it immediately and locate Sung Woo tucked into the back, trying very hard to look like part of the scenery. Hyun rolls his shoulders and starts walking toward him, already calculating 30 hits to open, rest to follow. Then someone steps directly into his path. Fine suit. Calm hands. The man tells you straightforwardly that this isn't a fight, they just want a conversation. He introduces himself as Yong Wee Hyun, Bait Guild. And he'd like to know Hyun's name. Hyun leaves the handshake untouched and the name unreturned. He tells the man to skip the setup and get to the actual point before his patience finishes its countdown. Yong Oi Hyun adjusts and drops the formal framing. The offer is direct: join the Bait Guild, receive an executive position, and gain access to wealth, fame, and whatever else a career as a talent requires. Full package. What Yong Wee Hyun is actually buying is a figurehead, an unknown, impossibly powerful talent wearing the Bait Guild's name. That kind of acquisition doesn't come along often, and he knows it. Hyun hears him out, and then says no. Yong Wee Hyun didn't expect an instant yes. This kind of thing rarely lands in one meeting. He extends a gold business card as a placeholder. Think it over. No rush. Hyun looks at it, tears it cleanly in half, right there, right in front of all of them. He's not above a lot of things, but aligning himself with people who operate the way the bait guild does is apparently where the line actually sits. Young Oi Hyun stares at the two halves of his card and doesn't say anything for a moment. Then the corner of his mouth twists, not a smile exactly, more like something controlled, slipping slightly, and Hyun clocks it the instant it appears. He closes the distance fast, grinning in a way that doesn't read as friendly, and asks if that expression means they're fighting now. Young Oi Hyun walks it back, immediately composed again, measured, says they've simply had a productive first conversation, and leaves the door open for future discussions. Hyun answers that by walking directly through the crowd, making it clear there won't be a future discussion. And the crowd parts because that seems like the correct decision. With nowhere left to direct the frustration, Young Ri Hyun turns toward the one person in this situation who is both present and defenseless, Sung Woo. Walking home alone, Hyun replays the math. The crowd was close to 300 people, and his mana was already running on scraps by the time he walked out. If Young Ri Hyun had actually called the fight instead of talking, that's a situation where dying was a real outcome. 300 to 1 with an empty mana bar is not a favorable equation. The other thing gnawing at him is that Sung Woo got away clean because of all that. Young Wi Hyun, by showing up and redirecting everything, accidentally saved that man from a very unpleasant accounting. Hyun files it away. The debt doesn't disappear. It just gets deferred. The Sung Woo that Hyun is calmly planning revenge against is, at the same moment, on his knees in front of a very unhappy guildmaster, being accused by his own teammates of voluntarily guiding the enemy. Young Goi Hyun stands over him and asks if what he's hearing is accurate, and Sung Woo can barely put words together. A sword gets called for. Sung Woo shifts from explanation to begging without much transition, offering anything, everything if they just don't end this here. Young Oi Hyun doesn't appear to be listening and drives the sword through Sung Woo's chest. Someone who guides enemies through guild territory doesn't get to appeal to mercy. Then he kicks the bleeding man toward the portal as it seals behind him. The gate closes. With that handled, Young Wai Hyun calls his vice guildmaster over. He wants everything on Hyun background, connections, affiliations, anything findable. The vice guildmaster confirms without hesitation. Someone's already been on Hyun's trail since he walked out of that dungeon, refusing the bait guild the way he did, in front of all those people. In that manner, Yongwi Hyun can respect the arrogance because the strength backing it is real. But strength only protects the person who has it, and Hyun isn't the only person in his life worth reaching. Yui Hwai Hyun's got it all figured out, tame the monster by going after what he actually cares about. Hyun's cold attitude won't last a second once his family gets pulled into the crossfire. There's simply no way that iron wall of his holds up when the people he loves are on the line. His weakness isn't a flaw. It's the most human thing about him. And someone just found the key. The very next day, Hyun and Ah-yeon are seated at a premium Korean barbecue spot, letting the evening unwind over good meat and better company. Ah-yeon can't resist poking fun. The guy who used to be a jobless, couch-rotting college bum is now buying her beef on a regular basis. The glow-up is real, and she is absolutely clocking it. Hyun's not the type to make a big deal out of where his money goes. Good food, and there's nothing more worth spending on. He focuses on tending the grill, flipping the meat with practiced hands. His sister nudges him aside and takes over the tongs, steering the conversation somewhere that actually matters. Their parents, the hospital, the updates. On Hyun's last visit, the doctor came back with news that their mother's condition was stable, and not just stable, but possibly on the edge of waking up soon. That last part lands on Hyun like sunlight through a cracked window. A small, quiet smile breaks through, and his sister zeroes in on it immediately. It's been that long since she's seen it, a real smile, not the performance of one. Between losing their parents to that accident and Hyun's own death, the brother she grew up with had gone somewhere distant, replaced by someone tense and unreadable. Hyun pushes back, insisting he smiles plenty, but Ah-yeon is not counting that cold predator in the dark grin he throws at enemies. And honestly, neither should he. Then, without warning, his stomach sends an urgent memo straight to his brain. This is not a request. It's a full-on biological emergency, and he is already halfway across the restaurant before his sister can even finish saying the meat is ready. Look, dungeon life does not make bathroom trips pleasant. He is cashing out on civilization right now, after an intense and deeply personal conflict in that stall, one that he emerged from victorious. Hyun washes up at the sink, checks himself in the mirror, and prepares to rejoin the land of the living. Whatever was sitting in his system for the past 2 days, gone. Thoroughly handled. He feels like a new man walking back toward their table, and then the universe, in its infinite comedy, decides to pile on more waste, just a different kind. There's a man standing at their table talking to Ah-yeon, and the second that man spots Yeon approaching, something shifts in his posture, a quick, deliberate bow. Then he walks away without a single word exchanged. Hyun rolls up to the table with that signature smirk of his and asks if someone just tried to shoot their shot with his sister. But Ah-yeon looks just as lost as he does and flips the question right back. Does he know that guy? Apparently, the mystery man left something before disappearing, a folded piece of paper handed off to Ah-yeon to pass along. Hyun draws a complete blank on who that person is. And here's the thing, if they were actually acquainted, running away the moment Hyun showed up makes zero sense. You don't bolt from someone you know, you at least nod. The paper gets unfolded, the message gets read, and every scattered piece of that encounter snaps into place at once. A greeting, clean, simple, deliberate from the Bake Guild's guildmaster himself. Young Oi Hyun says hello. The ominous letter doesn't stop them from heading home, but the weight of it follows them through the door. Back at the apartment, Hyun immediately realizes she missed her window at the convenience store and complains about it openly. She turns to Hyun and asks if he wants a beer he passes, so she decides she'll just go grab one herself. Hyun stops her right there, tells her to stay inside and that he'll get it. She blinks at the sudden chivalry, doesn't quite understand it, but a free beer is a free beer. She's not arguing. He steps out alone, walks to the convenience store, completes the transaction, can of beer in hand. The night air around him, and a whole lot of noise inside his head. The Bake Guild didn't just make a move, they made it personal, and Hyun is not the kind of man who lets that slide quietly. Coming near his family isn't a warning shot. It's a declaration. He runs through his options methodically, pull back from dungeons, stay close to home, limit exposure. But none of those are guarantees. Yan has work. Life doesn't pause because a guild decided to play games, and they haven't actually done anything yet, which almost makes it worse. He's still walking, still thinking, when his phone breaks the silence. The caller ID reads, "Dad." The phone is at his ear. Before the second ring even finishes, his father's first question is whether Hyun is home, and then, without much build-up, his mother woke up. The questions start coming out of Hyun in a flood. Is she okay? Is she stable? What did the doctors say? And his father steadies him. The doctors say she'll be all right. For now, they wait. But she's awake. For one brief, clean moment, the weight on Hyun's chest just lifts. Then his father keeps talking, and it comes crashing right back down. Apparently someone visited the hospital earlier. Someone who introduced himself as a friend of Hyun's. Hyun doesn't have that kind of friend. The type who makes casual visits to his parents' hospital room? That person does not exist in his life. His father gives him the name Young Yu-hul. The man left a greeting and asked Hyun's father to pass it along, casual, polite, friendly even. His father, puzzled, asks if they're old neighbors because he can't place the face at all. Hyun doesn't answer. He just stands there on that street, every word of the conversation pressing down on him like coals, and something quiet and dangerous starts burning underneath it all. The next day, Ami Young, the talented education school, the instructor who once burst into tears at the sheer impact of our MC's face, is heading into work, and she crosses paths with a colleague making the same morning commute. One of them is running a little behind, slept in, she admits, and doesn't seem particularly bothered by it. They're still chatting when a voice calls out to them from the side, and both women stop. It's Shin Son-ah, one of the talented students, and she's already got coffee waiting for them. Just because. They push back out of reflex, telling her she really didn't need to do all that, but she weighs it off entirely. She's doing it because she wants to, not because she has to. The coffees get accepted, without further argument. A bow, a smile, and she's gone. The two instructors are left alone to continue their walk. Now slightly warmed up, both literally and figuratively. They start puzzling over the armor thing. Song-ah always has it on, no matter the setting, and nobody's really explained it. Eccentric, sure, but genuinely kind. That part they agree on. Honestly, stacked up against some of the talent batches that have rolled through those doors, Song-ah is basically a beacon of normalcy. The bar is underground, but she clears it easily. And now that the subject of eccentric students has been opened, the instructor with the trauma history has thoughts. The worst batch she ever encountered left permanent marks on her memory. One student casually destroyed a sparring partner's hand. Another walked through the front doors on day one and somehow made the reception feel like an interrogation. 2 people, 1 day. Maximum damage. She still gets flashbacks. The second one in particular, something about him reminded her of an orc warlord with a personal grudge. The thought barely finishes forming before the air around her changes, and Sung-ah's instincts fire off every alarm at once. She turns around, and there he is. The man from every nightmare, standing right there, staring directly at her. The look on his face isn't just intimidating. It's the specific kind of stare that makes you wonder if you made a terrible choice at some point in your life that led to this exact moment. And with every passing second, whatever emotion lives behind those eyes appears to be intensifying. It doesn't take long. Both she and her coworker hit the same breaking point simultaneously, and the screaming begins. The coworker is already threatening to call law enforcement as Hyun steps forward and reaches a hand out toward them. Phones are being fumbled out of pockets with shaking hands. This is escalating fast. Then Hyun speaks. He's not here for chaos. He's asking about one person, Mr. Kim Lee-hyun. And here's the thing that cuts right through the screaming underneath the terrifying exterior and the murder stare. There's something raw and desperate in his face. This man is scared. Not for himself. For someone else. That visible fear does something unexpected. It pulls them out of panic mode and into something resembling coherent thought. Han Sang-ah steadies herself and delivers the information. Instructor Kim Lee-hun was only ever a temporary placement at their school. He's no longer affiliated with them. Somewhere else entirely, inside a closed meeting room, Kim Lee-hyun stands at the front, mid-presentation, walking his team through findings on emergent dungeon patterns. The short version, ranks are rising. The curve isn't slowing down, and if they don't start pulling in serious talent now, they're going to be behind the problem instead of ahead of it. The presentation gets cut off by someone hammering on the door like the building's already on fire. Lee-hyun opens it, clearly not thrilled, and tells whoever it is that they are in the middle of something. The man on the other side disagrees if they want a building left to hold their meetings in. This needs to happen right now. There's someone downstairs with the strength of a small monster tearing through the lobby, and this person is claiming he knows their vice guildmaster personally. That last detail is the one that lands Kim Lee-hyun's expression shifts. The vice guildmaster heads down to the reception area, and there's Hyun inevitably wound up, barely holding it together. When Lee-hyun once told him their paths would cross again, this particular reunion wasn't what either of them had in mind. No small talk. Hyun gets straight to what he came for. He wants to hire Lee-hyun. The vice guildmaster doesn't flinch at the ask. He just wants to hear what the arrangement actually looks like. So Hyun lays out the terms, what he needs, what he's offering, and why it can't wait. The Bait Guild. They didn't just make a move, they got close to his family. They left messages. They showed up at a hospital room. What Hyun needs right now is someone strong enough to guard the people he can't be next to, because he's planning to walk straight into that guild and dismantle it himself. Lee-hyun sits with that information for a moment and quietly wonders what on earth Hyun has been doing these past few days to end up here. The coffee cup goes down slowly. The Bait Guild is not an unknown quantity. Even the Dangun Guild has had them on the radar for a while. The problem has always been justification. You can't just launch at a guild without cause, and until now, cause has been hard to pin down. Hyun couldn't care less about the politics of it. As far as he's concerned, he's going to destroy them himself, which, if Lee-hyun thinks about it, is actually a clean solution for both sides. The brutality doesn't surprise the vice guildmaster at all. What actually catches him off guard is that Hyun came to him specifically. The reason Hyun gives is straightforwardly, Hyun is the strongest person he knows and trusts. Well, almost the strongest. There's one other candidate, but leaving his family in the care of that particular psychopath is not something Hyun is willing to put on the table. 1 week. That's all Hyun is asking for, and he's ready to put serious money behind that ask. Money, though, isn't exactly what moves the needle for someone at Lee-hyun's level. The Dangun Guild handles his financial life just fine, and a cash offer isn't going to be the thing that closes this deal. If Hyun wants a man of this caliber in his corner, the currency he needs to offer isn't in his wallet. Hyun thinks on that for a beat, and Lee-hyun, in what can only be described as a temporary lapse in focus, wonders if Hyun is somehow coming after him personally. The thought is absurd enough that it nearly derails the entire conversation. Lee-hyun pulls himself back to reality and decides to just put his actual offer on the table before this gets any stranger. The condition is simple. Once the job wraps up cleanly, Hyun agrees to sit down with the Dangun Guildmaster. There's still a monetary component, but agree to that one meeting and the full weight of the Dangun Guild backs Hyun's situation completely. That's not a hard decision. Hyun agrees on the spot, and the Dangun Guild moves immediately. 5 bodyguards, hospital ward, his mother's room. Done. 5 more, stationed at his sister's workplace. Just like that. It's generous, almost surprisingly so. But when things get this sharp, conservative thinking gets people hurt. Better to flood the zone. The real variable in all of this is Hyun himself. The man is about to walk into a guild the size of a small army with every intention of wrecking it from the inside. Hyun doesn't seem remotely stressed about that math. He even notes that the Bait Guild doesn't look like it stacks up anywhere near the Dangun Guild in terms of scale. Lee-hyun corrects that assumption immediately. Size of office means nothing. The Bait Guild controls an abnormal number of dungeons, which means someone powerful is backing them from a position nobody's been able to see clearly yet. And here's the other wrinkle: when Hyun got that note, he called them, made an appointment, agreed to come in, which means by the time he walks through their doors, they will have every available person ready and waiting. Ambushing them would have been cleaner, but panic doesn't make clean choices. The second that note showed up, Hyun was on the phone telling them he'd do whatever they wanted. It wasn't smart. It was human. His family came first, and that call bought him the time he needed to get here, to this conversation, with Lee-hyun across the table and the Dangun Guild now fully in his corner. The talking is done. Now comes the part where Hyun goes to collect. He's in one hand, wallet in the other. Lee-hyun takes both from Hyun without a word of protest, reading the situation without needing an explanation. A simple set of instructions follows, and Lee-hyun listens to every word of it, confusion written all over his face. Park the car at Hyun's place. That's the ask. For Hyun to make that kind of request, something much bigger is clearly in motion. Lee-hyun's mind goes straight to the worst-case scenario. This feels like a man making peace with not coming back. But Hyun shuts that down immediately. It's not like that. He just can't walk him through the full picture right now. What he can promise is this: he will be standing in front of Lee-hyun tomorrow, breathing in one piece. That has to be enough. And with that settled, Hyun heads straight for the bait guild. Young Yu-yoon is already waiting, leaned back, smug, wearing that particular smile of someone who thinks they've already won. Flanking him is a welcome party stacked with talented members, all geared up and ready to go. Hyun clocks the full room in about 2 seconds and doesn't bother with pleasantries if this many people showed up just to greet him. Then they should skip the formalities and get straight to fighting. Hyun keeps his composure and clarifies, smoothly, that these people are simply here to welcome him. They're family, after all. The word family coming out of that man's mouth. Yoon's reaction isn't anger. It's genuine, uncontrollable laughter, and that laughter does exactly what a slap across the face would do. Shoves Yoon straight over the edge and into a full rage. Mana explosion. Activated. The building around them doesn't survive the decision walls. Crack, structure groans, and the space between them transforms into a demolition site. The talented members scatter in a panic as the floor detonates beneath their feet. Nobody in that room was ready for that kind of opening move. Hyun, though, he laughs. Genuinely amused, not even flinching. The floor is reinforced steel. He already knows Hyun can't punch through that with mana alone. Hyun knows it too, and that's exactly why the sword is already out. Mana explosion was never the finisher. It was the setup. With Wayne's secret technique, Titan's strength, and Swift Strike all layering on top of each other, the reinforced steel floor gets sliced clean through like it's made of cardboard. Everyone drops. The floor gives way, and the entire room goes down with it. Hyun punches through the debris on the way down, and takes a second to actually appreciate what just happened. Because one of his newer skills just proved its worth in the most dramatic way possible. Antria's integument, the one that locks his body into something close to armor, absorbed every bit of that fall without a scratch. Hyun floats down into the wreckage behind him, unhurried, like a man arriving late to a party he already owns, still pushing the ally angle. Still suggesting Yoon should think rationally about all this instead of tearing everything apart. Hyun's response is immediate. The moment this man went near his family, that conversation was over. There's no partnership. There's no deal. That line got crossed. Hyun offers an apology for the hospital visit. Smooth and practiced, and then, without missing a beat, lays out the actual offer on the table. Join the Bait Guild. And together, they bring down the Dangun Guild. Guildmaster Han Se-yeon knocked off her throne. Guild dismantled from the foundation up. He asks if Hyun grasps the scale of what's being offered here. Hyun is not even listening at this point. He is bored, he is impatient, and he wants to hit something. Hyun lets out a laugh at the sheer nerve of this man and lays out the numbers: over 200 members in this building alone, with several times that number spread across the country. He is not bluffing, and with all of that manpower, the one thing the Bait Guild is still missing is a single undeniable face at the front. Someone so strong that every member behind them becomes a threat by association. Put Hyun in that spot, and the Bait Guild doesn't just dominate Korea, it goes global. Hyun's answer to the entire speech is to gather the largest, most committed spitball the back of his throat has ever produced, and he hawks it directly into Hyun's face completely unprepared. Zero chance to dodge. That whole presentation felt like sitting through a class project from a 10-year-old who just discovered the word domination. Hyun's advice? Drop the world conquest hobby, and pick up a YouTube channel instead. At least that way the nonsense stays contained. Hyun goes very still. He takes a moment to look at what just landed on his face, wipes it off slowly, stares at it in his hand like he's processing a personal offense that no amount of money can fix. And just like that, the composed, diplomatic mask he's been carefully holding up this entire time cracks and hits the floor. He always knew it. A man like Hyun Kamen, lowly, no vision, could never understand what greatness actually looks like. He calls him a peasant and means every syllable of it. Hyun's face does something interesting. It twists, just for a second, before the laughter bursts out of him completely unfiltered. Peasant. This man actually said peasant in the 21st century to someone standing in the rubble of his own building. The vocabulary alone is unhinged. Hyun keeps going, poking, prodding, working every nerve the guildmaster has left, and it's clearly working. Hyun has officially run out of patience. The composure is gone, and it's not coming back. His order to the gathered guild members is short and direct. Stop holding back. Kill him. The mages move first, loading up a stack of elemental spells and status conditions, all aimed at bringing Hyun to his knees. Blind, paralyze, slow, weaken, every debuff in the arsenal comes flying in simultaneously. Every single one of them dissolves before it lands cancelled out clean, like they never existed. Lion's roar tears through the room, and the shockwave handles the rest, between the roar itself and the ring of strength amplifying the mental pressure behind it. Every status effect evaporates, and the mages who cast them suddenly feel a whole lot less confident about their life choices. Stats down, morale shattered. The room shifts from a coordinated ambush to something much more fragile. Hyun is the one exception. Pure, uncut fury is running through him right now, and that rage is apparently immune to morale penalties. He tells his people to stop trying to capture Hyun. End it. No more half measures. The mages recalibrate, drop the control spells, and switch over to raw firepower, and every ounce of it comes hammering down on Hyun from above. A wall of magic with nowhere to dodge. Hyun is not dodging. He's testing specifically. He wants to know exactly how much punishment Antria's integument can absorb when the attacks are purely magical. The answer arrives immediately in the form of a catastrophic explosion that lights up the entire floor. And right behind the explosion, dozens of melee fighters come crashing in from every angle, filling every gap the mages left open. Within seconds, Hyun is completely surrounded, talented pressing in from all sides. No clear exit, no breathing room. And the mages haven't stopped. Blasts keep raining down even as the melee fighters close the distance, turning the space into pure, overlapping chaos. None of it matters. He comes exploding out of the smoke with a sword already moving, cutting through several guild members before they can react. Fast enough that the explosion barely had time to finish. Yu Hyun is screaming now, rage completely unchecked, every composed word from earlier completely gone, while Hyun pulls in a long, slow breath and lets it out as a war cry that shakes the walls. An open invitation for every single person in that building to come at him simultaneously, while the structure around them continues to come apart in chunks and fire. By the time the last explosion settles, the building is a gutted shell, smoke bleeding out from every opening. Structural integrity somewhere between concerning and already gone. Hyun stands on the lower level, still standing, but barely. Breath ragged, blood on him, body pushed past several reasonable limits. The floor around him tells the full story, guild members down. Wreckage spread across every surface. The building itself has been reduced to structural memory and scorched concrete. But the fight isn't over. A real number of guild members are still on their feet, and Yu Hyun hasn't moved from his spot. The guildmaster's laugh comes out shaky this time, more nervous than triumphant. He asks Hyun how he's holding up, voice carrying just a hint of something that isn't confidence. But then the angle shifts and Yu Hyun tries a different weapon, words. Hyun is a murderer now. He crossed the same line the rest of them crossed. That makes them equal. Hyun doesn't buy a single syllable of that. If this is an attempt to manufacture guilt and slow him down, it's the laziest strategy in the room. He knew exactly what this was going in. You come to kill someone, you accept that they might kill you back. That's the deal. The guildmaster's patience frays at the edges. As he fires back, Hyun is performing toughness right now, and everyone in the room can see how exhausted he actually is. The body doesn't lie, and as those words hang in the air, particles erupt from the ground in every direction, fast and deliberate, wrapping around Hyun before he can react, locking him in place because at this level of fatigue, the speed just isn't there anymore to break free. The gloating speech he had loaded up never gets delivered. Instead, he's staring down at the blade buried in his own chest, his own reflection looking back at him from the steel. That's it. Hyun accepts the math. He gave everything he had and it ran out here. At least the damage he left behind is real, and it's not small. Yu Hyun turns to his vice guildmaster and hands out the praise good work containing him. Now step back. The finishing blow is his to deliver personally. Even in the privacy of his own thoughts, the guildmaster can't help but acknowledge what just happened. Hyun went through hundreds of talented members, kept moving through injuries that should have stopped him multiple times, and is somehow still breathing right now. The honest truth? Yu Hyun would trade his entire current roster for just this one man. The thought crosses his mind, and he almost means it. But instead, he keeps it cool and leans into the theater of it, asking Hyun, with full mock ceremony, if there are any last words. Hyun's answer, delivered completely straight-faced. He hopes this man finds a strand of hair in every single bowl of stew he eats for the rest of his life. There is clearly nothing left to say Hyun is going to be Hyun until the last possible second. And the guildmaster is done entertaining it. A hand presses against Hyun's face, deliberate, final. Mana floods in from the outside, not a strike, not a cut, but something that works from the inside out. And it burns him completely, from the core outward, until there is nothing quiet or contained about it. What's left is fire and screaming, and a problem the Bait Guild spent a lot of resources to finally close. Yu Hyun lights a cigarette, takes a slow pull, and lets the moment settle around him like a man who just finished a very long shift. He asks for the casualty report. Over 30 dead, around 50 seriously injured and still counting. One person. All of that came from one person. He heads off to decompress, tossing a final instruction over his shoulder, strip any equipment off the corpse. Whatever they can recover might offset at least a fraction of tonight's losses, but when someone turns back to do exactly that, the body is gone. Not buried under debris, not dragged away, just gone. The only thing left is the sword they used to put him down. The next day, Hyun opens his eyes inside his sister's apartment, back in the world of the living. One level lighter, every stat in his body running at half capacity for the next 24 hours. Death tax, paid in full. He walks out of his room and finds his sister already awake, who looks up at her brother emerging from his bedroom like it's the most unremarkable thing that's happened all week. It's pretty obvious what happened. He died again, and everyone in that apartment knows it, even though he stood there and promised he wouldn't keep doing this. Hyun doesn't dignify it with an explanation. He just wants to know if there's food, because dying apparently works up an appetite. The two of them fall right back into their rhythm as IMMORTAL unloads on him, specifically about the armor and shoes he's still wearing inside the house, because apparently surviving death doesn't excuse him from basic household rules. But here's the thing, he made it back. Alive, standing, annoying his sister in her own kitchen. Promise kept technically. 2 days after that, at a dungeon called Caicus Gorge, one of the properties sitting under the Bait Guild's name, 2 men are pulling guard duty and killing time with conversation. The foot traffic has completely dried up, and both of them know why the rumors swirling around their guild over the past several days have been enough to make any outside talented rethink their dungeon choices. Guilt by association is a real thing. One of the guards calls the avoiding crowd cowards. All the guild takes is equipment after all. His partner corrects him without missing a beat. They also take lives. The silence after that lands accordingly. They're still going back and forth when someone actually shows up at the dungeon entrance. Whoever it is has committed completely to a burglar aesthetic. The full outfit, no shame about it. Both guards just stare for a solid moment. No one trained them for this specific scenario. Hyun walked away from that first Bait Guild run with a very clear lesson. Charging in headfirst against a building packed with hundreds of talented is the definition of throwing an egg at a rock. Spectacular. Pointless. The infinite egg theory has some merit. Technically, Hyun does keep coming back. But resurrection penalties stack, and absorbing back-to-back stat reductions isn't a strategy. It's just suffering on a schedule. The smarter play is dismantling them piece by piece, dungeon by dungeon, member by member, until there's nothing left to hold the whole thing up. Starting here, every person inside this dungeon gets cleared out, and the last one standing gets a very different exit from the rest. That last man wheezes out an apology with what little breath he has left. Hyun, holding him up, genuinely wants to know, sorry for what exactly? The man doesn't actually have an answer. He's just apologizing because a very large, very dangerous person is holding him in the air, and it felt like the right thing to say. Hyun drops him like something he found on the floor, and follows it up by sliding a piece of paper and a pen across the ground toward him. The terms are simple. Write down every Bait Guild dungeon location in as much detail as possible, and walk away from this with his life still attached. The pen is in the man's hand before Hyun even finishes talking, and the writing begins immediately fast, frantic, thorough. While the information gets documented, Hyun asks the question that's been sitting in the back of his mind. How has a guild that kills this many people not been shut down yet? Even with aggressive cleanup, the body count has to leave a trail eventually. Bribing law enforcement is Hyun's first guess, and it's not an unreasonable one. The man writing on the floor offers another layer. The Bait Guild doesn't leave things to chance. Every dungeon they operate is specifically chosen for one reason. No cameras in the surrounding area. Clean scenes, no footage. No footage means no evidence. The list gets completed, folded, and passed back up to Hyun with shaking hands. Hyun reads through it carefully, cross-checking, verifying it tracks with what he already knows. Then he reaches his hand out toward the man's face, and mana explosion comes online. The man doesn't get a chance to process what that means before it's already over. No cameras means no record of what just happened. The Bait Guild built themselves a blind spot, and Hyun just moved into it. He steps away from the wreckage and leaves behind one unspoken message for everyone further up the chain. Something bigger is coming, and it's already on its way. The Bait Guild has been in full damage control mode since Hyun first walked through their front door. The news is running with theories about an escaped monster. It's the only explanation that makes the photos from around their office make any sense to outsiders. Yuhoi Hyun reads the headlines and puts his hand through the table. Hyun is supposedly dead. The problem is, the damage he caused didn't die with him. It just kept compounding. The guildmaster burned through a carefully saved excuse to explain away how an entire building full of talented got systematically taken apart by one man. That excuse was supposed to be a last resort. He used it in week 1. The office door flies open and someone comes sprinting in mid-panic. Words already tumbling out of his mouth before he's fully through the door. He eats a bottle cap to the forehead before he gets another syllable out. Hyun, the one who threw it, asks with genuine displeasure what kind of person barges into a room like that without knocking. He has been cleaning up disasters for days straight, and this man just walked in and made the morning measurably worse. The messenger recovers, apologizes, and then gets to the actual reason he risked the bottle cap. Someone is back. 7 Bait Guild dungeons have been torn apart. Over 100 members are down. The same unidentified person is still out there, and the number only keeps climbing. Hyun grinds his teeth through the math. More members sent in means more members lost. Whatever is out there isn't slowing down, and throwing numbers at it clearly isn't the answer. He makes the call quickly. Rotating shifts are done. Every available person inside a dungeon at the same time, with sleep rotations happening on site. No more gaps in coverage. He dismisses the messenger and tells him to close the door on the way out properly. This time, alone now, the guildmaster sits down and actually tries to think through this clearly. 5 days ago, Kang Hyun attacked their headquarters and lost, and then his body was gone by morning. 2 days after that, someone starts systematically destroying every dungeon they own. He's been circling the same conclusion for a while now, and recent events have made it impossible to dismiss. Kang Hyun has to have an accomplice. Someone who recovered the body. Someone who's continuing the attack on his behalf. It fits. The only problem is that he's completely wrong. He just doesn't know that yet. He assumes the missing body means a skill was used to retrieve it, and while that logic tracks on paper, it leads him nowhere useful because there's no trail to follow from that assumption. With nothing solid to work from, Hyun is left with only one move he's been deliberately avoiding. He picks up the phone. 2 rings. Someone picks up. The voice on the other end is aggressively cheerful, the kind of cheerful that makes a bad mood worse on contact, and it does exactly that. Yu Hui-hyun skips the pleasantries and says he needs help. The voice laughs and asks what on earth a guild like the Bait Guild could possibly need help with. But they both know the answer is already out there. News travels fast in the talented world, and the person on the other end of that call has clearly already heard what's been happening to the Bait Guild's operations. What's less obvious is the benefit to them. The Bait Guild is loaded, so money isn't the angle. What exactly does Yu Hui-han have to offer that would make this worth anyone's time? The guildmaster puts his offer on the table. A fight. Not just any fight. A fight against whoever is tearing through their dungeons. And if that person has already put down over 100 guild members across 7 locations, then the word average doesn't apply here. That fight will be worth showing up for. A hooded blonde man listens to that pitch, smiles to himself, and weighs whether the probability of an actually satisfying fight is high enough to justify the trip. Later that night, at another Bait Guild dungeon entrance, 2 men stand guard in the dark, same as always. The hooded blonde is one of them, and he opens with the most important question of the evening. What's your name? The other guard answers Kim Il-woo. The blonde processes this for approximately 1 second and decides it doesn't matter. He renames him on the spot. Yu-haim's grunt. Easier. He asks Yu Hua-hyun's grunt when this powerful mystery person is supposed to show up, and more importantly, whether they're even sure he's coming at all. Because if this turns into a long, pointless stakeout with no payoff, the person standing next to Kim Il-woo is going to become a problem. That concern gets resolved immediately. Our MC walks into the area right on cue, right on schedule, completely unaware of what's waiting for him. The blonde's face splits into a grin, and then something older and deeper kicks in. His sixth sense, the ability that's been sitting mostly dormant as background noise, suddenly fires off every alarm it has, all at once. For years, that skill has operated like a vague nudge. A whisper. Easy to ignore. Right now, it isn't whispering, it's screaming, a full volume, absolute conviction that whatever is walking toward him is something he should not be standing in front of if he values being alive. The monster in question slows his approach, because one of the guards posted at this entrance is registering as something completely different from the rest, and the voice that reaches him next stops him cold. The blonde psycho doesn't need a second to place it. That's his big brother, Kang Hyun. Unmistakable. Yu-sung drops the battle posture the second it clicks, and honestly, he's not even remotely surprised. Of course his big bro is the one who's been shredding through Bait Guild property for fun. That tracks perfectly. Hyun, on the other hand, has not lowered his guard because Lee Hyun's warning about the Bait Guild having powerful outside backing is still sitting at the front of his mind. And Yu-sung is, without question, loaded. The possibility that he's the backer isn't something Hyun can just wave off. Whether he's the backer or not almost doesn't matter. The fact is, right now, he's standing on their side of the fence. The sword comes up to Yu-sung's throat, no hesitation, clear message. Yu-sung stays completely unbothered and makes one thing very clear. Do not lump him in with whatever these people are. He has standards. Hyun laughs at that and asks the obvious follow-up. Then what exactly is he doing here? Yu-sung explains it plainly. The guildmaster, Yu Yi-hyun, got on his knees and begged for help dealing with the terrorist who's been dismantling everything they own. Hyun can absolutely picture that conversation happening. And he can absolutely picture Yu-sung agreeing to it just to get access to a fight worth having, which is exactly why Hyun tells him to stay out of it. This isn't his business, and Hyun doesn't need the complication. He even offers a concession dinner after all of this wraps up. Just the two of them. A peace offering in the form of a meal. The fact that Hyun doesn't actually have Yu-sung's contact information makes that invitation logistically ambitious. But the spirit is there. Then, without a single second of warning, the blonde comes in from behind with a full surprise attack. It connects. Hyun doesn't even turn around to block it. He just does. Like the hit announced itself on the way in. He wheels on Yu-sung with genuine annoyance. A cheap shot, really? But the blonde is already past caring about the complaint. Yu-sung is grinning. He explains the logic cheerfully. If Hyun just walks away, that's a waste for everyone involved. Better to have a quick fight first, get it out of the system, and then Hyun can go back to destroying whoever he wants. Hyun doesn't argue with that reasoning at all. Weapons meet, and both of them are smiling when it happens. Hyun makes one thing clear up front. The fact that they know each other buys Yu-sung exactly zero leniency. This fight runs at full power, and it ends when someone can't continue. That's the only version of this fight Yu-sung wanted anyway. He tells Hyun to bring everything he's got. Titan's strength comes online. Wayne's secret technique layers in right behind it. The power behind Hyun's next move jumps to a completely different tier in an instant. The sword drives forward, a clean, direct stab aimed to close the gap fast, and Yu-sung reads it just in time to pull out of the way, barely clearing the line of attack. Barely, because the blade still catches his cheek on the way past, leaving a clean cut across his face. Yu-sung touches it, looks at his fingers, and laughs like someone who just got exactly what they came for. The gap between their last meeting and now is written all over this fight. Hyun isn't just stronger, he's operating on a completely different level. Whatever he's been through since then rebuilt him into something that barely resembles what Yu-sung remembers. Hyun wasn't wrong. The promise of a good fight wasn't a sales pitch. It was accurate, and Yu-sung is finding that out firsthand right now. Weapons keep colliding in fast, chaotic exchanges, and Yu Sung is eating every second of it with a grin that refuses to leave his face. For Hyun, though, this is friction, a detour bleeding into time he'd rather spend on the actual plan. He would have closed this out fast if he could. But the truth is, a real fight one where he actually has to try hasn't shown up in a while. His body remembers what that feels like. Yu Sung reads it in his expression. Yoon is enjoying this, even if he never says so out loud, and just as things hit their stride, the other guard comes barreling in from the side, fully committed, clearly convinced this is his moment. Both fighters stop. The rhythm breaks. In his own head, Kim Il-woo is already writing his promotion speech. This is the kind of contribution that gets a man noticed, moved up the ranks, given real responsibility. Yu Sung doesn't even fully turn. He just redirects his weapon to the interruption. The headless body hits the ground before anyone finishes processing what just happened. Yu Sung exhales slow, controlled because the annoyance of being interrupted needs somewhere to go. He looks down at the fallen guard with genuine displeasure, not for what the man was, but for what he did. You don't walk into the middle of something like that. Hyun watches this and quietly confirms what he already suspected: they were never actually on the same side. Still, watching Yu Sung end that so cleanly and so fast is a different thing from just assuming it, and with that interruption, the energy is gone. The fight had momentum, and now it doesn't. Yu Sung feels it. He wants to keep going, but not at the cost of Hyun actually hating him. There's a line, and he's aware of it, even if the hate account he's already racked up is considerable. With the immediate tension settled, Yu Sung shifts gears and asks if Hyun knows who Yu Hwai Hyun actually is. The answer, illegitimate son of the chairman of the Moe conglomerate, which is how he funds the operation, keeps the guild running and lets his people cause problems without consequence. It sounds like the plot of a drama that would get cancelled after 2 episodes. Hyun does not care. Rich father, powerful family, connected name, none of that builds a wall high enough to keep Hyun's rage out, and he's not about to start treating it like it does. He didn't get into this to stop halfway because of a last name. If Yu Sung is just here to deliver that warning, then he can save it for someone who will be slowed down by it. But that's not what Yu Sung came to say. What he actually wants is in whatever Hyun is planning. He wants to be part of it. He also just wants to watch what happens when Yu Hui Hyun gets truly, thoroughly pushed past his limit. The entertainment value alone is worth it. Meanwhile, back at Bait Guild headquarters, Yu Hui Hyun is several decibels past composure as the latest update lands on him like a building. 3 more dungeons gone. Yu Sung has gone completely dark on communications. The list of things going wrong is no longer a list. It's a wall. He looks around at the people in his guild and sees nothing but failure arranged in human form. His secretary, still sporting a fresh bandage from the last time he caught something with his forehead, stands at the edge of the room and watches his boss make the furniture pay for his problems. The order comes down. Every single guild member assembled at 8 in the morning. Tomorrow, the secretary starts to explain, carefully, that the numbers are going to be complicated, and the guildmaster talks right over it. Sick, grieving, unconscious, he does not care. Everyone shows up or there are consequences. The secretary quietly delivers the part that actually stings. Significant portions of the membership have already resigned, and a large chunk of those have gone completely unreachable. Yu Hwai Hyun's solution is immediate and unhinged. Take their families, parents, siblings, whoever. Use them as leverage to drag people back in line. The secretary explains very gently that the internal atmosphere of the guild is currently too unstable for that approach. Threatening family members of people who are still technically on the roster could fracture whatever loyalty is left entirely. Yu Hwai Hyun is right at the edge of a full breakdown, and his phone rings. Unknown number. The timing is objectively terrible. He answers anyway, and the voice on the other end is familiar, someone he recognizes, who opens immediately by pointing out that he seems to be having a rough stretch. The guildmaster works through his memory while listening, trying to lock down exactly who this is, and once it clicks, the ceiling on this situation suddenly feels a little higher. If this person is who he thinks, this problem might actually have a solution. Outside those walls, the internet is already doing what the internet does. Forums piecing together fragments, theories multiplying, the full picture still just out of reach for the public. What is clear is that something has been systematically dismantling the Bait Guild from the outside, and after a full week of Hyun and Yu Sung running coordinated destruction through every dungeon they could find, the damage is no longer deniable. The two of them step out of a freshly cleared dungeon side by side, already talking about how the final chapter of this plays out. Yu Sung has had the time of his life, and he'll be the first to say it. But even he can feel the shape of something closing. The finale needs a plan. With Yu Sung on board, the odds look genuinely different now, and Hyun has been thinking about exactly how to use that. He pulls the blonde in close and drops his voice to just above a whisper as he lays out the full strategy. Whatever comes out of Hyun's mouth, whatever the actual plan is, Yu Sung, the man who decapitated someone for interrupting a fun fight, needs a full beat to just stare at Hyun and ask if he's mentally okay. Yu Hwai Hyun gets a letter. The instructions inside are precise. Tomorrow evening, 6 o'clock, Dislipin Forest Dungeon on Seo-san Mountain in Anyang City. Come, or lose the guild entirely. The guildmaster crushes the letter in one hand, because the nerve of this person, setting the location, setting the time, writing it like an appointment, like Yu Hyun is the one being summoned. He shows up anyway. Full contingent of guild members behind him, armed and thoroughly done with being on the losing side of this. The members are far less eager than the last time they marched into a fight like this. That previous battle left a scar on the guild's confidence that hasn't healed. But Yu Hyun's alternatives were worse, so here they are. Right now, keeping their heads down and surviving sounds a lot better than whatever this is, and the quiet grumbling moving through the group makes that opinion very, very clear. If only the phone call earlier had gone differently. If only that person had agreed to step in, this whole thing would be operating from a position of strength instead of desperation. He replays the conversation, the familiar voice, the casual observation that the guildmaster appeared to be in a difficult spot. He recognized the voice immediately, and the fact that this person reached out on their own felt like a lifeline appearing at exactly the right moment. Yu Hyun had gone through Yu Sung to try and find this man, and got nowhere. And then the man just called him. If he's willing to step in, then this entire situation changes shape. Yu Hyun jumps at it, makes the offer fast and without hesitation. Help clean this up, and his father personally handles the reward. His father's backing on the table. The man on the other end goes quiet for a moment, and in that silence, something shifts. The mention of his father's backing doesn't land as an incentive. It lands as an insult, a reminder that Yu Hyun still genuinely doesn't understand who he's talking to, or what actually motivates people who operate at that level. The man's answer is short. He's out. He won't be intervening. And before the line goes dead, he leaves Yu Hyun with one parting suggestion. Go cling to that almighty father of his. In Yu Hyun's head, that man is just being childish, worse than Yu Sung somehow, which is an impressive feat. The world seems determined to fill his life with nothing but people who refuse to see reason. Fine, let them stay stubborn elsewhere. That same man receives a fresh update. The Bait Guild has fully mobilized, every available member called in, and Yu Hyun has clearly been backed into a corner with nowhere left to go. The person delivering the update makes a careful point. There was an alliance once, however thin. Pulling support entirely feels like a breach of something. The man listening to all of this is Chi Men-jun, and he listens over a very calm cup of coffee, expression completely unreadable. His read on it is simple: the Bait Guild isn't worth supporting. But what happens if they get wiped out entirely? President Jung Sum-soo won't absorb that quietly, and that part is harder to dismiss. The name gets spoken, and something coils out of Min-jun without warning, tendrils of concentrated energy, moving like they have a destination in mind. And that destination is the messenger's throat, wrapping tight as the man's hands go up instinctively and find nothing solid to pry away. The tendrils are coming from Min-jun directly, because the implication that he has to factor in the old president's reaction when making his own decisions is the kind of thing that doesn't sit well with him at all. The man chokes out something shaped like an apology through a compressed windpipe, and Min-jun releases him once the message has been fully delivered. The messenger drops, coughs hard, and gets his lungs working again. Min-jun tells him to get back to whatever he was doing. Also find a new financial backer. That's his advice, and he won't be repeating it. Back at the D-rank dungeon, Dislopin Forest, Seo-san Mountain, Yu Hyun, and what remains of his mobilized guild wait in tense, brittle silence. 6 o'clock came and went. The person who sent the letter picked the location and set the exact time as late to his own meeting. The disrespect is almost impressive. Yu Hyun tells his people to hold their positions regardless. They don't know how many are coming, or whether there's already an ambush being set up from angles they can't see. The wait doesn't stretch much longer though, because the Vice Guildmaster's eyes lock onto movement coming in hard from straight ahead. They all look, and what they see is Hyun, sprinting at them full speed with a bag bouncing on his shoulder and a pack of very angry wolves tearing up the ground behind him. Yu Hyun screams the kind of scream that comes from seeing a man you personally burned alive come running at you in a forest at dusk. His first instinct is that maybe Hyun has a twin. A twin would explain this. It does not take long for that theory to collapse. That is Hyun. Alive, breathing, and apparently chased by wildlife. Hyun spots the guildmaster and greets him like they're running into each other at a coffee shop, warm, casual, long time no see. And since they're reuniting, he's brought something. Hyun reaches into the bag and produces a Dislopin pup, small, round, and objectively adorable. The entire assembled strike force of hardened, weapon-carrying guild members freezes simultaneously, because that animal is extremely cute, and nobody is prepared for it. The moment doesn't last though, because Hyun wins back and launches the pup directly into the crowd of guild members like a small, fluffy grenade. Every trained instinct these people have collapses in real time, because the pup is airborne and it is tiny, and something in every one of them refuses to let it hit the ground. Weapons drop, hands go up to catch it. One of them gets there first, arms out, successful save, and the whole group crowds in for just a second to confirm the pup is okay, and then the pup tears up in the man's hands, and everyone's heart breaks a little at the exact same moment. Then the group remembers who threw the pup in the first place, and the rage that follows is specific and personal, because throwing a creature that cute into a crowd of people with weapons is genuinely unforgivable. Yu Hyun cuts through the noise and shuts them down immediately, because he just figured out exactly why Hyun threw the pup in the first place, and it has nothing to do with cruelty. He didn't just grab one pup as bait, he came prepared, with an entire bag of them, which meant an entire pack of Disluben wolves followed every step of the way here. Every one of those wolves tracked the pup straight in the middle of the bait guild's assembled forces. The bag goes airborne. Hyun launches it upward into the open air above the crowd, and every guild member's brain shuts off simultaneously as they scramble to catch the pups before they hit the ground. Strategy, formation, weapons, none of that exists anymore. What they don't see, because they're all looking up, is the full pack of Disluben wolves already closing the distance at ground level. Yu Hyun manages to intercept a few of the wolves that come straight for him, blocking, redirecting, holding the line with sheer reflex. And Hyun glides right past him in that opening, tossing a cheerful farewell over his shoulder as he breaks toward the rest of the guild members still standing. The guildmaster snatches a look back, just long enough to check, while his hands are still busy keeping the wolves off him. The Disluben wolves are already a nightmare under normal circumstances. The invisibility alone makes coordinated defense nearly impossible. But Hyun didn't just bring wolves. He detonated their entire formation from the moment he arrived. This plan is working at a level that has no right to be this clean. Yu Hyun has no real counter. He gives the order to fall back, and he means everyone. The members at the back don't need to be told twice. It becomes a full sprint toward the dungeon gate, people shoving past each other, every man for himself. More than a few of them are already drafting their resignation letters mentally as they run. But the dungeon gate isn't the clear exit it looked like, because Yu Sung's head appears through the portal first, casual as anything, and every guild member who was about to sprint through it stops dead, staring at him with the dawning realization that this escape route was never an escape route. As Yu Sung drags his weapon through the portal after him and hauls himself through, and the closest person to the gate gets introduced to that weapon immediately. He doesn't pause between targets, first person down, already moving to the next before the body finishes falling. Panic sets in hard and fast as guild members start dropping in clusters, and Yu Hyun can only stand there watching the situation collapse around him in real time, frozen between disbelief and fury. Yu Sung turning on them wasn't anywhere in his calculations. He accounted for Yoon. He accounted for wolves. He did not account for the blonde psychopath crawling out of the portal and systematically ending people who were trying to escape through it. There has to be an exit somewhere. He refuses to accept that there isn't. To his left, the invisible wolves are tearing through half his remaining members like they're made of paper, and to his right, Hyun is doing exactly the same thing to everyone the wolves haven't reached yet. There's no angle left. The math is done, and it doesn't favor him. No exit, no reinforcements, no cavalry. The only thing left is the option he never wanted to touch, the one he saved for a moment where nothing else was working. That moment is now. He loads every bit of energy he has into his fists and locks onto Hyun. Hyun cuts through another guild member mid-stride, blood arcing wide, and keeps moving. They just keep coming like the guild was secretly running a cloning operation. He's been at this long enough that it stopped being satisfying and started being tedious. At some point, the cockroaches just become background noise. Then a shout from behind cuts through everything, and Hyun turns to find Yu Hyun already in motion, his entire body wrapped in fire, barreling forward like a comet that found its target. Self-immolation, a last resort skill that converts the user into a living fireball, burning through personal limits to generate output that wouldn't be possible any other way. The fire blooms outward as he moves, wide enough to consume guild members who haven't gone down yet. Anyone still standing in that radius is collateral now. The guildmaster has made peace with the cost. He's burning through his own body to power this, and he doesn't care. If this level of heat can't put Hyun down, nothing will. But even as the fire eats into him, a hand comes through the flames and closes around Yu Hyun's face like it owns the place, like the fire isn't even a conversation worth having. Hyun looks him in the eye through the inferno and tells him the fire is warm. Just a little. Nothing worth mentioning. Then the kick sends Yu Hyun flying, and he crashes into the carcass of a dead wolf, the impact snuffing out the flames like a lid dropped on a candle. Hyun points at the spot where he landed and tells him to stay there. He wants the guildmaster to have a front row seat to what happens next, watching the two of them dismantle everything he has left, piece by piece, while he sits in the dirt and can't do a single thing about it. This is also about sequence. Hyun decided a long time ago that Yu Hyun goes last. After everything this man put him and his family through, a quick exit isn't something he's earned. And with that settled, Yoon turns back to the work that's still left, while Yu Hyun sits in the wreckage of his own ambitions and stares at nothing. Everything. The guild, the power, the vision of what it was all going to become, gone because he reached for the wrong person's family. And as the weight of that closes in from every direction, he starts laughing. Not the controlled, composed laugh of a man who's still in charge, something rawer than that. Something that's been sitting underneath the performance this whole time. The laughter doesn't stop. It carries through the forest, bouncing off trees and settling into the quiet spaces between. And it's still going deep into the evening. As the light fades and the sounds of fighting gradually go silent, every guild member accounted for, every wolf down, the dungeon a graveyard of things that once belonged to the Bait Guild. Yu Sung drifts over toward the laughing man, taking in the scene with mild interest. Hyun tells him to leave it whatever is happening inside that man's head right now. Let it play out. It looks like the closest thing to peace he's going to get, and Hyun is still laughing. Still thinking, but the thought underneath the laughter shifts. Something surfaces in the last remaining seconds. A refusal. He doesn't want to accept this as the ending. Not like this. Not face down in the dirt of a D-ranked dungeon, laughing at his own collapse. He was the unwanted one. The son nobody claimed. The child. Every sibling looked through like he wasn't standing right there. They pulled him into inheritance wars and power plays he never asked to be part of, and then had the nerve to resent him for how he responded to it. His father was the one exception, the only person who looked at him and actually saw him. And even that became ammunition in the hands of people who needed someone to tear apart. And then, the world cracked open and everything changed. The tutorial. Dungeons, talented. A new order built entirely on who could hit hardest and stand last. A world that finally made sense to him. One where the rules he understood actually applied. He doesn't get to finish the thought, because the cut is clean and it's already done. Hyun stands over the body and watches the head come to rest a few feet away. This man has been a shadow hanging over too many days, too many close calls. It's over now. Yoo-sung glances over and points out mildly that they could have at least let the man finish. Yoon's response is immediate. He didn't want to hear it. One day someone is going to explain to him why villains always think their backstory buys them extra time. Yoon turns to Yoo-sung and thanks him direct. No ceremony. Yoo-sung waves it off. He had fun. That's payment enough. Then Yoo-sung asks a question that actually matters. How does it feel? The revenge Hyun has been grinding toward for weeks now that it's done. What does it actually land like? Hyun thinks on it honestly. He's heard the version where vengeance leaves a person hollow, and he doesn't buy it. Not for this. These weren't innocent targets. It doesn't feel transcendent, but it does feel like something that needed to happen finally did. Clean. Like exhaling. The practical question follows quickly. The dungeon floor is covered in dropped items from both the monsters and the guild members, and none of that is going to sort itself. Yoon's proposal. Sell the lot and split it evenly. Yoo-sung passes money isn't what he came here for. Yoon doesn't argue with that logic for even a second. More loot for him. Done. He hasn't been fixated on wealth lately. Life has been moving too fast for that. The dungeon clear rewards have been steady enough to keep things comfortable without much active planning. But this whole ordeal threw a spotlight on something he'd been avoiding looking at. Directly raw strength has limits. There are things strength alone can't cover, and tonight almost proved that multiple times. What he actually needs is infrastructure. Resources. A structure around him that can hold weight when he can't be in two places at once. He needs to build a guild. The dungeon gate closes behind them, and with it, the last physical trace of what the bait guild was. Hyun walks and thinks, and lets the idea take shape. He tosses it at Yoo-sung almost like a test, asks what he'd say if Hyun told him he was thinking about forming a guild, and before the sentence even fully lands, Yoo-sung says yes. No pause, no deliberation. If Hyun is building something, he's in. That's the whole calculation. Hyun laughs and tells him that's not how this works. He hasn't actually agreed to bring him on board yet. They keep going back and forth like that the whole way down the mountain, into the lights of the city below. Nobody watching those two walk away could have guessed that the throwaway guild they were joking about on that mountainside would end up being the most talked about guild in the entire country, for all the most chaotic possible reasons. Sometime after that, Lanchu Group's president, Jung Sang-soo, walks into a room with one person to blame and one conversation to have about his son, Yoo Hyun, who is dead, and the man who was supposed to prevent exactly that. Choi Min-jun was entrusted with that responsibility. He was supposed to be the safety net. And now there's a contract breach sitting on the table between them, and Min-jun doesn't appear to be particularly bothered by the table or anything on it. He tells the president to stop bringing up contracts like they mean something, and plays the whole thing off like this is a misunderstanding he can't quite place. The president's patience has been worn down to nothing over the past week of silence. No contact from his son, no word from the guild, and now this. The conclusion isn't hard to reach. Min-jun still doesn't care. He actually takes a moment to credit himself. He took someone with zero real talent and built that person into the master of a significant guild. By his own accounting, he over-delivered. His debt was paid long ago. The president's face goes through several colors before settling on the particular shade of red that means the talking portion of this meeting is over. He gives the order every guard in the room gets the same instruction at the same time. Kill him, and they all move at once. Completely unbothered, Min-jun stays planted on that office couch like he owns the place. Not a single worry crossing his face. No dramatic movement. No standing up from that same relaxed position. His tentacle-like powers surge outward. Every guard gets wrapped up before a single one of them can close the distance, totally ensnared. Zero exceptions. The choking starts across the room, and Min-jun still hasn't broken a sweat. Unhurried, he rises from the couch and walks over to President Zhang like this is just another Tuesday. There was a deal on the table. Min-jun held up his end. Simple as that. So the underhanded backup plan, completely unnecessary. And now the president knows it. Jong San-soo shrinks back as Min-jun towers over him, the fear written all over that coward's face. The warning is clear and direct: try anything like this again, and the outcome won't be nearly this gentle. That killing intent in Min Jun's eyes hits the president like a wall. Words fail him. But somehow he manages to squeeze out an agreement. That agreement earns a smile from Min Jun, calm, unhurried, and somehow more unsettling than the threat itself. With that, the guards drop free from the chokehold. Nothing left to discuss. Min Jun turns toward the exit, tossing back one final instruction: get the money deposited, as agreed. The nonchalance is real, but somewhere underneath it, Min Jun is genuinely curious who actually managed to bring down Yu Weihan. The guildmaster's fall took the bait guild down with him, and that sudden disappearance of a major guild sent the rumor mill into absolute overdrive. Raiders talked, media exploded. But time is a way of burying things, and the bait guild's name slowly sank beneath the noise of newer guilds and fresher faces. Meanwhile, Hyun and Yu-sung grab a meal together, catching up over good food like nothing insane just happened. No consequences for leveling an entire guild, partly because Yu-sung made sure there was nobody left to file a complaint. They also walked away stronger from the whole ordeal, and the stolen goods quietly moved through the right channels without a trace. Hyun's sitting across from expensive food he didn't pay for. Honestly, for two guys who just dismantled a criminal guild, things could not have gone smoother. There is one thing gnawing at Hyun though, and it's not small. A new title dropped: Ruthless Household Destroyer, 2 extra strength points, plus the ability to trigger instinctive fear in the people around him. Here's the kicker: even unequipped titles still run at half effectiveness, meaning this fear effect is always on, whether he wants it or not. His appearance already causes enough confusion without help, and now this title is quietly making everything worse in the background. Then again, nobody's wrong for thinking Hyun is dangerous. That perception isn't a misunderstanding. It's basically accurate. Mid-conversation, Hyun's phone goes off. Lee Hyun's name on the screen. The call's a reminder there was a promise made in exchange for his family's protection, and it's time to follow through. Hyun genuinely does not remember agreeing to that. Lee Hyun sounds completely unsurprised by this, which is somehow more insulting. The reminder lands anyway. There's a guildmaster waiting, and they'd appreciate him showing up sooner rather than later. Hyun heads over to the Dangon Guild. First window he gets, he's out the door. Yu-sung ends up coming along. Nobody really planned for that, but here they are. The guildmaster raises no objection to the extra guest. Turns out she and Yu-sung already know each other, acquaintances from before. They crossed paths at a party back when Yu-sung looked nothing like he does now. A rich party and a tutorial graduate. The guildmaster clearly hit the jackpot twice over. Born lucky, leveled up for free. Some people really do get everything handed to them. They reach her office and, a knock, a brief pause, and she waves them in. At the front of the room, seated and composed, that welcoming smile belongs to Han Se-yan, guildmaster of the Dangon Guild herself. She shakes Hyun's hand, and there's visible relief in her expression. Lee Hyun's stories clearly built up some anticipation. With introductions wrapped up, Lee Hyun slips out to give them the room. Se-yan gestures to the seats across from her. Hyun doesn't waste time. He thanks her for protecting his family and puts it plainly: whatever she needs, he'll do it. Saunterily waves it off, acting like it was nothing. Hyun doesn't accept that. Debt bothers him, so he cuts straight through the pleasantries and asks what she actually called him here for. She sighs. The tea was supposed to come first, but clearly that's not happening, so she skips ahead. The ask is direct: join the Dangon Guild and work alongside them. Hyun turns it down immediately. The silence that follows is thick enough to cut. Se-yan takes it quietly. Letting it sit, his answer was so decisive that pushing back would be pointless, and she knows it. Still, he's not walking away from the debt entirely. He offers a compromise if something comes up that needs his specific set of skills. Reach out. Having a powerful awakener on standby isn't something you say no to, so she accepts, filing that offer away for later. Hyun doesn't think the #1 guild in the country will ever actually need him, but the offer stands regardless. Se-yan pivots the conversation, turning to Hyun and asking how much longer he thinks the world's current stability will hold. Hyun almost pushes back on the word peace. A world where terminals have been roaming unchecked since the dungeons opened isn't exactly what he called peaceful. But she's a tutorial graduate herself, which means she almost certainly had her own meeting with the administrator. She saw that 8th stage. She knows what's coming. In that context, calling this era peaceful actually makes a grim kind of sense. He plays it close to the chest anyway, telling her he doesn't know, but that worrying about it changes nothing. Getting stronger is the only real preparation available right now. Besides, the Haken dimension that kicked everything off is still 5 years out from its next cycle. Something shifts in Se-yan's expression as she tells him that within 3 years, certain countries will start breaking down, and on a global timeline. 3 years is not a lot of runway. He asks what makes her so sure. She won't go into detail. What she will say is this: there's a godlike entity that has full knowledge of what's unfolding, and the Dangon Guild has an awakener who can actually speak with it. The administrator. It has to be. But you never knew a person could hold a direct conversation with it. That detail catches him off guard. She continues, asking whether he's noticed dungeon difficulty climbing steadily while awakener growth seems to be stalling out behind it. Yun hasn't tracked it personally, but Yu-sung has. Word's been going around that the stronger an awakener gets, the more lethal the environment becomes around them. That's the reason guns stopped working. The threat level scaled past the point where conventional weapons register. Bows and crossbows still grant experience though, unlike firearms. Nobody has a solid explanation for why, just a pile of competing theories. When everything escalates to that level, the only people left standing will be those with both the power and the nerve to match it people exactly like Hyun. Not the first time someone's handed him the hero of Earth speech. He tells Seon-yin plainly he's not that person. Calling him a hero while he's the one who just wiped out an entire guild feels like a stretch. At the mention of the bait guild, Seon's warmth drains out of her voice completely. Her position is clear that guild contributed nothing to humanity's survival. They don't deserve protection. They never did. One person with real power is worth more to this world than 100 people like that. She tells him flatly, whoever protects the world doesn't need to be good. They just need to be strong enough. And with that, the meeting closes. Lee Hyun waits until they're completely gone before stepping back into Se-Yan's office. He even watched the car pull away before coming back upstairs. His first question is exactly what everyone wants to know. How was the meeting? What did she think of him up close? Se-Yan leans forward before she answers. He exceeded every expectation she had walking in. More than that, one specific thing from the conversation gave her something concrete to work with. The second she brought up the administrator, something moved behind his eyes. Brief, controlled, but unmistakably there. That flash of recognition seals it. He's a tutorial graduate, no question. Across the city, a dungeon gate looms at the side of the road, while pedestrians and drivers move past it without a second glance, just another fixture of the new normal. On paper, E rank and D rank are one letter apart in practice. The gap is significant. More monsters, stronger monsters, and a much wider variety of types showing up at once. That variety is on full display in the D-Ranks dungeon Hyun is currently tearing through the DNS's Research Institute, where every new room comes with a new problem. Typical dungeons keep it consistent. Same monster type throughout, predictable patterns. This place throws that out entirely, which means every encounter demands a completely different approach. Then he finds one he's never seen before, an ogre chimera dirge. Goblin head. Ogre body. The combination is exactly as absurd as it sounds. The proportions alone make Hyun think whoever designed this thing actually made it weaker. This might genuinely be a nerf disguised as a monster. Still, it's here, it looks strong enough, and Hyun decides to pitch it on their new guild. He and Yu-sung have a bet going first one to find a guild candidate wins. The Chimera's answer comes immediately, a massive hammer raised high above its head. It comes crashing down with enough force to split the ground open where Hyun was standing. He's already gone, clearing the monster's head in a single jump too fast, too clean. It could have just said no. Swinging on the future guildmaster is an automatic disqualification, and that slot is officially closed. The Chimera roars anyway, not interested in hearing it. Some kind of testing liquid floods into its mouth, and it launches the whole stream directly at Hyun. He doesn't let it land, mana expands outward in a flash as Hyun activates his mana explosion. The detonation catches the Chimera full in the face, and whatever plan that liquid was part of just got cancelled at the source. The blast sends the Chimera stumbling backward, and Hyun slips right behind the explosion's cover. When he turns around to check himself, something catches his attention immediately. His armor has partially dissolved. Whatever that thing spat out is highly acidic, and it nearly landed. Tough, leathery skin. A clear weight advantage over Hyun. And now acid breath. This fight has layers of problems stacked on top of each other. Good thing Hyun isn't the type to panic when problems stack up. The bigger the obstacle, the faster that brain of his starts working, and what it lands on is the Chimera's own hammer. Hyun wants it, and he's going to take it. Deeper in the dungeon, a pack of delinquent awakeners strolls through the corridors like they own the place. One of them keeps mentioning the distant monster screams echoing around them. But their leader Hyun waves it off. Somebody's probably just hunting nearby. Nothing to stress about. What has their full attention is standing right in front of them. A young woman, completely surrounded, with no good options available to her. This is exactly why guys like them love dungeons, unexpected finds, and places nobody's watching. The nervous one in the group still can't drop the sound thing. Keeps bringing it up, and Hyun keeps telling him to focus on what's in front of them instead. What the group leader never stopped to consider was the possibility that whatever was making those sounds was hunting them specifically from behind them. Hyun rounds the corner, expression dark, massive hammer dragging across the dungeon floor, muttering under his breath like he's personally offended about something. Every head in the group swings toward him at once. His muttering gradually gets louder and clearer as he closes the gap. Hyun, distinguished man of refined senses that he is, has a very particular talent. That nose of his just picked up the unmistakable scent of weak criminal filth, and it's pointing directly at this group. The men figure out very quickly that something is wrong when they register the image of a man dragging a giant hammer toward them with that look in his eyes. He doesn't stop. Keeps walking, completely unbothered by the audience. Without a single word of warning, the hammer goes up. The intention is obvious and enormous. Then it hits the ceiling instead, punching straight into the rock above their heads rather than coming down on them. Dust and rubble cascade over everyone as the impact shakes the tunnel. Now Hyun is bracing himself against the ceiling, trying to wrestle the hammer back out. The group genuinely cannot process what they're looking at. Why would someone try to swing something that massive in a corridor this narrow? The sheer scale of intellect required to arrive at this decision is simply beyond them. The hammer starts to give way. One hard pull later, it tears free and crashes down against the dungeon floor. Another wave of dust and debris kicks up around the area. Hyun stands in the settling cloud and takes a slow breath as he comes to the obvious conclusion that this hammer is currently too heavy to use as a practical weapon. Carrying this thing into every fight would be more work than it's worth. Into storage it goes, for now. The entire group just stares at him completely, thoroughly dumbfounded. Their leader finally finds his voice again. The way he reads it, some maniac showed off his strength, then immediately disarmed himself in front of a group of enemies. Nobody this stupid deserves to be feared. He launches forward, closing the distance fast, looking to end this in one clean hit. What he gets instead is a slap-open palm, casual, almost insulting in how little effort it took. The force sends him airborne before he even sees Hyun's arm move. He lands hard, cheek swelling, whatever confidence he had shattered along with his face against the dungeon floor. Hyun reaches down and hauls the man up by his hair. A knife appears at the man's throat, pressed and steady. The message to the rest of the group is simple: drop everything if you want him breathing. The group's response is not what anyone would call loyal. Every single one of them charges at once, no hesitation, no attempt to negotiate their friend's life. Hyun is genuinely taken aback for a second. They really just did that. He looks at the man he's holding and tells him plainly terrible friends, and apparently, a wasted life. He asks for the man's name anyway. Kim Gyushik. Perfect now that there's a name attached. Gyushik is being promoted to Hyun's personal weapon, and they're about to get revenge together for the betrayal he just suffered. Hyun locates the most structurally reliable grip point on the man's body specifically, the area that guarantees cooperation, and readjusts his hold. Then he swings a full-grown man like a battering ram and delivers a headbutt directly to the face of the first attacker who gets close. The impact data comes back positive. Hyun decides the force feedback on this weapon is genuinely solid. Armed with Gyushik, the living battering ram, Hyun feels like the most dangerous man in this dungeon, which honestly, he probably is. The ones still standing have completely reversed course, backing up and yelling at him to stop coming toward them. He doesn't acknowledge their requests even slightly. The battering ram keeps swinging until every last one of them is on the ground. The young woman from earlier watches from a distance, completely frozen in shock. Hyun stands over the pile of unconscious bodies and stretches his arms out like he just finished a light workout. As far as he can tell, these were probably a rogue clear party, which is why they took slightly longer than usual to deal with. A quiet voice from behind him. The woman steps forward, thanking him for showing up when he did. Another few minutes and her situation would have gone somewhere very bad. He brushes it off completely. It was genuinely entertaining for him. So she doesn't need to bow like he did her a favor. She introduces herself anyway, Shin Sun-na, and she'd like to know his name in return. Something about how politely she asks makes Hyun's face go slightly red, but he gives her his name regardless. Then Sung-ah keeps going. Her follow-up question: what does she need to do to reach his level of strength? He stares up at her, caught completely off guard by where this conversation just went. She stares back, no hesitation. Full conviction. Neither of them knew it yet, but this was the moment South Korea's two most dangerous troublemakers first found each other. It would just take a little more time before that became obvious. Hyun scratches his cheek and actually tries to come up with a real answer for her. The best he can give her is this: work hard, put in the effort. Sun-ah pushes back gently. Effort isn't something she's been short on. He acknowledges that. But effort has levels to it to reach the kind of power she's describing. She has to be willing to literally put her life on the line for it. That lands on her differently than he expected. She actually absorbs it. Meanwhile, Hyun feels slightly weird saying that to someone considering death stopped having permanent consequences for him a while ago. It's easy advice for him to give. He has nothing more to add, so he tells her to stay careful on her way out, and to do whatever she wants with the guys scattered across the floor behind her. Then starts walking. A few steps, and then he stops. He turns back around and asks if she can even navigate out of here on her own. Sung-ah tells him no, she can't. Most people in that situation would ask for an escort. She doesn't. Hyun would happily help her out, but he came here to clear this dungeon, and he's not leaving before that's done. So Sung-ah offers a different solution. She'll come with him for the rest of the clear. Hyun wasn't expecting that. His first thought is that she's taking the be willing to die advice a little too literally. And he starts to walk it back. She stops in mid-sentence. That's not why she's asking. She knows exactly where she stands. She'll stay behind him, stay quiet, and spend the time mining mana stones while he works. Everything she collects goes to him. Not a single stone kept for herself. She's weaker than him, no argument there. But she's still an awakener, and she can handle herself if something gets close. Hyun thinks it over for a moment before giving in and telling her to keep up. The two of them move through the remaining corridors, and the trail of monster corpses they leave behind speaks for itself. By the time the last monster goes down, courtesy of Yoon, Sung-ah gives him a genuine compliment on the work. Then she pulls out her knife and gets straight to collecting mana stones. Her technique is clean and efficient. Hyun finds himself watching for a moment. She meant exactly what she said, skilled enough to handle herself, and she never once stepped into a space during combat. On top of that, she apparently has some kind of stealth ability whenever things got intense. She faded back and covered him with her bow without ever creating a problem for him, and then she handled the mana stones that he would have walked right past without a second thought. Clearing this dungeon with her around turned out to be significantly smoother, no regrets on letting her tag along. One thing left now, the boss room is ahead. The energy in the air confirms it. And it's going to escalate from this point forward. Sung-ah hasn't changed her mind about seeing this through to the end, and as far as she's concerned, there's no reason to stop now. Then both their phones light up with a system notification at the same time. The dungeon's main core has been destroyed and the exit portal just opened. Hyun's first thought is that someone else cleared ahead of him, but the boss energy hasn't disappeared. He can still feel it clearly. That means this isn't a clear. This is a dungeon break, and since it's a D-rank dungeon, this is Korea's very first D-rank break on record. The scale of what that means starts setting in fast. The news picks it up immediately, reporting a mass phenomenon in a single district, approximately 10 dungeons breaching simultaneously, classified as another monster wave. Dated February 8th, this becomes the country's third national monster wave, following the Hongdae County incident. Unlike the two before it, professional analysis points to deliberate terrorist activity as the cause. Somewhere in a guild building, a man sprints down a hallway like the walls are closing in behind him. He slams to the office door at the end, shouting for the association president before he's even fully inside the room. The president is already suited up and standing, no scrambling, no panic, fully ready before the messenger even catches his breath. One glance, and he already knows why the man burst in. Preparations are done. Gear is on. This is Choi Dong-woo, talented association president, and he was ahead of his situation before it even arrived at his door. But even someone as composed as Dong-woo wasn't ready for the specific detail buried in that report. Among the dungeons that broke, there's a D-ranks in the mix. He asks for the location without blinking. The answer comes back, Yanggi-do, Suwon the Diance's Research Institute. A high-ranked dungeon break is already a nightmare scenario on its own. A densely populated area makes it exponentially worse. He immediately asks about nearby major guilds. The answer isn't encouraging. The Hangul Guild is the only option, and most of their key members are away on a business trip. Dong-woo doesn't deliberate. 50 of the guild's most elite get pulled together immediately. For Suwon, everyone else fans out to cover the remaining dungeons. Over at the Donggun Guild, the response is already in motion. Seon is geared up and moving, monitoring the incoming reports as she goes, and from what she's reading, Dong-woo is going to arrive late if anything slows him down. That gap in coverage is the problem. She needs to know if anyone can hold the line until reinforcements land. The Henjian Guild is out, all members abroad. What's left locally are smaller guilds, not exactly reassuring against a D-rank break, except there's already one Awakener on the ground, and apparently he's been cutting through monsters at a pace that doesn't make sense for a single person. Lee Hyun looks almost amused as he describes this particular individual massive longsword, built like a wall, and a face that's genuinely hard to distinguish from the monsters he's fighting. Seyun's expression shifts into something close to relief as the picture comes together. She says it plainly with him on the scene, that area is going to be fine. In Suwon, Hyun is breathing hard, standing over the wreckage of everything he just put down alone. A cluster of other Awakeners stands nearby, watching from a distance. The silence between them carries a specific kind of disbelief. One person, all of this by himself. One of them moves toward him, wanting to express some kind of gratitude they're alive because of what just happened, and that deserves acknowledgement. Before they get close enough to say it, Hyun cuts through everything and tells them all to clear out immediately if they value their lives. The confusion on their faces is immediate. They don't understand what he's seeing that they're not. But Hyun's reading the situation clearly, and what it says is that things are about to get significantly worse. The break hasn't sealed, which means the boss is still inside and hasn't come through yet. He spells it out directly that boss is still in there, and anyone who sticks around when it emerges is going to die badly. The hunter who stepped closest visibly swallows, but he squares up and walks forward anyway, pointing out that appearances aside, they're all Awakeners. They want to contribute something. Yuan doesn't let the sentiment carry. He goes straight to a specific question. How many chimeras has this man personally killed? The silence that follows is the answer. Hyun pushes harder. Has he even killed one? Because if the answer is no, then keeping these hunters in the fight means gaining obstacles, not allies. Their job right now is getting civilians out. That's where they're actually useful. Murmuring ripples through the group. Some of them clearly aren't sold on letting one person handle a boss monster. The numbers alone don't add up to them. Then they get a proper look at Hyun's face, the exhaustion on it, the weight behind the eyes, and underneath all of that, something that doesn't leave room for debate. That look alone shuts the conversation down. One by one, they step back and start moving out. The group clears the area. One person doesn't move with them, Sung-ah, still standing there. Something in her expression says she's not fully committed to walking away like the others. Then Hyun surprises her entirely. He asks if she can handle ranged support with her bow from a concealed position. He needs cover fire while he's in close, and he wants her set up somewhere hidden where she can work without being targeted. The surprise crosses her face for only a second before she locks it down and agrees. Then the portal shifts. Something dark and heavy starts bleeding out of it. New shapes step through onto the street, and they are not small. 3 massive chimeras emerge from the dungeon, filling the road in front of it. They move directly toward Hyun, every single one of them dwarfing him completely. Each chimera matches the ogre he fought inside earlier, and from the energy still seeping through the portal, something larger and worse is right behind them. A cloaked skeleton figure reaches through the portal and then drifts upward, floating above the group as the portal seals shut behind it. The skeleton looks around, takes in the buildings, the streets, the human architecture, and actually speaks, commenting on how strange it all looks to something that's never seen it before. A talking monster. Hyun has cleared a lot of dungeons. This is a first. The skeleton's gaze settles on him. It asks whether Hyun genuinely intends to stand against all of them alone. Hyun doesn't answer with words. The sword comes out instead. His expression makes the intention clear. He is going to shatter that skeleton's skull and sort the pieces afterward. The boss studies him for a moment and then shifts its assessment. Just from looking at how Yoon carries himself, it decides he'd be worth far more alive than dead. Hyun doesn't wait for that train of thought to go anywhere. He cuts in and proposes a one-on-one between the two of them. Minions on the sideline. The skeleton turns it down flat. Hyun scoffs. He wasn't really expecting a yes anyway. His grip shifts, and he gets ready. No more talking. The hammer comes out and Hyun charges directly at the monsters. Before any of them can organize a proper response, he pulls in a deep breath and the raging lion's war detonates outward, immediately stripping the monsters' defenses down. The sound freezes them in place. Hyun is already in the air, hammer raised above his head. It comes down on the first chimera. The shockwave from the impact radiates outward across the street. The skeleton doesn't look rattled of anything, it looks interested. What it picks up on immediately is that Hyun's mana is completely spent. Everything it just witnessed that was raw physical strength, nothing augmented. Killing something like that feels wasteful. A slave then, that's the revised plan. The chimera's helmet fractures under the damage, then splits apart entirely, revealing a massive, deeply stunned goblin underneath. It crumbles. One hit. That's all it took, and now it's not getting back up. But the cost is visible, drained of mana, already running on fumes. Hyun's legs buckle under the hammer's weight. The thing that felt heavy before now feels like it's pulling him into the ground. The skeleton, still fixed on taking him intact, launches its mind control the moment it sees Hyun's body start to give. Hyun's eyes shift. A sharp, unusual rainbow color bleeds through them. The control takes hold. Just like that, Hyun is completely in the skeleton's grip, or so it appears. With the fight looking decisively over, the skeleton formally welcomes its newest acquisition and orders him to bow and demonstrate his loyalty. Hyun's hand lifts slowly. It rises high, and as it does, the mind control dissolves completely. What the skeleton gets instead of a bow is a middle finger, held up with full intention and zero apology. The ring of strengthened mind. That's what blocked it, a single item standing between Hyun's will and the skeleton's grasp. The skeleton recalibrates. Impressive. But if the body can't be taken without damaging the mind, then there's only one option left. The tiger chimera moves the instant its master's intent shifts toward lethal, no hesitation, straight at Hyun. He barely gets Antria's integument activated in time. The skill locks his body down and absorbs what would have been a killing blow. The force behind it is still enormous enough to send him through the wall of a nearby building, the impact detonating like a small explosion on contact. The monsters move toward the wreckage without urgency, closing in on where he landed. None of them catch the arrow until it's already too late. It punches straight into the tiger chimera's skull, and the massive creature folds sideways and drops. The skeleton surveys the area, wondering if Hyun came with backup. Whatever it finds, the answer doesn't concern him much. That arrow's power level isn't something it considers worth taking seriously. Hyun, on the other hand, sees exactly what that arrow is. The opening he's been waiting for. The hammer comes back into his hands and he launches himself straight out of the ruined building and locks both arms around it as he comes down, using the full weight of his body to drive the arrow like a nail, directly into the point where it's already buried in the tiger's skull. The impact sends it punching through bone and straight into the brain. The tiger drops and doesn't move again. Sunsud's timing and Hyun's follow-through combining into one clean finish. One chimera left standing. Its tail whips out toward Hyun faster than he can fully react, and punches straight through his chest. He coughs hard. The hammer slips from his hands as blood follows, but he doesn't go down instead. What's left of his strength goes into grabbing that tail with both hands. He hauls the snake creature off its feet and into the air before slamming it into the ground with everything he has left. His sword comes out of his inventory before it can recover. Pulled the moment it starts to move. Multiple fast stabs, precise, relentless, and the last chimera goes still. The skeleton has been watching all of this without a word. Hyun stands over the pile of fallen minions, drags a hand across his face to clear the blood. One target left. One bald floating problem that still needs to be dealt with. The skeleton isn't buying the performance though. It can see past the posture. Hyun is more depleted now than at any point since this fight started. No mana. Body that's been put through a wall. The math against a boss monster in this state is not in his favor, and the skeleton knows it perfectly well. The confident mask cracks just slightly as Hyun processes that he's been read accurately. The reality check is brutal, mana at 0. Body regeneration skill already pushed past its limit. And on top of everything else, the skeleton is still floating. He has no clean way to reach it. No mana means no titan strength. Not enough left to throw the hammer. Not enough in his legs to get that kind of air. The situation has officially moved past bad. Then his heartbeat starts coming in wrong, too fast, too uneven. Blood starts running from his nose as something else begins to take hold inside his body. He coughs up more blood and his legs stop cooperating. And he goes down. His head hits the ground, and whatever scraps of strength he was still holding on to scatter on impact. That tail strike wasn't just a physical hit. It left poison behind, and the clock on that ran out while he was still standing. Already losing before the poison now, there's genuinely no path to victory left on the table. The skeleton floats forward and makes him an offer anyway, the antidote, in exchange for his surrender and his service. Hyun smiles the unhinged kind, the kind that says he already made his decision and yells his answer back. Whatever energy is left in his body, he's spending all of it right now. Every last drop of remaining mana goes into purging the poison one shot, no reserves held back. Then the final card comes out. From his inventory, Bilgene's longsword. A B ranks weapon, and it comes with a Berserker trait attached, plus durability enhancement built in. 5 minutes of Berserker activation means strength and vitality shoot up to 1.5 times normal. The cost is real though. Judgment goes out the window during those 5 minutes, and the aftermath on his body is going to be severe. The trait activates and Hyun turns to face the skeleton and tells it plainly, come down and fight him to the death. Because if he's headed to the afterlife today, he's not going in alone. Before either of them can move on that, a calm voice from behind him tells him that's enough. Dongwoo walks up with one hand raised, and before anything else, he makes it clear that they haven't met before. But what he just watched Hyun do out here was extraordinary. Now it's time to step back. The Talented Association has the situation from here. Hyun clocks him immediately tutorial graduate, and the Talented Association president, standing right in front of him. Dongwoo tells him straight the injuries on him are serious. He needs to stop and rest. Hyun opens his mouth to push back, and his body collapses the argument before his words can. Everything he's been running on just ran out at once. He almost had it, but almost doesn't change what his body is currently doing, which is failing completely. With nothing left holding him up, Hyun goes down, eyes already starting to close before he fully hits the ground. Dongwoo showed up at exactly the right moment, cool as anything, and at this point, Hyun has no argument left against trusting him to close this out. Time skips forward a Korean hospital, quiet and bright. Hyun's eyes snap open. First thing he sees, his sister, drink in one hand, phone in the other, completely unbothered. He immediately complains about waking up to that face. Ayeon fires back without looking up, maybe lead with better words when you open your eyes for once. Then she asks, completely deadpan, why he didn't just die. The hospital bill alone was an embarrassment. Hyun lines up his comeback, but the dungeon break hits him all at once and he cuts to it immediately. Ayeon doesn't have the full picture, but from what she heard, it ended fine. What she does know is that she got a random call about her brother being hospitalized, came in, and found the Talented Association president already sitting at his bedside. That detail pulls up a separate memory, the association scouter, the one who handed him a card outside a dungeon one day, out of nowhere. He doesn't have a problem with the help, but he's not walking away from any of this feeling like he owes anyone. Ayeon catches him drifting and tells him not to push himself again. Her actual concern is the ability itself, the revival, the dying, over and over, and the possibility that one day it just doesn't work. Hyun tries to deflect, pointing out that dying isn't exactly voluntary on his part. Losing levels every time it happens doesn't make the situation any better for him either. He's well aware of the cost, but then he looks at her face, and the words stop. There's something there that she's been keeping controlled, and it's not controlled enough right now. She's been carrying a lot more fear about his deaths than she's ever said out loud. So quietly, without the usual deflection, he agrees to stop dying at the rate he's been going. Over at the Talented Association headquarters, Dongwoo is digging into whatever information exists on Kang Hyun. The name doesn't ring any bells personally. The only record he can find is one previous contact attempt from the association that apparently went nowhere. His subordinate doesn't follow the logic. Why did Dongwoo go out of his way to evacuate this stranger and cover his hospital bills? Because he watched a hero get born out there. And Dongwoo is aware that an opportunity like this one to get ahead of that relationship probably doesn't come twice. In his memory, Yoon stood there looking absolutely cinematic, swearing to go down fighting. His memory has clearly done some editorial work on the moment. The actual words were considerably less polished, but the intent behind them was real. The larger problem still sitting on the table, though, is the Lich boss that walked away from that fight. A few days pass. Hyun's final check with the doctor wraps up no issues, clean results, and the doctor cannot wrap his head around how fast an awaker's body can put itself back together. Discharge paperwork done. Hyun and Ayeon head for the exit. He complains about the extra day he had to sit there. She reminds him that the association president paid for every cent of it, so the complaint has no real foundation. As the two of them go back and forth, a voice at the reception desk catches Hyun's attention, a nurse confirming there's no patient by his name currently in the building. He looks over and spots a man at the desk, clearly frustrated, clearly looking for him. He tells Ayeon to go ahead and breaks off to see what's happening. The man at reception presses the nurse again, is she absolutely certain? The nurse confirms it again, flat and final. If the patient was discharged, there's nothing left for them to do. The man's expression shifts, absorbing the fact that he arrived one step too late. Then his luck turns because Hyun walks up right behind him. He asks the man directly what he's looking for and who he is. Hyun came over because he caught his own name, and even though the man clearly didn't expect him to materialize out of nowhere, he pulls himself together fast and tells Yoon to hold on while reaching into his jacket. Out comes a card, Ministry of Interior and Safety, and with it, an introduction, Team Leader Shin Tae-gil, a government organization clearly built around managing awakeners specifically, and it just walked up to him in a hospital hallway. Hyun doesn't dance around it. He wants to know exactly why the government is suddenly interested in finding him. The two of them end up at a restaurant that's clearly out of Hyun's usual price range. He even asks if it's really okay to be here. Tae-gil waves it off, assuring him the bill isn't going to be a problem. Hyun laughs quietly to himself, so this is where his tax money has been going. With the privacy of the setting working in their favor, he drops the small talk and asks directly, "Is this a job offer from the government?" Tae-gil clarifies immediately, "No pressure, no force." This is strictly an offer on the table. That would also technically make Hyun a civil servant, a title he finds about as appealing as it sounds. Tae-gil heads that off quickly. This isn't a regular civil service position. The special talented management team exists specifically to get ahead of a rapidly shifting future, one the government already knows it can't control through force alone. New awakeners are emerging every single day, and cracking down on them would be a disaster. The smarter play is cooperation, so instead of trying to govern them, the government decided to work alongside them. The foundation of that plan is simple: support the talented and earn their goodwill in return. While Tae-gil explains all of this, Hyun's attention keeps drifting to how the man is cooking the meat, and what he's seeing is deeply unsatisfying. He holds his critique for now and asks the more pressing question, what's actually in it for him? The answer is money enough of it that Hyun could fund whatever lifestyle he wants without thinking twice. And when it comes to his personal safety or his family, the government covers it indefinitely. On top of that, he'd be granted treatment equivalent to a person of national merit. Strong terms, but strong terms usually mean heavy obligations attached somewhere. Tae-gil doesn't pretend otherwise. However, he makes it clear they won't ask for anything unreasonable or unfair. Hyun keeps his current life exactly as it is. The government only calls when they genuinely need him, nothing more than that. As deals go, it's hard to find a real flaw in it, and it's not like he'd be the first one in. Talented Association President Choi Dong-woo and Donggun Guildmaster Han Se-yeon have already agreed to cooperate with the government. Strip it all down, and this is basically a high-paying side arrangement with minimal strings. There aren't many arguments against it. Hyun takes the deal. Just like that, he's on the government payroll. Later that same day, he makes his way back to Suwon, Gyeonggi-do, the dungeon break site. His car's been sitting there since before everything went sideways and he got carried off to the hospital. After everything that happened to that area, he's genuinely not sure what he's going to find when he gets to where he parked. Someone calls out his name before he gets there. He looks up to find Sung-al standing there in casual clothes. She was waiting for him. She holds out a bag toward him. Every mana stone collected from every monster she took down inside the dungeon, packed up and saved. She said all of it would go to him, and she meant it. The only reason she couldn't hand it over sooner was because he got evacuated before she could find him, so she came back to the exact spot and waited however long it took, with no guarantee that he'd ever actually come back here. He tells her to keep the cores, he doesn't need them. She refuses without hesitation, telling him she doesn't break promises, especially not to the person who helped her. He's not going to argue with that logic, so he takes the bag, thanks her for the trouble, and starts walking again. 2 steps later, her voice catches him again. He turns around to find her bent into the deepest bow she can manage, asking him to take her on as his apprentice. Hyun stands there for a moment, completely unequipped for this conversation. Somewhere else entirely, just outside an F-rank dungeon, known as the Gorka village, a badly battered lich sits slumped in the forest, staring at the ground with something between shame and disbelief. Cornered by humans, actual humans, to the point where it's huddled in the dark like something afraid of the light. Then footsteps. Someone walks right up to it, which is the last thing a D-ranks dungeon boss expected to happen out here. Finding a dungeon boss cowering in the underbrush is already absurd, but of all the people in the world to stumble onto the scene, it had to be Minjun. The lich doesn't hide its wariness, it demands to know who he is. Minjun's answer is calm and easy. No need for all that tension, they're not enemies here. More than that, Minjun is the one responsible for getting it out of that dungeon in the first place. He didn't come to fight. He came with something better, an offer. Work together. Both of them benefit. The next morning, Hyun brings Sung-ah over to meet Yu-sung. She greets him with full composure, polite and composed. Yu-sung, who is normally incapable of staying quiet for more than a few seconds, says absolutely nothing for a good long moment. His logic was airtight. Hyun has no friends, therefore Hyun cannot find a guild member. And yet, here stands evidence that the logic was wrong. Hyun takes personal offense at the implication that he has no friends. Then he actually tries to come up with a name, just one, and comes up completely empty. He pivots immediately, reminding Yu-sung that the bet was won, which means lunch is on the blonde today. Yu-sung pays for their meals every time regardless, so in practice this changes nothing, but a bet has terms, and terms get honored. That said, agreeing he lost the bet doesn't mean he'll skip vetting her. Yu Sung tells Sung-ah she'll need to pass the test first, and asks if she's ready to enter a dungeon right now and prove herself. She hesitates for half a second, then locks it down and says yes. Hyun watches this exchange and reads it exactly for what it is. The man just wants to go hunting and invented a reason. The destination is Harpy's Cliff, a D-ranks dungeon, where Sung-ah's so-called evaluation is going to take place. They step inside, and Harpies come at them immediately from multiple angles. Sung-ah's bow is already up, and her accuracy makes the response look effortless. One by one, they drop out of the air. Yu Sung watches and can't hold back the admission having a ranged attacker in the group changes the dynamic completely. For the first time, their little group actually feels like a functioning party. Hyun looks over and asks if she passes, because the expression on Yu Sung's face is clearly not that of a skeptic. Yu Sung, for his part, seems to have completely lost track of what he was supposed to be evaluating. After a bit of prodding, he remembers the test exists, and the fact that he forgot in the first place proves that the test was never the point. He just wanted to hunt. With the harpies cleared, Sun-ah moves to the corpses and starts methodically pulling mana stones. Hyun tells her she doesn't have to go that deep into it. The thoroughness is more effort than it's worth. She says she doesn't mind. She actually enjoys it. Yu Sung sides with her. Those stones have real value. No point leaving them on the floor. His remark is aimed squarely at Hyun. Hyun doesn't see the point when the core alone covers whatever money he needs. He asks Yu Sung if he even bothers with mana stones for himself. Obviously not, the man is loaded. The two of them are mid-bicker when something in the dungeon catches Hyun's attention. A weapon slides out of his inventory before he's even consciously made the decision. Yu Sung hasn't caught on yet, but after a beat, something registers for him too. Sung-ah can't pick up whatever the two of them are sensing and asks what's happening. Neither of them answers. Hyun closes his eyes and focuses inward. A beat of stillness. Then his fist shoots out into empty air and connects with something. A figure materializes out of nowhere and hits the dungeon floor, out cold from a single punch. Whatever stealth skill this person was running, it was high-grade. Hyun and Yu Sung could barely field him even knowing to look. No killing intent coming off him though, which means the goal wasn't their lives. That doesn't clear him though. Hyun's gut says this isn't a coincidence, and his gut doesn't usually file false reports. Yu Sung floats the possibility that he was just an unrelated awakener passing through, in which case what Hyun did was technically unprovoked assault. Hyun doesn't disagree with the definition. He just maintains that sneaking up on people in a dungeon is bad manners, and bad manners have consequences. Beyond that, there's something else working in the background of his thinking. It goes back to the conversation with Tae-gil right after the contract got signed. The ink barely dry before the first directive landed. Tae-gil handed him a briefing on the dungeon terrorism incidents. Someone has been deliberately engineering dungeon breaks, and the government managed to trace the edges of the organization running the operation. A large-scale government strike is being planned to take them down, and when that operation moves, Hyun is going to be part of it. Back in the present, something spectacularly unpleasant gets splashed across the unconscious intruder's face, and he jolts awake with a shout. His eyes snap open, and the first thing they land on is Hyun's face, looking entirely too pleased with itself. Then he notices his arms are moving. He's been tied up. He demands to know who these people are and what's being done to him before he can finish the sentence. Whatever is soaking his face hits the back of his throat and his eyes start watering immediately. Hyun, with what sounds like genuine regret, explains that water was the original plan, but water supplies were running low, so they went with what was available. Specifically, the contents of a harpy's bladder. The man stares up at them from the floor, completely unable to process the sentence that was just spoken to him. What they threw on him hit hard. His stomach gave out before his brain even caught up to what was happening. Gagging through every breath, he still managed to hurl a few insults barely, but he got them out. Wide awake now, whether he likes it or not, and that means it's time to start answering some very uncomfortable questions. Hyun drops down to eye level, closing the distance until there's nowhere left to look but straight ahead. The question lands clean and direct. Are you the dungeon terrorist? A flicker of shock crosses the man's face. Just for a second, then something shifts. The smirk comes next, slow and deliberate, and he doesn't bother denying a single word of it. Terrorist isn't the label he'd choose for himself. But yes, he belongs to the organization behind the dungeon breaks, and he's not ashamed of it. Noble goals, he calls them. Their dungeon breaks aren't random destruction. They're calculated moves towards something much bigger. Hyun isn't here for ideology, noble cause or not. He wants every detail the man carries. And in exchange, the man walks away clean. Torture, threats, none of it will crack him. That's the line he feeds himself as he steels his resolve to stay silent. Their mission will not be stopped. That's the speech he's building in his head, full of conviction and fire. Notice I said building in his head. What actually comes out of those swollen lips is a garbled, barely coherent offer to tell them absolutely everything they want to know. All that passionate talk about protecting the cause, and it evaporated that fast. Hyun looks genuinely let down by how quickly the man folded. As a small consolation for the disappointment, 3 or 4 more teeth get added to the tally. Later that evening, outside the dungeon, the situation shifts to something slightly more official. Hyun's report of a captured terrorist brings Gil and his subordinates straight to the scene. The handoff happens with zero ceremony. Our MC passes the man over like luggage at a baggage claim. The problem is, the luggage immediately starts begging the government workers to arrest him, which says everything about the condition he's in. Tae-gil, visibly uneasy, asks Hyun how exactly the man ended up looking like that, and our MC keeps a straight face, floating the idea that maybe the harpies got a little rough with him. The explanation doesn't hold up to much scrutiny, but the state of the criminal gets acknowledged and quietly set aside. Tae-gil thanks Hyun's group for their cooperation and prepares to head out. That's when Yoo-sung pops into view from behind Hyun, waving at him like they're old friends. They've crossed paths before, and the reason is worth noting. The government made their pitch to recruit Yoo-sung at some point, and he shot it down without a second thought. Government work is boring. Apparently, and for someone as sharp as he seems, that snap refusal suggests he doesn't always think the long game through. With everything wrapped up, Tae-gil makes his exit. He lets Hyun know the real conversation happens. Tomorrow, outsiders are still around. It's late and tonight is better spent resting than talking. The next day, Hyun and Tae-gil sit down to get into the details on the man Hyun brought in. The terrorist's name is Jong Yong-shik. Stealth is his unique ability, the same one he tried using against Hyun and Yoo-sung inside the dungeon. His role in the organization appears to be significant. Hyun already had a read on most of that, but what none of them knew before is this. The man gave up the location of their headquarters, and the government is already planning a full-scale assault on that location in 2 weeks. 2 weeks of prep time tells you this isn't going to be a casual operation. Hyun wants to know what kind of preparations justify that window. But something else is demanding attention first. For the first time in recorded history, a Sea-Crank's dungeon has been cleared. China pulled it off, and the news has taken over every headline. What the media hasn't been told, though, is that 1,200 people went in, and more than half of them didn't come back out. Hyun has solo cleared D-Rank's dungeons before, so he understands better than most dungeon danger doesn't scale linearly. It multiplies. Moving up even 1 rank doesn't just raise the difficulty slightly, it multiplies the manpower required by several times over. China's approach was a human wave, throw enough bodies at the problem and hope the numbers hold. That's exactly why it collapsed. Raw quantity without quality is just an expensive way to fail. Korea is taking a different road, a small, carefully selected group of elite fighters rather than an army. The target is the C-rank dungeon that surfaced in Gangnam, a location known as Bonande's Forest. It's a fair question why they'd bother clearing it at all when China already holds that title, regularly breaking the normal core. To stop the dungeon from ever opening seems like the smarter, lower-risk play, except they've never once managed to clear the normal core, so that option has effectively never been on the table. And at the current pace, the dungeon opens in under 2 weeks. When it does, the monsters that killed hundreds of capable fighters will pour directly into the heart of Seoul, surrounded by civilians with no way to fight back. Contingency plans exist, but given the dungeon's location and what it's capable of, clearing it outright is far less catastrophic than letting a dungeon break tear through a populated city. Hyun reads the room clearly. This is an active crisis, not a future problem. And for Tae-gil to be sitting here talking to him personally instead of managing a dozen other fires, that means they want him in. Tae-gil confirms that they want him on the team. The catch is a legal technicality that prevents solo talented from joining raids, which means participation requires a different structure. So alongside the raid invitation, Tae-gil extends another offer form, a guild. What the government doesn't realize is that they just handed him exactly what he already wanted, since everything they know about him suggests he prefers to work alone. To sweeten the deal further, they're offering to handle all the administrative headaches themselves, plus enough backing to give the guild a legitimate foundation from day one. Hyun presses a hand to his forehead, performing just enough reluctance to sell the act, then agrees. Working with the government wasn't the original plan, but it's delivering everything he needed. Turns out choosing the cooperative path had better returns than expected. Somewhere in the middle of town, a random cafe becomes the venue for the guild's first real meeting. Hyun gathers his new guild members to tackle what he considers the most critical decision in building a guild, landing a name that actually sticks. Song-ah thinks the timing might be premature given there are exactly 3 people sitting at this table right now. Hyun waves that concern off. Tae-gil already handled the structural side of things, and he walks them through everything that came out of yesterday's conversation. That includes the part where they'll be heading into a Sea-Crank dungeon in the not-too-distant future. Yoo-sung's eyes light up at the idea of diving into a dungeon that dangerous, and, for Song-ah, it's just more confirmation that Hyun is exactly the kind of person worth following. On that note, Song-ah floats the idea that she and Hyun drop the formal speech with each other, given that she's now his apprentice. Our MC never technically agreed to that title, but speaking casually with her isn't something he'd push back on. He clears his throat and steers everyone back to the actual topic. The name isn't just a label. It shapes how the guild gets seen, and before they even get to that, Hyun has 3 policies he wants locked in for as long as the guild exists. Rule 1. No pointless fights. As he says it, his eyes drift pointedly toward the one person in the room most likely to ignore that rule on day 2. Rule 2. What comes in, goes back out. Debts get repaid. Grudges get settled. Hyun wants a guild that holds its ground, not one that goes looking for trouble, but definitely not one that rolls over either. Rule 3. They will be stronger than anyone. That's not a preference, that's the direction. Neither guild member pushes back on any of it. Sung-ah takes it further. She's not just agreeing, she's committing to those rules at a level that borders on ceremonial. With the foundation set, the only thing left is the name, and nobody has thrown out a single suggestion yet. Yu Sung opens with Crazy's Guild. It gets cut down immediately. Undeterred, he pivots to Lunatics, which, as Hyun points out, is just the same idea wearing a different coat. Shut down twice, Yu Sung gets benched. Hyun turns to Sung-ah, hoping for something that at least makes sense. She suggests Kang Hyun and his strong friends, which manages to be simultaneously more reasonable and more absurd than both of Yu Sung's attempts combined. Hyun stares at the two of them and accepts the reality that this will fall on him entirely. He picks up a pen and paper. Yu Sung finds this hilarious, already convinced that Hyun isn't going to do any better. The table goes quiet while he thinks it through. He writes something down and slides it over to the other two. They read it, sit with it for a moment, and land on the same answer. Not bad. Across town, a young woman delivers the news to Min Jun. One of their own, Jong Yong-shik, has been captured. He rotates the glass slowly in his hand, processing what this actually changes for the organization. In a straight fight, the man was replaceable, but his stealth ability made him something the team couldn't easily swap out. His capture means the operation targeting the Highest Plains dungeon is dead. No point running it without the asset that made it viable. Somebody needs to absorb the weight of this failure, and Min Jun is already deciding who that's going to be. He asks the woman for the name of whoever took Jong Yong-shik down. The answer comes back, a talented by the name of Kang Hyun. That name keeps showing up. Min Jun has been hearing it more and more, and it's starting to feel like a pattern. Months back, this same person fought a mutant inside the talented education school. Then he single-handedly held off a large-scale dungeon break. Then came the incident at Diance's Research Institute. Every single entry on that list is a problem that traces back to one person, and Min Jun has officially run out of patience for it. He pivots, forcefully changes the subject before the irritation builds further, asking where things stand on the drug they've been pushing. The woman reports that production is still underway, but sourcing test subjects has hit a wall. Min Jun tells her to accelerate the timeline by whatever means it takes, and just so she understands exactly how serious he is, she's welcome to volunteer herself as a test subject if results don't start moving. Back on the other side of things, word gets out that a small elite team is being assembled for a C-Crank's dungeon raid, and the internet catches fire immediately. A preliminary list of participating guilds surfaces alongside the announcement, and the speculation explodes. The names on it aren't exactly shocking. Leading the list is Han Se-yeon's Dangun Guild. Nobody is surprised to see them first. Second is the Talented Association, with Choi Dongwoo at the front. Third is the Fire Dragon Guild, not the biggest name in the room, but respected enough that their spot on the list raises no eyebrows. The Immortality Guild follows. And from there the list continues, every entry, a collection of elite talented under a strong leader. The Guardian Guild holds its place further down the lineup. Then the Black Knight's Order, and the list keeps going from there. Guild number 7 is where the real conversation starts, a brand new outfit with thin numbers and a reputation that barely registers. Somehow sitting alongside guilds that have been building their name for years. The next day, a meeting room inside the Ministry of the Interior and Safety. Hyun walks in. A quick wave to the room, a short apology for the timing, and then he introduces himself as Guildmaster of the Badass Guild, a name he delivers with complete sincerity. Bold move, showing up late to your own debut. Historians, or at least the internet, would later mark this as the Badass Guild's first act of eccentricity. The first one always gets a headline. People generally stop tracking them somewhere around Incident 50. The world has a name for what it's become, the Dungeon Society. Roughly half a year ago, a cataclysm born from a shared dream experienced by 7 billion people simultaneously rewrote the rules of civilization and launched humanity into a new era. Every single day, guilds collapse and new ones take their place in the wreckage. The latest contender stepping into that space is the Badass Guild, led by none other than RMC, Kang Hyun. Special Awakener Management Team Leader Shin Tae-gil is not feeling the name at all. He fixes Hyun with a skeptical look and asks, flat out, if this is genuinely what he wants to call his guild. Being an English word, Tae-gil clearly hasn't connected the dots on what it actually means, which is, essentially, that something is impressively cool. Even with the meaning clarified, the name still sits uncomfortably with him. Unorthodox is a gentle way to put it. He tries one more time, asking if Hyun is absolutely certain, and Hyun doesn't blink. The name is perfect. That's final. Tae-gil approves it, reluctantly, like a man signing off on something he already regrets. With the guild officially registered, he informs Hyun that a strategy meeting for the C-Crank Dungeon Vanity's Forest is coming up. Details to follow separately. The one thing he emphasizes, don't be late. Meanwhile, the Dungeon Society churns on without pause. Hundreds of casualties every single day. No exceptions, no slow weeks. 4 days later, Monday, the day of the scheduled meeting. Yu Sung and Sung-ah are already at the office building, waiting outside the meeting room. Yu Sung glances around and asks Sung-ah if she has any clue where their guildmaster disappeared to. He calls her Big Sis, which throws her off until he clarifies that despite how he looks, he's only 20, making her the senior between them. Sung-ah accepts the nickname, though not without some hesitation. That small moment gets cut short when the sound of heavy, rushed footsteps announces the arrival of the person they've been waiting on. He walks up, apologizes for the delay, and offers a completely straight-faced explanation he needed to use the bathroom and it took longer than expected. No further details provided. Yu Sung doesn't even address the lateness. His eyes are locked on the shirt specifically. The oversized face printed across the front of a shirt that is clearly several sizes too small for Hyun's frame. Our MC defends the choice with full confidence, explaining that the character on the shirt is wildly popular with kids right now, and wearing it is a deliberate strategy to soften his public image. The internet hasn't been kind to his reputation lately, so the plan is to lean into something more approachable and friendly looking. Yu Sung stares at him for a moment, genuinely surprised that someone would think this particular shirt was the solution. The face on it doesn't look friendly, it looks furious. Any kid that makes eye contact with that shirt is more likely to burst into tears than warm up to him. Yoon goes quiet, then slowly recalls the child in the parking lot who started crying as he walked past. Yu Sung's morning arrived too late, one small casualty already on the books before the meeting even started. Up in the meeting room, the strategy session is supposed to be underway. One guildmaster is running out of patience fast, and the tension in the room is already thickening. 5 minutes past the start time, and Han Myung-do, guildmaster of the Immortal Guild, becomes the first person to voice what everyone else is already thinking. Starting like this is not a good sign. Lee Chang-gun of the Black Knights steps in calmly, noting that 2 guilds still haven't shown up. Guardian Guildmaster Park Si-hyun acknowledges that the Flame Dragon Guild being late is nothing new. But it sounds like there's more than one problem today. Kioi Dongwoo, president of the Talented Association, doesn't say anything. He just listens, quietly taking in the room's temperature. Han Se-yeon of the Donggang Guild sits equally composed, keeping her thoughts exactly where they are. At the front podium, Taegil exhales in a way that makes it very clear he saw this coming from the moment it was scheduled. He excuses himself, citing a quick phone call, and slips out of the room. He dials once, twice, several times, no answer. Same voicemail every time. Yu Sung's number gets tried next. One ring the blonde picks up immediately. Taegil starts to identify himself, but Yu Sung's reaction lands somewhere between unimpressed and suspicious. His advice? Don't live like that. He's clearly reading the call as a scam attempt and isn't even slightly interested in engaging. He then announces he's hanging up because something fun is happening and he'd rather be paying attention to that. Taegil practically pleads into the phone, repeating his full title, Special Awakener Management Team Leader, with the urgency of someone who really needs that information to land. That does the trick. Something clicks in Yu Sung's memory. The scam theory gets quietly dropped, and now he's actually listening. With Yu Sung's attention finally secured, Taegil asks the only thing that matters right now: when is Kang Hyun arriving, because they are already late and the room is waiting. Yu Sung's smile practically transmits itself through the speaker as he tells Taegil not to stress, Hyun will be up soon. And things are about to get very entertaining down here. Taegil has no idea what entertaining means in this context, and that gap in understanding worries him. Yu Sung cuts the suspense short. Yoon just started a fight, and Taegil should come downstairs and see it for himself. Taegil's response, loud enough to be heard by everyone nearby, is one long, disbelieving yell into the phone. Down below, Hyun has a man by the shirt, partially lifted off the ground, controlled, deliberate, and absolutely furious. Every part of his body language says the same thing: this is not a bluff, and he is not interested in de-escalating. The man on the receiving end of all that aggression is Park Ho-yeon, Flame Dragon Guildmaster, second strongest guild in Korea, wearing an expression of pure, unfiltered shock. The idea that some unknown person would grab him like this in a building lobby hasn't fully processed yet. It defies every expectation he had walking through that door. His own guildmates, positioned around him specifically to prevent situations like this, can't do anything but stand there and watch, equally dumbfounded. Their guildmaster, face to face with a very angry Hyun, and not a single person in that group is moving. Let's rewind to where this actually started. They weren't this late. Yet Hyun's group was still on track for a slightly delayed but acceptable arrival, and Sung-ah had just reminded him they needed the 11th floor. He found the right button and pressed it. The elevator doors began sliding shut, everything calm, perfectly ordinary. A minor delay at worst, arrival still manageable. Then a hand shoved itself between the closing doors. The doors reopened to reveal Park Ho-yeon and the full Flame Dragon delegation behind him. They excused themselves politely as they filed into the elevator alongside Hyun's group. It took about 3 seconds for Park Ho-yeon to notice that they were also headed to the 11th floor. He put it together quickly and assumed correctly that they were all going to the same meeting. Introductions were exchanged, hands shaken, but the whole ritual started grinding on Hyun almost immediately. He was already behind schedule because of a bathroom emergency, and small talk in a crowded elevator wasn't helping. A polite conversation with a guildmaster he'd never met was the last thing he needed when every second was making him more late than the second before. The final Flame Dragon member stepped in, and the elevator groaned under the combined weight, sensors triggering before the doors even tried to close. Someone needed to exit. The machine wasn't moving until that happened. The armor worn by the Flame Dragon members was almost certainly the main culprit. Full combat gear in a government building elevator has consequences. Hyun couldn't help internally questioning why anyone would show up to a strategy meeting in full armor when no one was entering a dungeon that day. Park Ho-yeon turned to Hyun with an apology. At our MC, keeping it civil, told him there was nothing to apologize for. That response, unfortunately, gave Park Ho-yeon the opening to suggest something that should never have been said out loud. He told Hyun and his group to step out and let the Flame Dragon Guild ride up first. Yu Sung and Sung Ah both went completely still, the kind of stillness that comes right before something breaks. Humans skipped that stillness entirely and went straight to furious. Park Ho-yeon, with no working read on the room whatsoever, kept going. His guild is large. Their contribution to the raid will likely be significant, so logistically speaking, it makes sense for them to head up first. The reasoning continued. Hyun's group could simply wait and take the next ride up. Hyun, a man of patience and measured diplomacy, decided to confirm that he was understanding this correctly. He asked Park Hyun directly, "Are you saying my guild is second-rate and should step aside?" Park Hyun's answer was careful. He wouldn't frame it that way exactly, but he also wasn't going to argue that Hyun had gotten the meaning wrong. Even Yu Sung and Sun Ao, who'd been watching with growing disbelief, started swearing up this was going somewhere, and they were ready to go there, except there was no need for backup. Hyun had more than enough in the tank to handle this, personally enough for 3 people, honestly, and that's the chain of events that produced the lobby standoff. 2 guild leaders, one of them far angrier than the other expected, and one completely blindsided guild master staring down consequences he didn't see coming. Tai Gil, now downstairs and taking in the scene, cannot figure out how an elevator ride turned into this, especially given that he specifically told both of them this meeting was too important to be late for. Hyun, to his credit, issues an apology and then explains with a straight face that he suffers from a very real condition that compels him to hit people when he needs to feel better. Park Ho-yeon, finally in the meeting room, punctuates his arrival by slamming his hand on the table. Whatever happened downstairs, he is not over it. Tae Gil steps in, using every bit of his authority to pull the room back from the edge and get the meeting moving. Ham Yum-do cuts in before the first agenda item even lands. With new faces in the room and given that everyone here is about to enter a dungeon together, it makes more sense to start with introductions, get the basics on the table before strategy. Tae Gil agrees and calls on Kang Hyun to go first with his team. Hyun reads the energy immediately. This is a gesture designed to put him at ease, and the Immortal Guild leader has clearly already formed a read on him. Transparent, but whatever. He stands, clears his throat, and launches into it. Guildmaster of the Badass Guild, founded roughly 4 days ago. Current. Total membership, 3. Himself included. Park Ho-yeon's jaw tightens and he cuts straight in. He wants to know if this is some kind of joke. Because 3 people showing up to a dungeon raid with this kind of firepower requirement is not a number, it's a problem. And he's not done making that point. Hyun shuts him down mid-sentence. The man is genuinely starting to get on his nerves, especially after the elevator incident. He didn't volunteer for this meeting, he was called. So if participation is the issue, that's not a problem he created. That answer lights a fire under Park Ho-yeon. He shoves out of his seat, standing up with the kind of outrage that needs a visible outlet. Across the table, the Daenkon Guild Master just laughs quietly, to herself, like someone watching a show she's already enjoying. She tells our MC directly that he's exactly the kind of person she likes around a guildmaster, who says what he means without dressing it up, deserves some respect for that alone. Choi Dong-woo adds his voice to the room next. His message to Park Ho-yeon is simple. This is not the venue, and they're already behind schedule as it is. That lands. Park Ho-yeon goes quiet. Every set of eyes in the room is on him now, which removes every remaining option except sitting back down and keeping still. Then Yu Sung leans over to Yoon out of nowhere and tells him to look at the guy in the seat right next to him. He points Hyun's attention to the chair directly beside him. Sitting there is Park Si-hyun, Guild Master of the Guardian Guild. Yoon looks and asks what the issue is. Yu Sung's response is a slow, devious smirk, the kind that never means anything good. He tells Hyun to just keep watching, because that man is about to die. Before Hyun can even process that sentence, Yu Sung reaches into his inventory, pulls out his mace with the look of someone who has already made a decision, and starts moving. Hyun grabs him immediately. He stares at Yu Sung in open panic, demanding to know what he thinks he's doing because whatever the answer is, it cannot possibly be acceptable. There's no scenario where pulling a weapon in a government strategy meeting is a defensible choice, and yet standing there watching this unfold in real time, Hyun realizes with fresh clarity that he somehow let himself forget this guy has always been exactly like this. Tae Gil spots Yu Sung on his feet with a weapon out, and immediately orders him to put it away. The rest of of the room reacts in the same breath, every set of eyes locking onto Yu-sung as the tension spikes. Park Ho-yeon doesn't hesitate. He points straight at the Badass Guild and declares with full conviction that they came here specifically to derail this entire meeting. Across the table, a Guardian Guild member rises from his seat, sword drawn, positioning himself between Yu-sung and his guild master. He asks Yu-sung directly if they're actually trying to start a fight in this room of all places. Then he turns and calls back to Park Se-yoon for the order to engage, but gets nothing. He tries again. Louder this time, still no answer. When he turns around to look, what he sees stops him cold. Park Se-yoon is changing visibly, physically, in real time, teeth clenched, body shifting in a way that has nothing to do with anger and everything to do with something wrong. His eyes go red, bleeding light, like something behind them cracked the veins across his face, rising against his skin like they're trying to tear through. Then the roar tears out of him. Every person in that room snaps to attention, talented or not. That sound triggered something primal, and nobody is sitting down anymore. Weapons come out across the table in seconds. Every guildmaster moving on instinct. Because whatever this is, it stopped looking like a meeting the moment that roar hit the walls. Park Se-yoon drops to his knees, and he keeps going, growling, roaring, completely unrecognizable from the composed man who walked into this room. Nobody has a single explanation for what they're watching. The Guardian Guild member who'd been ready to fight Yu-sun 30 seconds ago now edges carefully toward his own guildmaster, voice tight as he asks if he's alright. Park Se-yoon turns, attention locking on to the man approaching him, and drives a finger straight into his throat, then rips it back out. Blood sprays across the room in a wide arc, catching walls, furniture, people. The man drops, dead before he hits the floor. Even Hyun, someone who has walked out of fights that would end most talented, goes completely still, the shark landing harder than any punch. Yu-sung, who has been ready for exactly this since the moment he spotted Park Se-yoon, breaks into a grin and tells Hyun to keep his eyes open. This is what he was talking about. He tears free from Hyun's grip and charges straight in, mace leading. One clean hit, and this ends. Except just before the mace connects, Park Se-yoon launches a punch that catches Yu-sung and sends him airborne. He crashes directly back into Hyun, who catches him and immediately checks if anything is broken. Yu-sung spits blood off his lip and laughs genuinely. Like that hit was the most fun he's had in weeks. Whatever Park Se-yoon turned into hits harder than the frame suggests. But here's the problem. He picked the absolute worst room on the planet to lose control in. Lined up behind him right now are some of the most dangerous, talented Korea has produced. And every single one of them is already armed and moving in the same direction. Even through whatever feral state has taken him over, some part of Park Se-yoon registers that the math here is catastrophically bad. Hyun tells Yu-sung to clear out, and rolls his shoulders because there's no reason to drag this out. He doesn't even bother lowering his voice when he asks the room if he gets to go first. The shockwave from that opening punch travels through the floor, up the walls, and reverberates through every floor of the building. When it's done, the room looks like the aftermath of something that should have happened in a dungeon. Craters punched through walls, debris everywhere. Furniture reduced to splinters and scattered across the floor like it was never assembled in the first place. In the middle of all that wreckage, Park Se-yoon is face down and not getting up. Someone nervously asks if he's dead, but one look at the room tells you the answer. They couldn't hold him, so they had to put him down before he reached a door. He was also stronger than the situation suggested, which removed every option except the one they used. What it doesn't explain is why any of this happened, because that man wasn't normal, and everyone in this room knows it. Nobody could have seen this coming. Nobody except Yu-sung, apparently, who clocked it before the transformation even started. Hyun stares at him and genuinely wants to understand how. Hyun's mana sensitivity is exceptional, refined to a level most talented never reach, and he didn't register anything unusual until the fight was already happening. That gap is hard to explain with conventional ability logic, unless it's something else entirely, something closer to precognition, a sense for incoming danger that bypasses mana detection altogether. Rewinding through Yu-sung's track record with that lens changes the read on a lot of things. The recklessness, the hair-trigger instincts, the moments where acting crazy turned out to be the correct call, including that sparring session at the school, where he attacked that girl. Maybe that wasn't chaos either. Maybe there was a reason buried under the surface. Then Yu-sung laughs, loud and easy, wiping blood off the side of his face like he just stepped off a carnival ride. He tells the room, tells no one in particular, that he missed this. A real fight after a stretch of quiet. Worth the wait. Hyun watches that smile and shuts the whole theory down on the spot. There's nothing to decode here. No hidden depth, no precognitive gift worth analyzing. From day one, Yu-sung has simply been a psychopath, and Hyun almost talked himself into a more complicated explanation. Tae-gil pulls the room together as best he can, apologizes for the disruption, and informs everyone that the strategy meeting will continue over video call in the afternoon. Guild leaders begin filing out, and Hyun follows with his group, releasing a long, tired yawn on the way to the door. He made the effort to get here, fought in the elevator, watched a man get killed at a conference table, and then demolished what was left of the room, and the meeting still didn't happen. He almost makes it out before Tae-gil catches up and asks if he has a minute. There was something he planned to bring up after the meeting, but given how the day went, now is the better time. It ties back to their last conversation specifically, the promise that the government would back the Badass Guild with full support. Hyun grins and says that this is what living right gets you. With the Badass Guild now officially on the registry, the government has also set up and organized a dedicated guild office for them ready to use starting today. Tae-gil offers to take them over. Something shifts in Hyun's energy immediately. The word office hits different than meeting or mission. He asks, with actual enthusiasm, where they need to go. Tae-gil points them toward a skyscraper, 33rd floor. Hyun and his guild members step into a wide, clean room that is now entirely theirs. The space is already stocked with equipment that takes the usual startup headaches completely off the table. Front and center is a high-end PC loaded with the latest graphics card, not the kind of hardware you'd expect in a government-issued space. Off to the side, a kitchen area with an espresso machine that looks like it cost more than some dungeons pay out. Next to it, a double-door refrigerator that belongs in a restaurant, not an office. Despite all of it, the space still reads as empty, mostly because the room is large enough that 3 people barely register inside it. Hyun stares at the layout and immediately starts building a mental floor plan: sofa here, TV there, and while they're at it, a shower and a bedroom would make this truly functional. The line between guild office and personal apartment is blurring fast, but he's already committed to the vision. The refrigerator, naturally, gets filled with beer first. That's non-negotiable. Yoo-sung points out correctly that this is technically a workplace, then immediately makes clear that none of that stops him from endorsing every single change being proposed. Sunna is the one who pulls them both back to reality. The video call is coming up fast. 2 o'clock. The other guild leaders are expecting them on screen. Hyun drops into the chair in front of the new desktop and pulls up the Ministry of Interior Safety's internal network. He mutters that he genuinely has no idea if this place has working internet, and notes that it would be darkly funny if it didn't. Sung-ah, meanwhile, mentions she's stepping out for a moment. After a brief pause, the connection goes through and Tae-gil's face appears on screen, already apologizing for the disruption and thanking everyone for reassembling on short notice. He opens the floor immediately. Does anyone have questions? Si-yuan takes it first, cutting straight to what everyone in that room is actually thinking. What exactly happened to Guildmaster Park Si-hyun? Tae-gil keeps it measured. The investigation is active, and the moment there's something concrete to share, he'll share it. Hyun leans over and quietly asks Sunna how significant Park Si-hyun actually is. The Guardian Guild sits at 5th in the national rankings, and the name isn't just branding. It's a guild built from the ground up, around one mission: protecting people. Park Si-hyun wasn't just the guildmaster, he was someone Sunna personally looked up to, which makes what happened in that room even harder to swear away. A man like that doesn't just transform without a reason, and nobody in that room has one yet. Yoo-sung decides this is the moment to point out that Hyun, the guildmaster, apparently knows nothing about the guilds he's sitting across from. His voice carries through the speaker, loud and clear. Tae-gil cuts in immediately, telling him to mute himself if he wants to run a side conversation with his guild. The look on Tae-gil's face says everything. Managing Hyun's team is quietly becoming the most exhausting part of his job. With the noise finally settled, he pulls the meeting back on course. 5 days from now, they raid a C-ranked dungeon, Vanity's Forest. Massive terrain, heavy with forest and mountain coverage. The scout team that went in ahead reports a mixed monster population: goblins, orcs, ogres, plus a range of additional types that haven't been fully cataloged yet. Han Myung-do raises an eyebrow. Goblins, orcs, and ogres? If that's the full roster, then what exactly does the name Vanity refer to? Tae-gil doesn't have a locked-in answer on that yet. The working assumption is that it's the boss name before the encounter, which is never a great sign. As for the monster types themselves, familiar doesn't mean manageable. Basic classifications are not the same as low threat, and anyone treating this like a standard dungeon is going to find that out the hard way. The monsters inside this forest are operating on a completely different tier compared to what those labels normally imply. Think of the average dungeon monster as an untrained militia, and the creatures inside Vanity's Forest as a standing army with actual discipline. Individual skill levels across the board are exceptional, not outliers, just standard. And they don't just fight, they coordinate. Formations, timing, positioning. This is organized combat. Tae-gil's recommendation is to move as a unified force rather than independent units. It's their best shot at survival, and he's not framing that as a suggestion. The problem is that every guild in this meeting was built around doing things their own way, and asking them to subordinate that instinct for a group strategy is easier said than actually done. As the briefing continues, Tae-gil's eyes land on Hyun and catch something unexpected. He asks immediately what Hyun is drinking. Hyun looks down at his own hand like he's seeing it for the first time. He has no memory of picking anything up, genuinely baffled, and Yoo-sung, sitting right next to him, can't explain it either. The drink materialized as if by magic. The mystery gets solved when Sung-ah walks back in. She slipped out to grab beer since Hyun had mentioned filling the fridge with it. She also hands him dried squid without breaking stride, while every guildmaster on that call stares in a silence that speaks volumes about what they think of this team's professionalism. Hyun accepts the squid, takes a sip, and then asks Tae-gil with complete sincerity what Vanity actually is confirming. and one question that he absorbed none of the last several minutes. Tae-gil leans back in his chair, and the exhale that follows carries the weight of a man reassessing his life choices. He stares at the ceiling for a moment and genuinely wonders whether this raid is going to be okay. Several more exchanges followed, none of them particularly smooth, but the meeting wrapped up without anything catching fire. The next morning, the badass guild office door swings open like it owes someone an apology, preceded by a voice that is loud, enthusiastic, and entirely too much for that hour. He announces, with the energy of someone who's been rehearsing this moment, that he's reporting for duty starting today. The name he gives is Han Jae. Hyun stares at the man with zero recognition and asks who he is, then slowly remembers that Tae-gil mentioned hiring someone for administrative work. There was even a resume sent over by email. Sung-ah already printed it. It's been sitting there the whole time. Han Jae, 27 years old, average build, solid academic background. The qualifications read well on paper, and as Hyun works through the resume, nothing raises a flag. Meanwhile, Jae is barely holding himself together, standing this close to Kang-yoon in person, is testing the limits of his composure. He even notes, with complete admiration, that Hyun looks even more like a criminal face-to-face than he does in photos, and somehow that makes him cooler. Classic awkward nerd energy, except his version of a celebrity is a guy who punches through walls and scares children with his shirt. Hyun closes the resume and acknowledges that he can't confirm competence just by reading a document, but Tae-gil wouldn't have sent someone who wasn't up to the job. So the benefit of the doubt gets extended automatically. Hyun reaches out a hand, and with the handshake comes the opening offer, 1,000 per month as a starting salary, taxes, insurance. The fine print. Hyun sends him straight to Tae-gil for all of that because that's genuinely outside his area of interest. Jae isn't tracking any of it anyway. The only thing registering for him right now is that Kang Hyun's hand is about to make contact with his. He accepts the handshake and practically shouts his vow to work harder than anyone has ever worked for this guild. After that, they all settle into the common area of the office together. Jae is still processing the reality of his situation because not only is he sitting with Hyun, and Yu-sung and Shin Sung-ah are right there too. Their presence hits differently in person. The aura these three carry isn't something that translates through a screen. Sung-ah glances toward Hyun for just a moment, then announces that there's something she needs to bring up, with the guild about to grow in scale and visibility. She floats the idea of matching uniforms. A unified look builds team identity, and if they're going to operate as a real guild, they should look like one. Jaemin's excitement, already running high, nearly breaks containment at the idea of official guild merch. Hyun doesn't jump at it. He takes his time with the idea, working through it carefully. Jae is internally screaming at him to just say yes already. But Sung-ah had already moved past the proposal stage entirely because she's standing there holding the finished uniforms. Hyun takes one look and says no. Immediately. No deliberation, no hesitation. The logo is excessive on its own, but the skull pushed it completely over the edge. This is the aesthetic of a 1980s biker gang. Not a guild heading into a government-sanctioned raid. Yu-sung's fingerprints are all over that skull design, which surprises absolutely nobody. The guild members already project enough intensity without the costumes. Adding biker jackets to the equation will guarantee that civilians cross the street when they see them coming. He tells her to put the jackets away and then watches the words hit, because Sung-ah's expression quietly collapses and she starts folding the jacket away with tears running down her face. These weren't something she threw together in an afternoon. She tracked down options, made decisions, coordinated production. Every step was deliberate and careful. What he doesn't know yet is that the tears are completely manufactured. The effort was real. The crying is a tool. Because even if the waterworks are engineered, the work behind those jackets genuinely wasn't. She walks him through it when she went to find a maker. The shop owner treated it like she'd walked into the right place at exactly the right time. His shop has been producing guild uniforms for 100 years, passed down through generations of his family, which is an impressive legacy given that guild uniforms weren't even a concept until the tutorial kicked everything off. But sure, 100 years, noted. She trusted him with the design anyway. He even offered her a special rate, normally 500 per piece, but for her order, the entire set for 1,300 total. A deal, apparently. She transferred the money, he delivered on his end, and when the finished jackets arrived, she was certain Hyun would love them. By the time she finishes the whole story, she turns and walks toward the bathroom, tears still going strong. Jae, who arrived full of enthusiasm 30 minutes ago, now sits very still in the background, unsure where to look. Yu-sung turns to Hyun and gives him a slow, deliberate thumbs down, the international signal for "you handled that badly." Hyun puts his face in his hands as Yu-sung leans in and really makes sure the point lands. A few more rounds of that, and Hyun caves. The jackets are approved. With a new member officially on board, the group decides dinner is warranted. Hyun, Sung-ah, Yu-sung, and Jae head down to the parking lot, bound for a barbecue spot. Hyun asks Sung-ah if wearing the jackets out makes her happy. She answers with a smile that makes the question feel stupid, forever being in doubt. He decides to stop analyzing it and goes looking for the van Tae-gil arranged for them. He finds it. It is not difficult to find. The skull logo from the jackets has been reproduced across the entire exterior of the van, every panel, every surface, supplemented by additional symbols and markings that collectively make it look like it was commissioned by a crime organization with a design budget. Hyun turns, fist already tight, and asks who did this, and Yu Sung's hand goes up without a flicker of guilt. He called in workers the night before and had them run through the night to finish it. This time, Hyun doesn't manage the anger. He tells Yu Sung to get rid of it, full stop. Sell it, scrap it, he doesn't care which. He wants the plain van Taegil originally provided. Sunna, standing beside the van, says she thinks it looks incredible. Hyun makes clear that his feelings about incredible are entirely secondary right now. The van goes before his self-control does. Jaemin lingers at the back of this whole exchange, watching it unfold with an expression that's hard to read. He came in this morning imagining something much closer to professional. Whatever this guild is, it's not matching the version he pictured, and the gap is getting wider by the minute. None of that stops the van from pulling out of the lot though, skull logo and all, rolling through city streets toward dinner like it owns every lane. Inside, Hyun is still going, threatening consequences for the van situation, and Yu Sun's eyes light up like he's being invited somewhere. Hyun catches that look and immediately stops talking, because engaging this man is never the right answer. Then the van rolls to a stop. Traffic. Dense, backed up, not moving. Jaemin, behind the wheel, can't see a clear reason for it. But whatever's causing this jam isn't normal gridlock. Up ahead, just visible through the stopped cars, it looks like something is happening. Something that looks a lot like a fight. Hyun pushes the van door open and steps out to get a better read on what's happening up ahead. The door swings wide, and before both feet are even on the ground, a body comes screaming through the air directly toward him. It connects with the door at full velocity, crumpling it like paper. And the door Hyun had just opened is now an expensive piece of scrap metal. Yu Sung explodes out of the van behind him, face tight, moving fast. Looking genuinely concerned for the first time in recent memory, Hyun blinks, mildly surprised that his chaotic guild member is apparently capable of showing worry, then watches as Yu Sung runs straight past him and drops to his knees beside the destroyed door instead. The van was his masterpiece. His artistic statement, and watching it get wrecked is apparently the closest thing to personal injury that Yu Sung knows how to feel. Hyun stands there processing the fact that his own guild member just sprinted past him to mourn sheet metal and finds no words for it. The projectile in question, who turns out to be a person, groans, peels himself off the ground, and mutters something about being thrown without warning. He's rebuilding his dignity piece by piece as he gets back to his feet. Then he looks up and sees the door. More specifically, he sees the owner of the door, a face carrying the kind of cold, contained fury that doesn't need volume to be terrifying. And to make his day significantly worse, that face now has a personal grudge attached to it, because this man just destroyed his property. Meanwhile, back at the scene that launched all of this, two sides, still squaring off. Heisen Guild's vice master, Jo Dong-won, stands at the front of his group like he owns the street, taunting the opposition to step forward if they feel brave enough. Across from him, the Jongjin Guild's vice master Woo Jin-young gives it right back, calling Dong-won out for throwing his weight around like an amateur. Mid-argument, one of the Jongjin Guild members quietly asks whether their infiltration team leader is going to be okay. The man got launched pretty far. Jin-young waves the concern off. Their infiltration leader is the most durable member on the roster. A throw like that barely counts as exercise for him. That's the version that was supposed to happen. What actually happened is something else entirely, because two figures emerge from the direction the man was thrown, carrying said infiltration team leader, the guild's legendary durability specialist. Looking like he lost an argument with something much angrier than gravity, Hyun tosses the man forward, casually, like returning lost luggage. Steps on his face to anchor him to the ground, and asks the assembled guilds with quiet menace whether this thing that destroyed his van door belongs to one of them. The infiltration leader, face pressed to the pavement, is fully apologizing and begging simultaneously. The Jongjin Guild, who had been operating with so much confidence 30 seconds ago, starts a slow, wordless retreat as the threat assessment recalibrates dramatically. Their fear alone is enough for Hyun to identify the guilty party, and he starts walking toward them, Yu Sung and Sung-ah falling into step behind him without being asked. He already got the full picture from the man he'd been holding. This is a guild turf war, two organizations that apparently couldn't settle their differences anywhere other than the middle of a public street. And because of their inability to act like adults, Hyun's dinner plans are now in ruins. The beef he was looking for were two gone. This is personal. One of the Jongjin Guild members goes pale, not from the approaching group in general, but from recognition specifically. That's Kang Houn, the one who doesn't stop when he's angry. The reputation isn't exaggerated, if anything, it undersells it. Then he spots Yu Sung, then Sung-ah, every member of the Badass Guild, present and walking toward them in matching skull jackets. Take a step back and look at this objectively. Even stripped of names and reputations, the three people closing in on that group look like the kind of danger that doesn't negotiate. Hyun stops walking and announces a number, 500 million. The van took damage. He took some impact from the blast when the body hit the door. Both of those are billable. Emotional damages included the ruined dinner, counts the total comes to 500 million, payable immediately. Yu Sung raises his palm, showing a clean gash. and calmly submits his own claim for an additional 500 million in personal damages. Hyun updates the number on the spot 10 billion total, and the tone makes clear that this is not an opening position. Vice Master Jin Yong goes very still for a moment, jaw tight. Then he laughs the short, disbelieving kind that comes right before a bad decision, and then he launches himself directly at Hyun. He gets a fist for his trouble, square in the face, before the attack even finishes forming. What follows takes only minutes, the rest of the guild cycling through the same experience and sequence. One after another, they go down the badass guild, moving through the crowd like it was never a fair contest to begin with. By the time the last one hits the ground, the street looks like a very efficient after-action report. The group turns to leave. Jo Dongwon steps forward from the Heisen Guild side and thanks Hyun and his crew. Hyun tells him not to read too much into it. Nobody here jumped in as a favor. He makes it clear that the Heisen Guild isn't off the hook either. Both sides turned a territorial dispute into a public spectacle, and he holds them equally responsible for the disruption. Because of all of this, the beef dinner is gone, the evening is ruined, and Hyun is standing on a street instead of sitting in front of a grill. That matters. Dongwon sees his opening immediately and offers to cover dinner himself, premium Korean beef, up to 100,000 won per person. The effect is instantaneous. Hyun's entire energy shifts, and he announces with complete sincerity that the Heisen Guild and the Badass Guild are now allies, by blood. Effective immediately, somewhere else in the city, at the same time. A woman receives the report. The Heisen Guild came out on top, and the Jeonjin Guild took a clean sweep. Han Chaeyan, guild master of the Jeonjin Guild, absorbs the news quietly and starts thinking about whether a small, pointed warning might be in order. By the time Hyun's group reaches the beef restaurant Dongwon recommended, Jo Dongwon reintroduces himself properly. Vice Master of the Heisen Guild, in a setting that's slightly less chaotic than the street. Hyun barely registers it, already focused on the meat, an entire cut going directly into his mouth like the street brawl never happened. Dongwon, eager to be useful, offers to handle the cooking so Hyun can just eat. That earns him a look measured, serious, and slightly dangerous as Hyun asks him directly, how confident is he exactly in his ability to grill meat? For reference, the three things Hyun hates most in this world are goblins, Yu-sung, and people who ruin meat on a grill. Dongwon needs to be very sure before touching those tongs. Dongwon reads the room correctly, steps back, and commits to being a grateful participant rather than an active one, promising not to touch anything. Sometime later, after the meat has been properly handled and consumed, and after a meaningful number of beers have been cleared around the table, Hyun sets his mug down with a satisfied thud and acknowledges that Dongwon came through on his end. Good meal. Then he asks, directly, what the man actually wants, because the question has been sitting there since they sat down. Dongwon clearly didn't expect to get called out that fast. The math doesn't add up for simple gratitude premium beef, full spread, generous pour. Hyun wants to know what's being negotiated here. Dongwon goes quiet for a moment, then decides there's no point playing it slow. He didn't want to bring this up so quickly after meeting, but he needs Hyun's help building the Heisen Guild's strength. The two guilds that fought today, Yongjin and Heisen, have been operating in the same territory for a long time, with a rough but functional balance of power between them. That balance broke about a week ago when the Jeonjin Guild started pushing into dungeons the Heisen Guild managed openly, repeatedly, without the usual restraint, which is strange because the two guilds have always been close in size and strength, close enough that an unspoken boundary existed between them, respected on both sides. Until suddenly it wasn't. The pressure built up over days until today's street confrontation finally released it loudly, publicly, and in the middle of traffic. Yu Sung, immediately interested, calls this exactly what it sounds like, an all-out guild war, and he would like to participate. Hyun cuts him off before the sentence is done. That said, even setting Yu Sung aside, this isn't a small development. A shift in the power balance between two evenly matched guilds always ripples outward. A full clash between Yongjin and Heisen, with both sides already this heated, would be worth watching. Jaemin is barely keeping his composure at the thought of it. Hyun stays grounded. He follows the logic, he understands the situation, but he doesn't have an obvious reason to get involved. Even factoring in the excellent beef, Dongwon isn't finished making his case. He bows his head, not a casual gesture, and continues. If things keep trending the way they are now, the Heisen Guild loses this. That's not pessimism, that's where the trajectory points. The balance has already cracked, and the Jeonjin Guild has been getting stronger at a rate that doesn't fit the normal curve. Then Dongwon leans in and drops his voice. There's a rumor circulating that the Jeonjin Guild has been using some kind of substance internally, something that reportedly enhances an awakener's power. That detail lands differently for Hyun. His expression shifts, and suddenly he's more invested in this conversation than he was 30 seconds ago. He checks with Sun-ah when is the Sea Crank dungeon raid scheduled. 2 days from now. He runs the math quickly and commits to helping. The dungeon comes first, but once that's finished, the Badass Guild is in. Dongwon doesn't care about the timeline, having their commitment is enough. Hyun suggests more beer to close the deal. And Dongwon, relieved and happy, orders a round without hesitation. What nobody at the table notices is the figure outside the window phone, low, angled up, quietly capturing the whole group through the glass. The next morning, a grainy photo of Hyun at dinner surfaces online. The internet immediately goes to work, theories flying about what the badass guild was doing in an unmarked neighborhood restaurant nobody had heard of. More photos follow the first, the guild around the table, beers up, and Yoo-sung pulls up the whole thread to show Hyun. He scrolls through the pictures, showing him every angle someone managed to capture of their team dinner. This could read as a problem, but Yoo-sung reframes it immediately. Other guilds spend millions on promotional exposure, and the badass guild just got it for free because someone liked their vibe enough to post about it. None of that matters right now though, because they're standing in front of a dungeon, pre-raid meeting underway, and Taegil is already telling them to stop talking and pay attention. With Hyun finally quiet and the room settling, Taegil clears his throat and pulls the room back to attention. From this point forward, the raid on Vanity's Forest is officially underway. Every eye in the world capable of tracking this kind of event will be watching. The talented stepping through that dungeon entrance are doing so in the name of national safety, and that weight is real. But beyond the duty and the stakes, there's one thing Taegil wants more than a clean operation. He wants every single one of them to walk back out, collect their reward, and wear the victory proudly. With that, the guilds move multiple teams filing through the dungeon entrance together. Taegil watches them go from behind. Quiet now, the words already said, just watching and hoping. The dungeon doors close, and the outside world disappears behind them. Vanity's Forest delivers exactly what the briefing described. A wide, open woodland under a clear, bright sky. Mountains rising in the distance like walls someone forgot to finish building. The moment everyone is through, Choi Dong-woo claps his hands once sharp enough to cut through the ambient noise and pull focus. He opens by clarifying that he isn't stepping into the raid leader role, but he wants to organize things at least once. Just so, everyone is working from the same map. Each guild will operate independently. That's already been established. But as Taegil's meetings make clear, the dungeon's monsters don't think the way normal dungeon monsters think. They act with strategy, and that means dangerous situations can arrive from directions no one's watching. To compensate for that unpredictability, every guild has been issued emergency signal flares, each color carrying a specific meaning. Red means danger. Green means the dungeon core has been located, and purple means the boss monster has been found. Whichever flare goes up, every guild within range converges on that position immediately, no exceptions. Most of this was already covered in the strategy meeting, and yes, some people in this clearing have heard it twice now, but Dongwoo isn't apologizing for it. You review the rules before you enter, not after something goes wrong. With nothing left to cover, the guilds break apart with quick nods and murmured good lucks. Each team peeling off toward their own section of the forest. Yoo-sung and Sung-ah start moving, Hyun falling in behind them, but before he gets 2 steps, someone calls out to him by name. He turns to find Choi Dong-woo, walking toward him with an open offer. Move with the talented associations group for now. Dong-woo isn't questioning the badass guild's capability, that's not what this is. But a C-rank dungeon is a different animal, and having the numbers makes sense until the terrain reveals itself. Hyun weighs it for a moment, as Dong-woo waits with that easy, patient smile of his. Logically speaking, the man is straightforward and trustworthy, and turning down a reasonable offer from someone who once helped him during a dungeon raid would be bad math. Hyun still owes him for that. He agrees to walk with them for now. Dongwoo shakes his hand like the deal just made his morning. The talented association moves into the forest with the badass guild in tow. Yoo-sung falls in step with the energy of someone deeply unhappy about the arrangement, and he's not bothering to hide it, because the entire point of building their own guild was so they wouldn't have to tail anyone around. He wants to know why they're following strangers instead of doing exactly that. Hyun lays it out plainly, this is their first run in a C-crank dungeon, and the unknown variables here are legitimate. Moving alongside an experienced team first, getting a read on how these monsters operate, and then breaking off to handle things independently is the smarter sequence. That answer visibly fails to satisfy Yoo-sung, who vibrates slightly with barely contained irritation as he asks if Hyun is seriously backing down after all the talk, all the dungeon prep, all the guild-founding energy that got them here. Hyun's expression shifts, almost looks like a gentle correction is coming, and then he raises his voice and snaps at Yoo-sung for trying to bait a fight inside the most dangerous dungeon they've ever entered. Yoo-sung shrugs it off, profoundly unbothered and equally unimpressed. 2 members of the talented association catch the whole exchange from a few paces ahead. Dropping their voices as they trade observations, are these people aware they're inside a dungeon right now? Or did they think this was a park? One of them theorizes that Hyun is either inexperienced or just built without a self-preservation filter, probably coasting on media exposure and confusing visibility with actual competence. The other one agrees, and the commentary keeps flowing, loud enough that it carries back through the trees to the exact people being discussed. Hyun catches every word. He files it away without reacting, but Yoo-sung is a different story. The grip on his mace tightens, and holding him back at this point is roughly equivalent to restraining a large, motivated dog. Yoo-sung shrugs the hand off his arm and announces with total conviction that he is not some mindless brawler who can't read the room or choose his moments. Meanwhile, behind his back, the mace is already out of inventory, held white-knuckle tight, which tells a completely different story about exactly how close that moment was. After Hyun talks him down, the weapon gets returned to inventory, accompanied by a very casual claim that it came out on its own somehow. Hyun isn't going to argue the point because honestly, he understands the feeling completely. Shutting those guys up would have been deeply satisfying. He just has a better sense of timing than Yoo-sung does. But there's something more urgent building in the forest around them, and it doesn't care about the social dynamics of the group. Right on cue, the tree line erupts, movement flooding in from every angle as the first wave locks onto the team, goblin infantry, and they don't ease into it. They pour out from between the trees and hit at full sprint. No hesitation, no warning. Within seconds, the group is wrapped on all sides by a number that makes wave feel like an understatement, and just like the briefing described, these goblins move in a way that has no business belonging to something that small. Nothing like the standard goblins any of them have killed before. The coordination alone is unsettling. Dong-woo snaps into command immediately, calling out formation assignments and directing teams to lock into position, hold coverage on each other, and move as a single unit. Because if this is anything like what he was warned about in those briefings, a fragmented response to this attack ends the raid before it really starts. From the back of the formation, a wet crunch announces that Yoo-sung has located his preferred method of participation, mace first. Straight through a goblin's skull, no ceremony. Whatever restraint had been bottled up since the guild was founded. It found its exit the moment these things started moving. Hyun watches from nearby as Yoo-sung's expression crosses into territory that's genuinely difficult to describe in polite company: pure, unfiltered joy at the sound of monsters breaking. Watching this scene confirms something Hyun has known for a while now. The three things he hates most in this world are, in order, Yoo-sung, people who ruin meat on a grill, and goblins. He backhands one that tries to come in from behind, pivots and closes distance on another one that doesn't clear the gap fast enough, grabs it by the face, and activates mana explosion at point-blank range, converting the goblin into a brief, wet event. And just like Yoo-sung, something loosens in Hyun's chest because this is a room full of goblins, and he has been given full permission to destroy every single one of them. The talented association members who had been talking earlier, the ones doing the quiet commentary about Yoon lacking subtlety, are watching now with completely different expressions. Whatever they thought they were dealing with before, the word lunatics, is doing a lot of recalibrating in their heads right now. And somewhere beneath the combat adrenaline, the slower, colder realization arrives that after everything they said, those two lunatics definitely heard it. That night, after the goblin infantry wave gets thoroughly dismantled, two guild leaders find themselves beside a fire reviewing the day. Dong-woo laughs as he goes over what he witnessed. The rumors about Hyun in a real fight were one thing, but standing next to it is something the rumors simply weren't equipped to convey. The two association members who made the earlier comments are brought forward, kneeling. Dong-woo issues an apology on their behalf and makes clear that the follow-up consequences haven't been delivered yet. Yoon passes a bowl of soup across the fire and asks if the team should continue moving together the next day. Dong-woo appreciates it, but his team moves alone from here, and he asks if the bet has something to do with Hyun's thinking. Hyun accepts his own bowl and doesn't deny it. They're referring to something that happened earlier back at the dungeon entrance, during Tae-gil's pre-raid briefing. The one who initiated it was Park Ha-yen, Flame Dragon Guildmaster, and the terms he set were about contribution to the raid overall, and specifically about who lands the finishing blow on the boss. Hyun recognized it for what it was, a bad bet the moment it was proposed. He also clocked the subtext immediately. Park Ha-yen's guild has far greater numbers, making this whole wager a display exercise, not a real competition. The bet meant nothing at those stakes, and Park Ha-yen knew it, so he sweetened the pot to actually get Hyun's attention. He produced an Easter egg, the kind left behind by someone who builds systems and enjoys watching people find the hidden pieces. One look was enough. Hyun recognized it instantly as something connected to the administrator. Park Ha-yen asked with a smirk layered over the question whether Hyun even knew what he was holding. Hyun's first thought was whether this man actually knew about the administrator. His second, more pressing thought was whether Park Ha-yen knew that he was a tutorial graduate. He played dumb squinting at the Easter egg and guessing it was some kind of monster-catching ball, like something out of a game. Park Ha-yen told him to drop the at. Hyun's connection to the special ability management team is known internally, which means information travels faster than he'd prefer. Keeping secrets in that circle has a ceiling. What Hyun hadn't expected was for Park Ha-yen to be plugged into the same network, but standing here, that became an opportunity instead of a complication. He agreed to the bet, then thought about what a fair counteroffer looked like, something that matched the weight of what was being wagered, not some throwaway gesture. Park Ha-yen's terms were direct. If Hyun loses, he joins the Flame Dragon Guild for 1 year as a standard member, operating under Park Ha-yen's orders without exception. Hyun rolled his neck, considered it, and reluctantly said yes. 1 year as a member is manageable, as long as no one tries to bend the terms after the fact. Park Ha-yen gave his word, extended a fist for the seal-clean match. No tricks, because that's the code he operates by. Though it's worth noting that betting against a 3-person guild with a full roster behind you isn't exactly the portrait of a fair challenge. Hyun bumped the fist anyway and decided to make it interesting regardless. Morning arrives and Vanity's forest camp breaks. Packs get shouldered, and 2 separate teams prepare to move in 2 separate directions. Dongwoo is already set. He checks once more as Hyun sure about splitting off. Hyun confirms it. They've got the dungeon's rhythm down now, the signal flare is on them, and they've handled the first real contact without losing anyone. Dongwoo points out, gently, that the flare may not carry as much weight as Hyun thinks. Elite guilds and high-stakes dungeons tend to operate with their own priorities, not respond to distress signals from teams they didn't come in with. Still, he respects it. He gives Hyun a genuine send-off, wishes him luck, and the 2 groups peel apart into the trees, the Badass Guild heading deeper into the dungeon on their own terms. Somewhere else in the dungeon, Park Ho-yeon's situation looks nothing like the confident projection he carried into this forest. 3 guild members are down and injured. 2 are dead. Treating the wounded while keeping the enemy at bay isn't a sustainable equation. The pressure is mounting and the margins are shrinking fast. Park Ho-yeon pulls an arrow out of a tree trunk and examines it, and in that moment, he finally understands what vanity actually means in the dungeon's name. It isn't the boss. It was never the boss. Vanity is the name of a species, a creature that lives in this forest, and they've been in its territory the entire time without knowing it. Arrogance strips off these creatures like a second skin, and the way they move makes it obvious they see talented hunters as nothing more than entertainment. Breaking through their defenses isn't something Park Ho-yeon can easily figure out, no matter how long he watches them fight. One of the guild members throws out a suggestion: find their base and wipe it clean. Smart idea on paper, brutal reality in execution. Every encounter so far has ended the same way: ambushed, scattered, and scrambling to recover. Casually strolling into the monster's base isn't even close to being on the table right now. There's no middle ground left. It's all or nothing, and everyone in that group feels it. Drastic measures aren't just an option at this point. They're the only path forward if they want to eliminate this threat entirely. Park Ho-yeon's solution? Burn the entire forest down and choke the monsters out with their own habitat. That idea lands like a grenade in the group. The same guild member from before pushes back hard, warning his leader that torching the forest puts them just as much in the fire's path as the monsters. Park Ho-yeon hears the warning, but the math doesn't change in his head. Standing still means getting wiped out. A dangerous gamble beats a guaranteed death every time. The guild member pivots. Why not fire a signal flare and pull in another guild for backup? Park Ho-yeon shuts that down almost before the sentence finishes. Top-ranking guilds don't answer distress calls from rivals. They move on their own schedule, by their own choice. And even if one miraculously showed up, Park Ho-yeon isn't willing to let the guild's reputation take that kind of hit in the rankings. This gets settled here, by their hands, without anyone else watching. That's his final word on it. He signals the mages to hold position, then reaches into his inventory and draws his weapon. Patience takes over from there. He waits, eyes tracking the wind, holding for the exact moment it shifts east so the fire can tear through as much ground as possible. Somewhere else entirely, Hyun walks straight into his first run-in with a group of vanity scouts. All that screeching and hollering, but not a single one of them makes a move to actually attack. They're holding back, watching, waiting for Hyun and his guildmates to close the distance first. They refuse to throw the first punch even with Yoo-sung's intuition already sending warning signals through the group. Hyun shifts into action, telling his guildmates they're charging straight at the scouts on 3. The guild doesn't hesitate. They surge forward, closing the gap fast with full intention of ending this quick. But instead of meeting the charge head-on, the scouts make a completely different call. Every single one of them vaults up into the canopy of a tall tree before Yoon can get within striking range. From the outside, it looks like Yoon's fighting spirit alone drained their courage and sent them scrambling. Yoo-sung has a different read. He's pretty sure they just took one look at Hyun's face and decided the trees were a safer option. Either way, the real concern isn't why they retreated. It's whether following them deeper into the trees is a trap waiting to snap shut. Yoo-sung puts it simply, just keep moving in the original direction. The fact that the scouts bolted into hiding might actually be a signal that the core isn't far off. His intuition is telling him something worth paying attention to keep heading that way, and things are about to get interesting. Hyun brushes off Yoo-sung and his intuition like it's background noise. And just like that, he lets that interesting thing Yoo-sung mentions slip right past him, completely unaware what that dismissal is about to cost them. The scouts aren't done. From the safety of the branches above, arrows start raining down on the group, a hail of shots that would drop anyone else on the spot. For Hyun, it barely registers as a threat. He just yells up at them to stop hiding and come fight properly. It's getting under his skin though, because as irritating as these monsters are, their strategy is quietly working. One wrong step pulls more monsters into the fight. The vanity use every misstep as bait to layer on more pressure. And the moment you finally close the gap, the ground beneath the encounter is already set as a trap. None of them are individually dangerous, but together, bleeding stamina out of the group slowly. That's the whole point, and it's working better than it should. Slow attrition isn't a strategy Hyun has any patience for. Yoo-sung turns to him any ideas on how to deal with monsters this slippery. Hyun's answer comes without hesitation. Take one hostage, then start hurting it. Claws ripped out, skin peeled back, he doesn't care what it takes. The moment he gets his hands on one of them, the cockiness stops. After a bit of brutal work, Hyun pins one of the vanity down with a knife pressed to its throat, then calls out to the rest of them. Back off, or this one stops breathing. The remaining vanity glance at each other. Then they keep firing. Arrows, multiple, same as before. Hostage negotiations, it turns out, mean absolutely nothing to them. The three of them are running for their lives now, trading jabs with each other about how completely obvious it should have been that taking a monster hostage wasn't going to work. They find a hidden pocket in the forest to catch their breath, and the monsters didn't just let the hostage live, they cut it down themselves mid-chase. Relentless and cold-blooded. But hiding isn't a long-term plan, and they all know it. The three of them sit there trying to figure out what the next move even looks like, and that's when a signal flare punches through the canopy from somewhere deeper in the forest. Red. Another guild is in serious trouble. Yu Sung asks if they're going. Hyun's already moving. Staying in this forest wasn't getting them anywhere to begin with. They make their way toward the flare's origin, and what they find is the Guardian Guild getting absolutely buried under a wave of goblins. The numbers are staggering. The Vice Guildmaster Han Si-wan barks at his people to hold the line. Reinforcements are coming, he tells them. The signal flare will bring someone. What he doesn't say out loud is that he knows, deep down, nobody is coming. He's keeping his people fighting on a lie, and he's fully aware of it. As the next goblin charge begins, his mind drifts. When exactly did everything collapse like this? It probably started the moment the guildmaster began acting off. The smart call would have been to pull out of the raid the second that happened. But reputation, optics, rankings, those words kept the guild moving forward straight into the danger. The truth Han Si-wan has to sit with is uglier than that it was his own greed that marched them all here. And now those people are dying for it, with him about to follow them. A thunderous crash yanks him back to the present, and he lifts his head just in time to see a massive monster bearing down on him. More goblins. There are always more goblins. The wave doesn't end. His guild members throw up their shields in desperation, but Han Si-wan's legs give out beneath him, and he hits the ground. One goblin slips past the wall of shield's blade, aims straight at his face, and he's got nothing fast enough to stop it. Then an arrow cuts through the air like a verdict. It finds the back of the goblin's neck before the blade lands. A figure launches into the air above the chaos, takes one long breath, surveying the entire field of goblins below. Then the roar comes. Hyun's lion's roar tears through the area, killing every enemy skill activation in range and dropping their stats across the board. He stacks on top of that immediately Wayne's secret technique, Giant's Power, all of it activating in rapid sequence, strength surging. The giant hammer comes out, and the first cluster of goblins never sees it coming. Just the three of them, and already the entire fight has flipped. Dozens of goblins wiped out in seconds, and Hyun is moving through them like the battle is already decided. A large goblin tries to approach from his blind side. It gets launched off the ground with one casual swing from that hammer. From above, arrows fall in a perfect, uninterrupted rhythm, every single one connecting with a goblin's head. No misses. On the ground, Yu Sung tears through everything that isn't human with that mace, showing zero mercy on the way through. 3 people. The entire momentum of this battle completely reversed. Han Si-wan can't stop staring at Han. There's something that doesn't read as human anymore in the way he moves through this. He's on a completely different plane, but that realization doesn't flip his hope back on. 3 extra fighters, no matter how terrifying, still can't hold back an endless tide of goblins forever. Then one of his guild members grabs his arm and points across the forest. The Dangan Guild has entered the fight from the other side, cutting through goblin numbers with coordinated force and giving the Guardian Guild room to breathe for the first time. Han Se-yan raises her hand, and behind her a massive column of guild members floods onto the field. Hundreds of goblins get torn apart in one concentrated push, and the numbers that seemed infinite a moment ago start visibly collapsing. What's left of the Guardian Guild finally exhales, cheers breaking out among people who weren't sure they'd be alive to make noise again. When the dust settles, there isn't a single goblin left standing. Hyun lets himself breathe for a moment, quietly acknowledging to himself that this whole situation was genuinely unhinged. Han Si-wan turns his attention to the Dangun Guild, studying them with quiet disbelief. They've been deep in this dungeon the whole time, and yet their head count hasn't dropped at all. And the Badass Guild? 3 people, completely unbothered, not even winded. Then he looks at his own guild, dozens of bodies on the ground, guild members who followed him into a fight they were never equipped to survive. The contrast is brutal and unspoken. Hyun's voice cuts through the silence and pulls Han Si-wan back to the surface. Hyun wants to know why the man is just standing frozen in the middle of an open field. He's the one in charge right now. Spacing out isn't a luxury the situation allows. Strategy meeting is starting, and Han Si-wan needs to pull himself together and get over there. Still shaky. Still not fully back in his own head, Han Si-wan nods and follows Hyun. Meanwhile, Park Hyun's fire plan has taken on a life of its own, and not in a good way. The wind keeps shifting, the flames don't care about their strategy anymore, and now it's a matter of survival. He shouts for everyone to get low and move. Standing there watching the inferno spread, Park Hyun realizes he has no answer for what he's looking at. The call gets made fast, fall back. Everyone retreats now. The strategy meeting wastes no time. Once the group assembles, Hyun lays it out clean and direct. They're going straight for the core. Han Se-yan immediately raises the problem. They don't have a location. Finding it means splitting up and searching, and that takes time. Hyun isn't interested in searching. He can already feel the energy signature pulling from a specific direction. It's close, and the distance is readable to him. Han Tianyan stares at him casually, sensing a dungeon core's direction is not a normal thing to do. Hyun looks genuinely puzzled that no one else in the room picks up on it, going by what he's reading. If they move now, they hit the core by midnight. That timeline shifts the mood. Rooving immediately beats wasting another minute. The other guild leaders fall in line fast, all agreeing to push forward without delay. All except Han Si-won, who's still somewhere between the battle and the present moment. His voice comes out unsteady as he asks them to hold on. They just survived something brutal, charging straight into the next fight without a moment to recover sounds like a decision made in adrenaline, not strategy. Han Se-yeon cuts through that logic quickly. Venandi doesn't wait. Everyone in that room has watched these monsters think, adapt, and set traps in real time. Every second spent resting is a second the monsters use to prepare. Han Se-won still pushes for even a short break. The exhaustion in the guild is real, and he's not wrong about that. Lee Hyun weighs off a concern before it can settle their guild, brought a healer specifically for this, and fatigue isn't going to be the thing that slows them down. Han Si-won just stands there, words completely gone, watching everyone else gear up to move like the battle never happened. Being strong makes that mindset easy, but the Guardian Guild isn't strong right now. They've already hit their ceiling and cracked through it. Hyun runs out of patience. He turns directly to Han Se-man and asks him, plainly, what exactly has him wound this tight? Does he actually think someone here is going to hold his hand and walk him back out of the dungeon? This is a dungeon. The rule is simple and it's never changed. Weakness gets you killed. That's the reality of where they're standing right now. The Guardian Guild was weak. That's not an insult. It's just what happened, and the only reason Han Si-won is still breathing is because stronger guilds showed up and pulled him back from the edge, but nobody showed up to babysit. They came to work toward a solution together, and if Han Si-won's plan is to stand in the middle of everything being useless, then there's genuinely no reason for him to be there at all. Han Si-won opens his mouth, searching for something to push back with. Nothing comes. The size of the silence says everything Hyun is right. The words are harsh, and there's not a single crack in the logic to argue through. Hyun closes the conversation by telling everyone to eat before they move out. All that talking apparently worked up an appetite. Later that night, right on the schedule, Hyun read from thin air. They walk straight into a zone absolutely crawling with mixed monster types from every direction. Time is short. Hyun cuts the order down to one priority: clear a path. Don't waste effort on full kills. The talented push forward without hesitation, grinding through the resistance, carving a lane directly through the monster-packed terrain. Then Hyun spots at the core, sitting at the center of all that chaos. Everyone surges toward it at once, the whole group locked onto one target, while Han Se-yeon calls out for the fire signals and orders them to throw everything they have at the surrounding monsters. Colored flares explode across the sky from one concentrated location. Every guild in range now knows exactly where the core is. Minutes later, the response comes from all directions, as every available guild converges, pouring into the area and stacking onto the main team's position. The core is getting destroyed tonight, and everyone present is going to make sure of it. What follows isn't a skirmish. It's an all-out war. Monsters versus talented, and the scale keeps climbing. Then the boss steps onto the field. Vanity's great warrior, and even just watching it move for a second tells you everything. This thing operates on a completely different level from the rest. Hyun reads that in an instant and doesn't give it a second to settle in. He launches off the back of a nearby monster mid-stride, great hammer already coming out, and drives it down onto the boss the moment it finishes appearing. The boss doesn't even get a full shriek out before the hammer connects with its head, and the fight ends right there. Even Hyun blinks at that the boss dropped that fast. The dungeon's real difficulty was never the boss. It was the numbers, and the way the Venandi thought and coordinated. The boss itself? Surprisingly underwhelming once you actually got to it. What it does leave behind is the sword of Vanity's great warrior, the weapon the boss was carrying right up until Hyun put it down. D-Rinks. Light, sharp, and easy to handle solid weapon on its own terms. The problem is that standing next to Hyun, the sword makes him look absolutely tiny. A bow also drops alongside it, and while Hyun isn't sure what to make of the bow, the sword size alone rules it out as a practical option for him. A little while longer and the last of the fighting finally dies down. Nobody pretends to be surprised by what the cost was. A lot of people didn't make it. Dongwoo quietly holds on to the fact that it wasn't a complete wipeout, and that counts for something, even when it doesn't feel like enough. He takes a moment in silence for every person who fell, then turns to the survivors and tells them to sweep the field and collect all the monster drops. Once they're out of the dungeon, the Talented Association handles the accounting and distribution. No one in the group has any issues with that arrangement. What none of them realize yet is that the hardest part of this dungeon isn't behind them, and the fire, nobody knows where it started or why it's here. What they do know is that it's not just a fire anymore. It's caught the wind and twisted itself into a massive fire tornado and sprinting straight toward them. Ahead of it is Park Hwa-yeon, and whatever remains of the Fire Dragon Guild, with several hundred Vanity right on their heels pouring out of the burning forest. Nobody on the receiving end of this scene has any idea what chain of events possibly led here, but the evidence is pretty clear. Whatever Park Hwa-yeon decided to do back in that forest has personally offended every single creature living in it. He's screaming for help at full volume while running like his life depends on it, because it does. The sight of that, a fire tornado, hundreds of monsters, and a guild master in full panic sprint starts pulling the fear out of some of the other talented watching it unfold. One of them locks eyes with the core and lands on an idea that he immediately should have thrown out. He announces he's breaking the core, so the escape portal opens and they can all get out. Lee Hyun physically gets in front of him before the thought becomes action. Breaking the core with the boss already dead, that still triggers a dungeon break. The man pushes back, because logically, shouldn't the monster threat be neutralized once the boss is gone? Under normal circumstances, sure, the monster shouldn't be able to come through the portal. But this isn't normal circumstances. Lee Hyun gets the other talented to form a wall around the core and explains quickly, there's documented research on this. Monsters in extreme fear will force their way through the portal to escape. The fire has pushed these creatures past the point of reason. Let the core break now, and a flood of monsters pours out into the city. Everything they just fought for gets erased in one panicked decision. The man doesn't want to hear it. His own survival is the only thing on his screen right now. Others start sliding toward his position as the monsters get closer and the pressure climbs. Destroy the core, open the portal, get out. Han Se-yan doesn't debate it. She moves fast, putting her guild between the core and anyone trying to reach it. Before the rogue talented can build any more momentum with his argument, Han Se-yan turns to him and asks directly, is he really prepared to threaten his own allies over this? She doesn't wait for an answer. She raises her voice so every single person present can hear her. The portal is sitting in the middle of Seoul. If the core breaks and those monsters fled through, the damage isn't contained to this dungeon. It becomes the city's problem, and it becomes enormous fast. They are the only thing standing between that outcome and the people outside. One of the men decides words are done and breaks into a run straight at Han Se-yan, fully intending to go through her. She tracks him coming, reads his leap, and starts pulling her sword. But she doesn't even finish the draw before someone else handles it. Heon arrives from behind the man, hand already reaching for the back of his head, and sends him sailing through the air like he weighs nothing. Then he turns to Han Se-yan. Protect the core. That's the job? She confirms it, still processing how fast he appeared. The monsters themselves are too consumed by the fire to have much interest in attacking right now. Most of them are just trying to get away from the flames. That makes core protection difficult but not impossible. Hyun turns it over in his head for exactly 1 moment. Decision made, he pivots to face the incoming wave head on. He tells Han Se-yan and the other guild masters to handle anything that gets past him. That's their job. His job is everything in front of the line. The new sword comes out of inventory and he gives it one test swing to feel what it can do. Dongwoo's face says everything he puts together what Hyun is planning, and immediately volunteers to fight alongside him. Hyun shuts that down without turning around, telling him to stay back. Getting in the way isn't going to help anyone. Then the skills start stacking. Giant's power activates first, Wayne's secret technique, and Antria's skin layer on top of it, and then the one he's been sitting on waiting for the right moment. Besurger comes online. Judgment gets traded for pure destructive output. He's been holding that card for a while. Every skill running at once, he locks his eyes onto the incoming flood of monsters and prepares to charge. Sung-ah watches him go with visible worry written across her face, but Yu-sung tells her to breathe. He's not dying today. He's certain of it. She asks if that's the intuition talking again. Yu-sung gives her the kind of non-answer that somehow sounds completely confident anyway. Already looking elsewhere, the Flame Dragon Guild finally reaches them and they've dragged every monster from that burning forest with them as a bonus. The moment the first wave crosses into range, Hyun is already moving. He hits them at a speed that makes the engagement look effortless. Multiple monsters gone before anyone on the sideline can fully process it. They've all seen what he's capable of. It still doesn't get less shocking in person, taking on the entire wave at once, and it genuinely looks like the numbers aren't the problem he's making it look like it should be. But a handful of monsters find the gaps and break through toward the core anyway. Because no matter how dominant one person is, pure volume eventually finds a way. Han Se-yan doesn't hesitate. She calls every available fighter into combat positions around the core immediately. They fall into formation and work as a single unit. With Hyun having already shredded the bulk of the wave, the volume hitting their line is manageable. Protecting the core turns into something they can actually do. Sung-ae locks in from a distance, providing aerial support from the backline. Single shots, multiple monsters per volley. Clean and consistent. The ones with enough durability to survive a single hit don't get the chance to feel good about it. Yu-sung is already on them before they hit the ground. He cuts through the crowd without breaking stride, reading the battlefield in real time and eliminating anything that isn't dropping fast enough on its own. Yu-sung has a particular relationship with moments like this. Something in him lights up in combat that he can't quite explain and doesn't really try to. It's a feeling that never gets old, no matter how many times he's been here. But mid-stride, weaving through the chaos, he catches a Van Andy pulling an arrow back and aiming it directly at Sung-ah. The warning leaves his mouth instantly. But Sung-ah doesn't have the time to react. The arrow hits her square in the chest, and she goes down hard. Both Hyun and Yu-sung freeze. Everything else on that field stops mattering for one cold second as Sung-ah hits the ground. A monster clocks the moment Hyun's focus breaks, and it doesn't waste it. The opening is there, and it takes the shot before Hyun can recover his attention. His arm gets severed clean at the joint. Mana is running low, which makes this more than just painful getting dropped by goblins. At this stage would be embarrassing on a level he can't accept. The arm grows back. Just like that. Even the goblin has to pause and do a double take, because whatever language a goblin expresses pure disbelief in, this one found it. That clean hit didn't slow Hyun down. If anything, it flipped a switch and pushed him harder into the fight. He levels the goblin with one precise sword strike, cuts it straight down the middle same way it tried to cut him, just with much more finality. Then a screech from behind snaps his attention around. A goblin is mid-leap toward Sung-ah with its mouth already open, fully committed to taking a chunk out of her. Hyun is already there before the jump finishes. One clean sword strike. The thread ends before it connects. A vanity reads the moment and surges in immediately with its spear. The blade punches through Hyun's chest, and blood starts coming fast. A hit that would have ended most people on the spot. Mana is almost gone, and splitting what's left between different parts of his body was supposed to be smart in practice. It just meant every part of him got hit anyway. Reinforce the head, the arm goes. Reinforce the arms, the chest gets opened up. The strategy fell apart faster than it came together, so he scraps it entirely. Antria's skin skill goes offline, and everything that's left gets committed to pure offense. The body is on the line. He doesn't care. Mana explosion charges up, and the vanity that put that spear through him gets wiped out first. Hand mangled, barely functional. Body running on almost no protective layer at all. He turns to Sung-ah and asks her if she's still with him. She can barely get his name out before her eyes land on his body regenerating in real time right in front of her. He tells her to hold it together. Panic is a luxury they can't spend right now. Once he confirms she's still standing, the order comes, go ahead, get out of the dungeon. But first, find the Dangan Guildmaster and pass the message along. Tell them to evacuate the moment they see his signal. Her voice shakes as she asks what happens to him after that. Hyun just looks at her and asks if she genuinely thinks he's the type to die here. She holds his gaze for a moment. Then something in that question settles her because the answer is obvious. She does what she's always done, follows his lead, and takes off running to deliver the message. Alone now, Hyun pulls together another mana explosion and drives himself up toward the highest point of the area. Then he throws himself straight into the remaining monsters, spying everyone else whatever time he can carve out. The mana explosion goes off and the entire zone lights up in blue, the kind of light that doesn't leave room for anything else. Monster corpses cover the ground in every direction as the battle starts to reach its final stage. Hyun takes a second to look around at the destruction spread across the entire area, and the fires have climbed high enough now that smoke is beginning to swallow the sky above. Back at the core, the situation is shifting fast. The fire is closing in and the core is almost certainly going down with it. The choice is gone. They have to destroy it and evacuate now. The one problem. Kang Han is still somewhere deep in that mess fighting. Han Se-yeon pushes back, trying to hold the group steady for just a little longer. Then Sung-ah arrives back, breathing hard with a message from Hyun. Wait for the signal, then move out. The problem is, Se-yeon has no idea what that signal is supposed to look like. Then a massive surge of mana comes screaming over all of their heads and obliterates the core in a single hit. The escape portal tears open immediately, and Se-yeon turns just in time to see Hyun from across the field giving her the sign "Get out." While the window is open, she can't help it. She laughs. The man destroyed the core himself from a distance and used it as his signal, but his assurance is enough. She gives the evacuation order at full volume and everyone starts moving. Sung-ah, message delivered, turns right back around to go find Hayoung. Yu-sung cuts her off before she takes 2 steps. She can barely stand going back and isn't help. It's a second problem for Hyun to deal with. The point lands hard, even if it stings. All they can do now is trust Hyun the way they've always trusted him, and stay out of his way. Sung-ah looks like she wants to fight that, which is unusual for her. But she can't find a counter-argument that holds. The only thing that makes sense is to get out and let Hyun handle what's left. Every surviving talented files out of the dungeon and collects outside the doors, every set of eyes locked on the entrance, waiting. Sung-ah gets treated on the spot, and she and Yu-sung end up standing with the rest of them in the same tense silence. Minutes pass with no sign of Hyun, and the longer it drags, the more the crowd starts running worst-case scenarios in their heads. Then a single wrecked foot crosses the threshold out of the dungeon. Kang Yoon alive, but barely looking like the same person who walked in. The spear is still embedded in his chest as he steps out and faces all of them. The crowd erupts relief, breaking through and every voice calling out to him at once. Sung-ah starts moving toward him immediately, then stops because something doesn't look right. He made it out. He's standing upright and he's completely unconscious. His body walked out of that dungeon on pure muscle memory while his mind had already clocked out. Yu-sung walks over calmly, raises one finger and presses it lightly to Hyun's forehead. Hyun drops like every bone in his body, just agreed to take a break at the same time. The others stare at Yu-sung like he just committed a crime. He just smiles down at the unconscious man on the ground, his gut called it. Same as always. Even flat on his back with a spear still in his chest, Hyun somehow managed to make the most absurd exit look earned, with Hyun finally accounted for. The immortal guildmaster Ham Young-do decides it's time to deal with the person responsible for the chaos that nearly ended everything, and he finds Park Ho-yeon, walks up to him, and punches him clean in the face before taking him to the ground. He makes it very clear that everyone in that dungeon almost died because of what Park Hoi-yeon did. Park Hoi-yeon tries to argue back there was nothing he could have done. The situation was out of his hands. Han Myung-do doesn't want to hear it. He's a guildmaster. Excuses like that aren't something a guildmaster gets to fall back on. And the fact that he's saying them out loud makes it worse. The two of them are still going at it when Kang Hyun starts pushing himself off the ground, which immediately panics everyone nearby. They try to keep him down. He doesn't stay down. Hyun gets to his feet with a grin and apologizes to both men for the interruption like he wasn't just unconscious with the spear sticking out of him. Then he turns to Park Hoi-yeon and tells him to hand over the items from the bet. The words barely finish before the act falls apart. The injuries catch up all at once, and Hyun goes down again mid-sentence. When his eyes open the next time, it's a hospital room, and Yoo-sung is smiling at him, while Sung-ah looks like she hasn't slept in a day trying to hold herself together. He pulls himself upright in hospital clothes and immediately grips his head regeneration or not. Every single part of his body is filing a complaint right now. Something cracks in Sung-ah the moment he sits up. The composure she's famous for just gives way. She crosses the room and wraps her arms around him without any hesitation, not even slightly concerned about the fact that he just got out of intensive care. He tells her he's still sore and she should ease up. She absolutely does not ease up. If anything, she holds tighter. When the dust settled on that day, South Korea's first C-rank dungeon Vanity's Forest was officially cleared, and the cost was written in the long list of people who didn't make it out. The Guardian Guild didn't just lose their guildmaster. When the final count came in, their losses were near total and beyond the body count. Their conduct in the dungeon had actively put every other team in danger. The Flame Dragon Guild landed in almost the same conversation. Their decisions during the raid nearly unraveled the entire operation from the inside, and nobody was forgetting that anytime soon. 2 guilds, 1 raid. Both dropped out of South Korea's top 10 before the debrief was even finished. On the other side of that ledger, Kang Hyun's name was being said differently by everyone who was there, the person who held the line when the line was already broken. 3 members, 1 raid. The badass guild punched straight into South Korea's top 10 and didn't even need a full roster to do it. Not everyone received that news warmly. The bigger the reputation, the bigger the target, and the haters found their opening fast, flooding every comment section they could reach with exactly what you'd expect. Sung-ah sits there scrolling through the pile of malicious comments directed at Hyun, getting progressively less calm about it. Yoo-sung watches her thumbs move at an alarming speed and asks if she's back on the internet again. She has been regularly and with clear intent, personally educating people who apparently skipped every lesson on how to behave online. Yoo-sung tells her to stop inserting herself into every comment section she finds, but before he even finishes that sentence, she's already 3 replies deep into an argument. He slides a drink toward her to take the edge off. She waves it away without looking up. What's actually bothering her more than the comments is the fact that Hyun is late. Sung-ah tells her not to borrow trouble. He's probably already fully healed. Knowing him, day 1 was enough. The man's regeneration runs on a schedule that defies basic biology. Yoo-sung is genuinely confident that if you cut him in half, he'd just become 2 functional Hyans. Better to stop checking the door and find something to do with the downtime before it drives them both insane. He proposes knife throwing at the board across the office, the obvious solution to having nothing to do. On their way over, they pass Jaemin's desk and the sight is grim. The administrative officer is somewhere between overwhelmed and fully unraveling, buried under a workload that no single person was built to carry alone. Membership management, incoming ad inquiries, sponsorship requests stacking up, dungeon raid logistics, and none of the people who could theoretically help are anywhere near his desk. He hasn't slept properly in days and the pile is still growing. He walked into this guild job genuinely excited. What he's sitting in now is making him seriously reconsider his definition of a functioning workplace. Mid-conversation, the office door opens and Hyun strolls in, waving at everyone like he didn't just survive something that should have been unsurvivable. One look around the room and it's immediately clear to him this place has been running on chaos since he left. Hyun makes his way over to Jaemin's desk, greets him, and immediately asks if they can drop all the formal nonsense and just talk like normal people. Formality's gone. The very next thing out of his mouth is that Jaemin needs to clean up that desk and get back to it. On the surface, Jaemin smiles, nods, and even thanks Hyun for pointing it out. Underneath that smile, however, something in him is actively coming apart at the seams. Because if Hyun wants to start talking about messy desks, maybe he should take a lap around the rest of the guild first and see what everyone else is working with. The thought that follows that one is significantly darker. Jaemin's internal monologue takes a turn that HR would not approve of. The killing intent radiating off him gets dense enough that Hyun clocks it immediately and decides, wisely, that pushing any further would be genuinely hazardous to his health. He moves on. Next stop, Sung-ah. He pulls out the bow he looted from the Vanity Great Warrior and hands it over to her. She takes it with both hands, handling it like something fragile and precious. The fact that he's giving this to her catches her completely off guard, but Hyun already ran the math. Out of everyone in this guild, she's the one who will actually get the most out of it. It draws on mana to function at full power, but even without arrows loaded, it works, which already makes it something special. Sung-ah completely loses composure for a moment, squealing and thanking him in rapid succession. Across the room, Yu Sung perks up with that familiar look of someone expecting their name to get called next. What he gets instead is a middle finger, delivered without hesitation. Yu Sung performs being wounded by this. Hyun performs not caring. The two of them slide right back into their usual rhythm like no time has passed at all. Mid-banner, the intercom cuts through the noise. Someone is standing at the front door. The person on the other end identifies himself as Han Si-won from the Guardian Guild. Hyun stares at the intercom with absolutely zero recognition on his face. He mutters something about the guild attracting all sorts of strange visitors, and the other two immediately start throwing out theories on what kind of scam this one is running. Outside, Han Si-won stands there in stunned silence, genuinely struggling to process how these people have already completely erased him from their memory. He was on the same raid. They shared a meal together afterward. He sat at the same table. And somehow, to the Badass Guild, he is a stranger at the door. Some things about this guild, it turns out, are never going to change.